But once again, for the beating, for the rug pull, they always seem to pull the rug out from underneath me, so I can't get anywhere. So I'm just appalled at this world, and don't feel as if I have anything in common with this world right now. And the only thing I have is you. I have the word. That's it. Everything else is physical, and I wish it would just go away. I'm tired of the physical. It's taxing and kind of boring. So I have to stay girded in his service, so I won't stop trying, but never ceases to amaze me. Apologize, man. So I'm not sorry. I have no regrets. I can't change anything I've done, but we all are going to suffer here if you're in the narrow way. So your prize is after you die. Yeah, you can't be saved. Nobody's ever been saved. Nobody will save. You have to save. It's like putting it in an account. If you spend it, it's gone. You spent your treasure here, and you didn't wait. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So my treasure waits. It's the only commonality I have with this realm that I'm in here, because nobody seems to. It's always been this way for me. I just never did have anything common. Everybody wanted me to be like them. I don't want to be like anybody else. So I'm okay with that. Kind of always have been. Kind of always separated myself and joined the military at 17. Said, oh, well, whatever, flesh can die. That's just a moment in time. Like a reflection in a doorway, or one pans and the other one opens, the other one closes, like God. Not a pan God, but I don't know. He's the word, so it's the only thing I have is the word. To cling to the word. It's the only thing to keep me upright. He's the one who gets me up every day, and Sozo picks me up, and at the end of the day finds a way for me to lay down and get up and do it again. 7 times 7, he said 490. Turn your cheek. Don't be weak, be meek. So although the body is weak, it's meek. So I have to not let temptation of the world. The word is orge, and it means quick to wrath or indignation or judgment or anger. And we all, I'm sure, we get mad at God when he's beating us. So I just struggle with what I'm not doing correctly. So I only want to do what he wants me to do. I don't want this life. I don't want anything here. There's nothing. There's a beautiful physical natural Father Nature, not mother. So I know there's the bride, there's others who struggle, so that's what we're supposed to do, is deny self. Self is the tree of the service of our eyes, the things of the dirt that we see, that we weak dirt. Flesh just comes from the dirt. All of this came from darkness. This place was baptizo. It was completely overcome by harizo. He's the divider of the dark. It was created from the darkness, and it was overcome with light. But only he is sovereign. Only he is pure. Only he is pure light. Everything else has darkness because it's created from the darkness. So I know that. at the wait to the end to receive my prize. He's my prize. It's about a wedding and not about the world and the flesh, because he said, wrestle not against flesh. We're not under the laws of flesh, not lawless, but can't worry about the law. That's what Christ stood up to, the law, the government, and religion. So if you don't stand up to the law, the government, religion, you're already in hell. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have any idea of what you're talking about. That's the problem with society. They don't have anything in common with their dialect. It's alien. There's no aliens, no big feet, no gods in the sky. I don't know what I did. Just want to leave the physical there, Davey. So we have to be Christ-like. He died for the sins of the world, and the sins of the world was because he stood up to what they had perverted, his father's Agape, Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, Deuteronomy. So nobody wants to talk about any reality, but what is reality and what is normality? That's questionable at this point. So appreciate your time. Don't like that YouTube takes 30% of your hard-earned tax dollars already, taxed state and federal. They started a revolutionary war over 2% taxes. I'm a military veteran, took an oath to the right of the people. Repugnant means, remember, organic, color of law, no victim, no crime. This is all repugnant, and he stood up to the law. It's in the link, but you don't have to give anything to me. I don't want anything, Dave. I don't want anything. I have no need for physical. I want experience, and I want Father to unchain me. We're supposed to deny ourselves. And he whipped people, and I'm not trying to be physical, because I don't want the physical. It's a burden. It's a chain. I'm Hokadesh, spirit. It's who I am. I just want experience. I don't want physical. So that's why I'm struggling. So I appreciate your tithe, and I'm so far behind. But I don't care. It's just physical. Physical is boring and a burden and a weight. So apologize, but I don't have any regrets, and I'm not sorry. I'm just doing it. So I have a court date coming up, and I'll either go to jail, or my dogs will suffer, or it'll all be over. Maybe. We'll see. I don't want to make any plans, because Father just keeps wrecking them. So if I make plans, he'll knock them over like bowling pins. But I have faith that my treasure is after I die, that everything that happens, that no matter how much I suffer, that if I don't strike back at anybody, that he'll reward me, that he's my prize. He's what I'm running towards. He's the one that I don't care what they do to my flesh. I just don't want my dogs or my son or daughter to suffer anymore. I don't care what happens to me. If I knew that my dogs wouldn't suffer, this would just be a lot easier. Because I don't think my son ever wants to talk to me, and whatever. I just can't even think about that anymore. I think about him, but what can I do? I've done everything. I've put everything I have at it, and I've only gone backwards. So, and my daughter. So, I didn't listen to him, and I have to live with that for the rest of my days on this rock. That I didn't listen to him. So, Father's in control. I'm just hurting. He just rug pulled me again today. Just always does. Every time I get something set up, he just takes it away from me. So I don't want anything anymore. I don't want anything. I've tried to give everything, and nobody wants what I have to share with what I have. So I'm kind of over the physical. I apologize. You know, I'm a man. I have hurt inside. I have abundance, and people are throwing on the streets, off the streets for being poor in this country. And the government's the one strangling everybody, making everybody poor, and nobody cares in America. It hurts my heart. My mind, my soul, my body, my eternal existence hurts for these people who've been strangled by this country, why people lap up the luxuries and they're not on the threat of a gun for nations for decades, with bombs falling in their neighborhoods for decades. So I have a lot of hurt. I'm not just some kind of person that just worries about my own, you know. Well, no, that's Paul's writings, but I understand what you're saying. Because we're supposed to, I'm telling you that I'm weak there, Hunter. Biden desktop. Why didn't they know that at the J6 at the Nancy Pelosi? How are they already there? These people never want to talk about anything, Hunter. Biden. Remember, he said, I was a snake, and then he let Joe Biden. So that's all it is. Because my son, I can't even report my son or daughter dead or murdered, and where they won't even go get him. And the police shot him with his hands in the air and grenaded my son and daughter and me. So I apologize. The flesh is weak. That's why Paul said in Ephesians 6:11, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness on high places. Wherefore I say to you, put on the whole armor and that daily bread. So I try, man, but I am just a weak man, just a dude out here in the desert that loves the world, right? No, the word. I don't have anything in common with the world. It's not for me. I wish Father would just unchain me and let me just share the gospel like Paul. He's already rebuked my heart. Obviously, just let me go. But they'll ask for death, but it won't find them, remember? We're supposed to suffer to the end. He said endure. So you have to endure to the end to be saved. So nobody's saved until he comes back and redeems what he bought and paid purchase for. Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ, those that would suffer for the sins of the world, because he stood up to the law, the government, and religion. So did Paul, remember? He was a Pharisee and a mass murderer of Christians for the church. So I love Paul's writings. I wouldn't make it without Paul's writings. Paul's writings are the gospel, and those are Father's words through Paul. Takes the least. Those with less will have more, and those with more will have less. And if you don't use what he's given, he'll give that shekel to the rich man. So we must suffer like he did, or you're not going to be with him. He's preparing that place he ain't done preparing yet. Paul will be there. Hallelujah. So this week, just rug pulls, man. I don't want to make any plans because he just keeps wrecking everything. I don't want to try to do anything anymore, but I have to stay girded in his service. That means I have to get up off my ass and work. So it's not the physical I'm talking about. So just a hard time to be on this rock watching, this country's rights just be degraded day after day. The military being put on. Oregon doesn't need the military here. Donald Trump supports George Soros, who is Donald Trump. George Soros is Antifa, and Donald Trump is Netanyahu, and Donald Trump is Black Lives Matter. Donald Trump is the Democratic National Convention, and Donald Trump is the Republican and Democratic Party. Red and blue, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. So, I don't stand by. No, we're not still the best country in the world. You're a Satanist, Alex. We go murder every other people in every other nation with our murder dollars. So you're a Satanist, Alex. You're an adversary. You're a part of this beast abomination corporation that goes and strangles nations. 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. Don't speak anything out of, you don't know what reality is. You can't define what normality is. Get in the box, get in the van. You don't look normal to me. There's one who doesn't look right. Get him up against the wall. There's one with spots. If I had my way, I'd have all of you. Yeah, Mr. Warp Speed. You guys just think it's funny. The guy, obviously is a known PDF file, but nobody wants to talk about that. How about a nation where you serve with a mass murderer in chief is a PDF file? So is Joe. So is the known homosexual Barry. His name is not Barack. That was his uncle. Obama. Barack Obama means I saw lightning fall from heaven. In Hebrew. They are. So that's what I can't do, Hunter. I can't just stand down. I took an oath to the right of the people of the Constitution. You don't stop serving a right. You do it until your end. It's not Mike. It's Reggie. Stephen played for the Oregon State Beavers. Not Michael. It's Reggie. So don't be an abomination and spread wrong, like his birth certificate, 9 layers. He was born in Kenya. Not Hawaii. That's so he could be the beast out of the sea, the little horn of scripture. They're doing this all by the script. The final Trump. Yeah, I know, Alexander, you sick fuck. Jack off. Get out of here. So, remember John G. Trump had the Tesla technology. You could be flying in the sky, megalithic structures, free energy. Donald Trump is responsible for every oil death on this rock, and has killed more people than anybody with his oil wars. And he is the #1 drug dealer by $2.2 trillion, the #1 jab ever. In Warp Speed, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson. It'll go down in history. I'm not concerned about the flesh. You just don't like statistics. I'm kind of a statistic guy. I don't like to go down and let people lie to me and tell me history in a book. As the loser gets shut the fuck up, gets left out. The writer, because the victor gets disposed. You don't know history if you read it in a book. Kind of like you think the word Bible means, well, book, you don't know nothing. You don't study cultures, customs, maps. You don't know the Hamashiach. You don't know Christ. You don't know my love. It's the word agape. Shem is name. It's not Jesus. It's not Shiloh. It's not Elohim. It's all of the covenant under this New Testament, minus what Trump's going to put us under, the Noahide laws. The Sabbath, the celebration. We're not to celebrate a single day. Birth is the worst thing you could ever celebrate. There's only 2 in Scripture. Notice I didn't say the Bible. One was Satan, one was Herod. He was trying to kill Christ, was never written in the term. Terms text. Like alien is a word, not a physical entity. They're going to do their Warp Speed operation, right? Mockingbird. They're mocking you with the media. Lame stream, or you're fake. You're fake. Stop faking the funk. Donald's a PDF file. It's Trumpstein Island, not Epstein Island. They're both island boys. Oh, let's not leave out the Clintons, right? Get shot in the back of the head, fall out of the sky in an airplane. Yeah. How about EpiPen Island? No, Trumpstein Island. They're all island and they're all boys and girls. No, they're all island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to the island. Now, what do you want to say about that? Nothing. You're going to keep going on, allow this country, keep policing the world with veterans like me. Imagine it being on the other end of all those bombs for decades, Afghanistan, over what? Opium? Come on. Oh, Clintons. There we go again with the Hillary. Oh, Clap Foundation. Remember these changed in the twinkle of an eye at the last Trump? All these people who voted for him. Hillary was at his inaugural dinner. Then he praised the Clintons the next day. You got to be one of the most lame or fake people in the world. He decorates his house with Satan, Apollyon, the sun god, Mithra, Apollyon, the mighty hunter, Nimrod, February, Lupercalia, sodomy, sodomite, ass worship. Yeah, that's your heart worship. That's the back of the ass. Smack that, remember? Akon down on the floor. It wasn't me. I got on the counter. It wasn't me. They even had it on camera. Yeah, they had the guy, come on, his phone has been pinged from his tower, 58-story Babylonian tower, to this Trumpstein Island. It's Trump Island, not Epstein Island. They're both island boys. So is Elon. Remember, he said he was an island boy. Yeah, he did. Elon came out. He's an island boy, too. He had the Baphomet transgender god worship Halloween, his little outfit. That's Satan, the sun god, Mithra. Giannis, the two-faced taco god with his poker face. Well, whatever. Two jokers in a deck, you're getting played because you don't know the dialect. Like an alien is a word. Like two jokers in a deck, you're being played. Pretty soon they'll do it's called Project Blue Book. Not Operation Blue Beam. I have it right here. Look, I know what they're doing. I'm not an idiot. I've studied for decades. I'm a military veteran. I used to be in military law enforcement. Okay. 95 Bravo in the Army. So I've been part of this beast system. And I know what Project Blue Book is, not Operation Blue Beam. They have directed energy. What do you think did Lahaina? We speak in different dialect in here. Maybe it's alien to you. That's not, alien's not a physical. So they're going to do this ritual like the virus, which is not alive. Not alive. A virus is not a living organism. Look it up. You have any study in virology? Just put in the tip. Any ladies in here? Put a 1 in the chat if you're a lady. You ever heard of the term just the tip? Like virology, 3, the autoimmune responses. I'm a prior first responder. Like I said, first one into war, last one to leave battle would be the military police, 95 Bravo. So the term just the tip is virology, meaning they'll put a little bit in you and then your body, you build up an autoimmune response, like you have 3 autoimmune responses if you press your body and get sick. Too much toxins, too much drugs, alcohol, stress, whatever. Your body's going to create a way to expel that toxin out of your body. That's called virology. You have 3 autoimmune responses. Anybody study? Oh, you can't talk about this because you're not a doctor. Well, you could fuck off. Snakes up a pole, they'll be fooled by pharmakia. That is the word sorcery. That says in your book, already defined it for you. Yeah, the big warp speed, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. That's Nimrod, Satan, Apollyon, the god of 3 genders. 2 snakes up a pole. Yeah, whatever, man. Snake, he said, I was a snake before you let me in. And then he let Joe Biden. They've been fooled by pharmakia. It says it in this book. It's Project Blue Book, not Operation Blue Beam. So if you know what I'm talking about, put in just the tip is virology. How'd that ever work out for you there, ladies? When he said put in just the tip, did you ended up getting the whole shaft or the whole rocket, cock rocket, if you will, like Elon that's hauling up robots into the sky covered with sex neoprene doll skins that you're going to think that are aliens? So alien is a word. See how easy this is to fool you like a virus? You thought that a virus is alive. Now you think a computer is alive, and a computer is a metadata 010101. That's what it is. Okay, whatever. You got to go somewhere else with your 5D. You don't know what D is, dimension. 3D is in a box or a block. Are you spinning on a block or a ball? Third rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space. See, just like Island Boys, that word's perverted. Like Donald Trump decorates his house with Satan, and I think it's disgusting. No, we're not living in the Matrix. Matrix is the woman's vagina, Cheech. So stop smoking. What are you smoking? Smoke something more natural. I think you must smoke the auto flower or some genetically modified crap, Cheech. I ain't playing. We're not living in the Matrix. The Matrix is the woman's vagina. This is a Satanist adversary. He says in the book of Revelation, which is the word apocalypse, which means to lift the veil, to cover the eyes, remember the scales of the eyes of the bride? Matrix is the woman's vagina. The first 2 penetrate the Matrix. You guys make up all these movie references and then you pervert the word of the Father. Matrix is the woman's vagina. Get over it. You just don't know. The women's got the Matrix, first 2 penetrate. Guys spend 9 months coming outside trying to get out the matrix the rest of their life trying to get back in it. You ever heard that term? You're just using it in the wrong sense. That makes you a Satanist. Well, Satan means the adversary. He said, don't add a jot. That's a period. And now you live on it, spinning at 1,040 miles an hour, called a planet. It doesn't say planet in this book ever. Book is Bible. I just say that to refer to you with your alien dialect. Like it's your tongue is, there's no such thing as speaking in tongues. No such thing as speaking in, no such thing as speaking in tongue. Tongue is the word dialectus by definition. You don't define. You have a lexicon. This is a 12th century book that I have in front of you, by the way. It's a book. That means Bible means book. So I studied the scriptures, the old interlinear Textus Receptus. It was done at the Council of Nicaea in the 12th century. So I don't know what text you're studying, but you might want to study the one that was accepted. See, accepted text. See, this is Hebrew. It's an old Jewish book written in Hebrew. Hebrew is the word Torah, right? Well, Torah is Barack Obama's I saw lightning fall from heaven in Hebrew. Hebrew is the word, how about froward? Froward. Froward is the word to pervert. That means to add. He said in the book of Revelation, I am revelation. That is to unveil, to lift off the cover, to pull. See this Greek book? It's an old Jewish book written in Greek. Revelation, he said, don't add a jot. That's a like grammar, not like Nelly country grammar, like period, not women who are on there. Remember, moon. Some ladies call it a moon. I had only heard a couple call it that. We're both equally yoked on this covenant. But this is the accepted text in the 12th century where they took every word out and defined it. So, yeah, I will apologize. I was just crying in here. And to be a hit guy, tear gas with 5 tear gas canisters. So I have been suffering from respiratory problems and was hit in the side of the face with a grenade. So you have to excuse me. I leaked hemorrhage 6 months out of my cranium, blood, and was leaking on the live stream. And my daughter and son got hit in 2 with a grenade and shot my son. So you have to excuse me. I'm trying to keep my shit together there. All right, I'm good. I blew my nose. So anyways, so look at this dumbass way before the King James Version. Doesn't know about accepted text. Interlinear is talking about, Ethiopian. Yeah, so whatever. Get out of here, studio. This ain't some player show. I have the script. It's called Operation Warp Speed, right? Mr. Warp Speed, Operation Paperclip, Operation Nanook, Project Blue Book. So leave. Get out of here. Moderate this studio. I don't want this person in here. They're low energy. And I don't sup with vipers or cast my pearls before swine. So if you like to know, all this is on the chat. Maybe listen, since you need some kind of imagery. I don't worship Satan. That's Jesus Christ, the Son God. Here, let me show you a little imagery. On this channel has thousands of hours of discovery you can do. That'd be President 4 + 5. See that at the top there? Oh, yeah. There we go. Look at that. Now we got no imagery, huh? Oh, we lost our... Okay, what the heck? You guys have any image? Because I just lost all my image. That sucks. Thank you, YouTube. 262. Let's lose you here. Let's go ahead and refresh the whole thing. I don't want all these eyes in here anyways. I'm sup with a bunch of vipers. I can feel a bunch of earthly beings in here. Earth is the rule. Let's try to change our chat filter here. We'll refresh the chat here real quick. Why do you have a swastika? You guys still see anything in your eyes? Because I have a totally black screen. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see anything. You can still see? Well, why don't I see anything? I have a totally black screen. Hold on, we're going to move this 1 second, guys. Hold on. Oh, what happened there? Okay. You can see me. Okay, now are we switching? And you're gonna, what the heck? Lift your hat up. Okay, so you guys can still see me. Okay, yeah, so you still see. Why is my screen black? All right, we're gonna take you out of here 1 second. My bad. Okay, there we go. My bad. Slow down, turbos. Okay, this is the Jesus Christ that you celebrate in the middle of the winter. It's not 2025. Some of these people out here, there's too many people in here. You're clogging up the chat. So now we got it back. My bad, guys. Remember, President 4 + 5 is 9. When you skip Joe Biden, 4 + 7 is 11. You're an idiot. That's not a swastika. That's Jesus Christ, Satan, the sun god, where they thought the sun was dying at the equinox, and they prayed to their sun god, to Saturn to try to slow the sun at the equinox. This is Jesus Christ, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Yeah, get him out of here, Father. Get these people out of here. You don't want their eyes on this. We're not in the age of, somebody said Matrix. The Matrix is the one first to penetrate the Matrix. So again, there's thousands of hours of discovery on this channel. Okay. There we go. You got something like somebody who doesn't see. I made it to a nonsense stream. Doesn't know that the Star of David happened in 2 and 3 BC, where before you could fuck your sister, have sex with your sister, fruitful, be multiplied. Then we came into the age of deception, and now the veil has been lifted because we're not in the age of deception. Welcome to Revelation. So, okay, we'll go back to, I knew that would throw a few of you off. All right, whatever. It is what it is. So, the art you made is not real life. That's not art, you idiot. That is the Yule Wheel, where they thought the goddess of heaven was spinning the Big Dipper right around the North Star. So I guess we'll have to number 6 socket Richard and get rid of this. Okay, goodbye there, Rock Skipper. Hey, what's going on, Skipper? What's going on there? What's that? Gilligan's Island? You can go hang out with your pedophile, what's his name, with the volleyball with the face on it. They do all that. They put it on their logos, their imagery. So love it. All right, moving back on. We'll talk about what we're saying. So there we go. Tom Hanks. You guys got it. You know who all these PDF files in Holly. He's been to the island too. Remember, they're all island boys with Mr. Trumpstein. So Aramaic also, you protest too much. Protest? I don't protest anything, you idiot. Father's words, you just don't like it. Get Gilligan or Galleon Calm. I thought we saw Gilligan's Island here. So go eat your, whatever, nonsense somewhere else. Copper top. I'm not sure what you're on, what you're smoking. Probably one of those electric dragon pins. Glycol, that's what it is. Frontal lobotomy. They were spinning on a ball. Planet. It doesn't say planet in the scripture. So if you think you live on a planet, please leave now. Thank you, Father, for getting all those people out of here. That was a little silly there. These people had too much swine in here. I don't want that. I don't like this channel like that. I'm glad Father keeps it narrow. Narrow is the word hados. And so only those in the narrow way go to what people think is heaven is in the sky, is not in the sky. You don't go to the sky when you die. So, yes, that's right. They have PDF files, have dual citizenship with the King of Israel, the Gentile Messiah. Right. This is going to bring you, Ryan, they're going to bring you under Noahide law. People don't see that. So don't worry about it. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. And you know that from being in this channel. He's already doing it. You know what I'm saying? Yes, that's right how it works, Gambino. So, hey, Gambino, listen. I heard what you said earlier, okay? I heard what you said earlier, man. You know, when you're over the target, Gambino, you take flak. Remember, as a military veteran, I'm not an Air Force veteran, but the term taking flak comes from Air Force because when they didn't have radar and they would use their, wherever bombers, how did they know where their enemy was at? They didn't know until they started getting shot at. That's the term called taking flak. So maybe you're over the target. Maybe something, you ain't taking no flak. You ain't over the target. So you must be dropping some truth bombs or something. Been hanging around those in the narrow way, because when that happens, then you suffer. I hope the flesh doesn't, but I'm just trying to be real with you because I didn't let what you said go. Like in school, I didn't listen, but I heard everything that they said. I have a way of tuning out the world, kind of how I came in. I apologize for the tears early, guys, but I'm not sorry. I just, it sucks that Father just keeps ripping everything I try to do apart, but I'm not going to stop serving him and his word and Shiloh. That's what I love. I know I'll be redeemed at the end of this life. I'll go back to who I am eternally have always been. I am, that's the word Hokadesh. That's the word not in physical, but in spirit. That's he said, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. So I know who that is. I know who I am. I am revelation. That's what I in the Living Testament. People don't like that, and I don't care. I don't care what anybody thinks about me in this world. I'm not here to gain the world's love. Love to be loved by the world. You be hated by my Father. So, if you were a veteran, what does that mean there, Richard? If you were in veteran, you would have legs. You'd be wheelchair. What is that? Well, God doesn't speak through us, Scrappy. God uses the word. We're only supposed to use His word. We put that light at the top of our house. Don't hide it in a basket. He is the horizo. He's the separator of the dark and the light. So, you know, yeah, this isn't. What is that? Lieutenant Dan, Lieutenant Dan. John, that's right. It says agape. Let's treat your neighbor like your enemy, like thyself. Remember, John, it says in the book of Matthew that a man's enemies would be the one of his own household. So we're our own nightmare. You know, we blot our name out of the book of life. You know, that's how it works. There you go. The land's beautiful. Travis, if you go out into the middle of where nobody's at, Travis, and you go into Father Nature, you know what I'm saying? And you're not in the city, but you can't do that. You can't just duck out of sight. He said, put that light at the top of your yard. You got to go spread the gospel. But when you do have time and you go out on the side of a spring or waterfall, this place is perfect. There's nothing wrong with this place. It's absolutely stunner. But when we go and we really look at, like, Donald Trump's a PDF file, and so is Joe, and you really have to keep your head in the game. It's, you know, Father, stay in Oregon, man. What the hell are you talking about? Father, what was that all about? So, yes, they're everywhere. And Travis, you know, cartels aren't as bad as you think. Let's be real about cartels, Travis. Cartels ain't no different than like government. And many cartels down south in South America, they are intertwined within all of they'll never, in 2006, they tried to cut the head off the snake and it just split into more and made the problem even worse. Remember, they were executing children on public television, telling them, go ahead, fuck with us. You don't know what the can of worms you opened up. So everybody happy and rich got no place to live. There are no war. What is it? Colorado. Oh, okay, Mr. Agent Smith. The Colorado is the new underground capital because there's an above ground that you guys live on, but the capital of the United Corporation is NORAD, and that's in Colorado. No, I'm not in Colorado, Smith. I know about Coronado and all the east side and all that underground under Denver International when they brought the Queen in there and flooded it all out. I'm not stupid. I've been studying these Masons for 30 plus years on and off the dark web, all their white papers. I'm quite studied, and the government hates me. So I don't care about the government. Who's killed more people than government? Religion. I hate religion and I hate government. I love the word. So this guy just must be making a lot of Tylenol to be this autistic. Okay, good for you there, Zephyr. You took a modern day meme and you tried to use it against me. Bye-bye, Zephyr. So anyways, there's above ground, brothers and sisters. The chasms have been hollowed out before in times where the Hopi went 10 stories down, not ant people with digits and shapeshifters and lizards. Baron Trump, the time travel, is part of this, telling you about what's going on underground that's gotten away from the Yuga cycles of the Heinrich events, the Lechamp, all these. You don't study anything, and that's fine. I'm not trying to sit there, and you don't have to be a scientist in here. If you got a PhD, please leave. Yeah, because it's all underground. Isn't that funny, Scrappy? It's all underground. See, there are deep underground, dumb bases or bunkers. You can call them whatever you want. It'd be better to call it a base than a bunker, but Jewish a Freemason. Well, Roman the Great, that's kind of Rome never died. They had an eagle coin. The Vatican, it's still here. So it's the banksters, man. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. Donald Trump and all his bankster buddies, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Koch, remember all the Koch brothers, not like Barry, Barack, but like Canada, all the paper products that come from Canada, all that predetermined event 201, Agent 2021. Sustainable development for the 21st century, not 30, you idiots. Agenda 2030. This is all part of this this is all the dragon doing this. The beast. Viva la Mexico! I wish I was in Mexico, Alex. Alex, what part are you in? I'm going to try to get out of hold on, we're going to take a pause for the cause. I saw this younger man. He was in a school bus, short bus, like they said that these 30-foot giants were trying to rub their magic school buses in their 5-foot woman's frame. That doesn't work. So don't go there, please. Okay, we need to get Richard out of here. Hold on. We'll get out of here. Hello, Oregon. We all go to hell. Take Oregon. Okay, let's get. I don't know what happened. How did we give this guy the wrench? Maybe he's on alcohol today. Kind of like Martello. We're going to move him as a moderator, and we'll number 10 socket his ass, and we'll get him out of here, loser. I mean, we lost that socket. We're not calling him a loser. So bye-bye, Richard. Thank you for keeping an eye on that. So you live in Fresno. Okay, right on. See, let's just have the conversation. I'm not talking to any of you. I'm not talking to any of you. Me and Alex is talking. Man, I didn't know your name was Alex. Remember when he was at the Roxy, Cheech and Chong? It was actually Chong was in there with that girl. She's like, hey, he's like, you take it all off anyway. So, oh wait, no, that was Cheech. No, it was Chong. Remember, he was inside. So, anyways, Alex, you're in Fresno. Okay, I know where that's at. So, by the up north past Sacramento. And anyways, I grew up in the concrete jungle down there. And all right, Dustin, I'm going to give you this on the word that you said you've been here for 6 months. You're going to get a moderator wrench. Just produce good fruit, and I'll keep it to you. If number 10, I'll number 10 sake. Okay, Dustin? I got it. I'm going to give it to him, S. I'm going to give it to him on his word. On his word, we'll see. S, stay on Dustin. If he stops producing fruit like somebody, just like Richard, let me know. We'll get him out of here, okay? And we'll know because you guys that's why we give you the moderator wrench. So Alex, I was born in the concrete jungle on the hill in the valley, San Fernando. So Van Nuys, Panorama City, Granada Hills. I was born in the hills in the valley. So I grew up eating Fat Jack's, best meat in town. I can't beat it. Grew up right by the border. Most of my friends were Latino, Hispanic. I love Hispanic people. Viva la Mexico. I tired of this fucking country where the backbone of the society, either pawn shops, which I love because they kept, with small loans that you could pay off back, but Mexican people, and they weren't most people, a lot of people came from El Salvador. The stupid fucking Americans don't know the difference between, melanated skin, Latino, Hispanic. Notice these are terms that most people don't use because I didn't grow up as a white boy who I was very dark. I grew up with the sun on my body the whole time, and only part of my skin. Mexican people, were like, damn, dude, you're dark. I had black people say, man, you're freaking nigger. So I'm only talking to Alex here for a minute. If some of you guys get offended, you'll just have to move on. Me and Alex are having a conversation so Alex, you said Viva la Mexico, right? Because are you from Mexico? And you don't have to give up anything because I can't stand. You have a lot to say, and I have not heard ego one time you're speaking. Okay, well, whatever, John. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to be some human being. Alex is he said Viva la Mexico, and now he lives in Fresno. So I had a lot of friends that came here, and they spoke Espanol, no más Espanol, poquito Espanol. I lost it, no más. So we'll learn to speak it if I hung around it. But most of my friends were Hispanic, Latino. And yes, there were a lot of them from Mexico, okay? Mexicans are very proud. Pride is a sin. They're Catholics, and it is what it is. You don't go to Mexico, try to bitch about them having their music up at 3 o'clock in the morning because they're Hispanic. They like to party. They like to have a siesta. They have all kinds of different quinceañeras, you don't know the Hispanic culture. So I like familia. I like people who like to come together. Okay, hold on. My parents are from Mexico, but I came to America. Okay, now remember, Alex, this is what sucks. Okay, Alex, I'm talking to you. Alex, listen, remember Japan? Like you, if you were born, and you don't have to disclose right now your status, because I don't care. It don't matter to me. You're a human being, and you've been here for a long time. Alex, between me and you, I don't care if you have a piece of paper. That's just like having like getting a speeding ticket, or you didn't cut your lawn or something. You got a ticket from the code guys or something. I don't look at no victim, no crime, right? You've committed a murder, you committed robbery, you committed rape, or get your hell ass out of here. That we've always have a bad apple in every bunch, because where I grew up. So then I know there's white niggers, black niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, and yellow niggers. Okay, you're born in Fresno. So now watch. Remember, Alex, during World War II, Fresno born, California, okay, native, part of this country, born, has a certificate of birth, okay. They ship people out, Alex, because your parents were born in Mexico during World War II. Okay. I think that's stupid as shit that people don't think that could happen again. See, it's because your parents were born in Mexico. They started shipping people out during World War II. This was Japan. And now we see it's past that, Alex, because it pisses me off that people like, I know, because I grew up in Los Angeles, much deeper down south there by the border, and understand that people came here and didn't want anything nefarious for this country. Most came and paid taxes, immediately started paying Social Security, never got any disability, started paying taxes when they got a car, a phone, house. These, we'll call them whitey. I don't mean to put it as a class, because people are Caucasian and not white. White means, I know you bet that lady over the altar before you brought her up here. You guys didn't wait, scared of Donald Trump. So just hear me out. So I'm talking only Alex. You guys can put your conversations. We'll moderate you out of here. So Alex, see, you were Fresno born. And so, but remember during World War II, because your parents were born in Mexico, they would have put you into a work camp and made you work for the government. This is what's dangerous about this country right now. And it even gets worse than that, Alex, because this pisses me off, because I grew up right down south where I had a lot of friends who, not all of them had a green card or were going through the process, but they came here and paid taxes the day they got here, Alex. You know what I'm saying? And they're bitching about whitey or American, about 6 fucking Mexicans living in an apartment, right, Alex? Where look, I don't like cologne, Alex, at all. You guys like to dress nice. I'm not saying as a whole. I don't want to group you all, but you come here, you keep your fucking head down, you go get a job, immediately you go to work in the field where a lot of you make very good money, and ship money back to your familia where they're pissed off in America. This fucking Mexican, fucking dirty Mexican, you were in the fields decade after decade picking their food, as they're bitching about you. And since the Obama administration, it's been OTM, 80% other than Mexican, because they've come from China. They're Salvadorians. See, don't call some Salvadorian a Mexican. They'll let you know, hey, I'm Salvadorian. And a Mexican will let you know, hey, I'm Mexican. See, Latino people aren't like stupid fucking white Americans that are all proud to be fucking the divided corporation. They don't even know their country. They don't even know if we're going to return it to the Gulf of America. That's the stupidest fucking thing ever. Then we're going to go ahead and return California, right? New Mexico and Texas to fucking Mexico, right? Shut the fuck up with you stupid ass ideas that you guys seem to think that it's okay with everything we've done in the past to Mexico and what we're currently doing down there right now. It's an abomination that you guys don't even know the difference between somebody who's Latino, Hispanic, a Mexican, a Salvadoran, a Paraguay, somebody's from Argentina. So many Hispanic people, many of them for some time, when I was a child, they came here and they assimilated just fine. Not like the people that were displaced by our country, America, who we displace and cause all the problems in Mexico. Barack Obama, Barry Soetoro, the known homosexual, Fast and Furious. Guys, we're the ones who displace the whole world, and we make our dollars worth so much that people come to our country and ship it back to their country. How are you mad at somebody like that? No, you got a new Starbucks punch card. You got new titties for your wife or something. Oh, you got a new rack on your truck or a new rack for your wife. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to have to hear me out. I'm only talking to Alex. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, humanity is looking at somebody and say, hey, they've been here for 20 years. They've never committed a crime. And now you want to kick them the fuck out of here because they don't have a piece of paper. You're a savage. You have no humanity. You lack it. Ask yourself what Christ do. What do you think, Alex? So most people came here. Watch, Alex. Hispanic people from Mexico. Maybe your parents came here illegal. I don't give a fuck. Don't matter to me. I don't care if you didn't commit any criminal, whatever. This is a nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Now there was the vetting process, Ellis Island. I know my history. Okay. So you take 6 whitey American, it don't have to be Caucasian, but you take 6 Hispanic people. The minute they come here, they keep their head down, they keep quiet. Some of them they speak English, but they don't speak it in front of you, and then you're pissed off because when they do, fucking, speak Spanish at all, whatever. So they come here, they keep their head down, okay, and they get a job the day they get here. You understand? And they pay taxes. I don't like taxes, brothers, sisters, but they do pay a tax. They go into the field, day one, they get a phone, they pay taxes, they get a car, they pay taxes, they pay rent, they pay tax. Some states, they pay for food tax. They're paying taxes, and some pay Social Security, fully contributing to this fucking country where you have the right. I don't care what you think or what you think you know. Under the Constitution, you have rights to whether you have citizenship when you're between these walls. So these are my 2 witnesses. You don't speak up. You don't know your right. These people have rights under the Constitution, like due process, that they're failing. It doesn't matter. Even if you are a criminal, they still have to exercise the right of due process, which they are failing on the streets of America right now with all these ISIS thug J6ers, honeypot, and Proud Boys. And most of them are a lot of them are private contractors who work for the prisons, who just throw you in a cage like Amazon. They don't care. They just put you in a box. So I don't care what you think. Many people came here. Most of them came and assimilated, not like the ones we displaced. Our armies, our militaries, our Air Force, our Marine America over in Iraq and Syria and, all of these, what I'm saying, other countries where they took these Muslim people who will not assimilate over there in Europe, where they have no-go zones. That's not what's happened in America for the last 50 years, okay? Many of them and most of them came here and assimilated just fucking fine. So you're a savage beast who has no humanity. If somebody hasn't committed a, crime of murder, robbery, arson. Now watch, these Hispanic people come across this border. I don't care if they're from Mexico. We'll say there was some since I grew up. We called them illegal aliens, and there's no such thing as alien as a word. You're an idiot. Shut the hell up. I'm a human being, one race, the human race. I don't see color. I grew up in the concrete jungle, and around everybody was trying to beat my ass because I was a white boy named Tracy as a minority in the streets of Los Angeles, San Fernando, born right in the concrete jungle amongst all nationalities. So you're going to tell me, and then I joined the military at 17, and you're telling me when a man's got my 6, got my back, you think that I see melanin or less melanin or the shape of his eyes when somebody's trying to split my wig, pop my grape? You're out of your mind. You are a racist. There are 4 children from all different, one from over in the desert, over Persian, or excuse me, Arab, you've got one from China, you got one from Congo, you got one from America, or maybe it's from Mexico. They're playing at 4 of them in a playground. Do you think these children see color or race? No, they just play with each other. You're a racist fucking pig. Fuck you. One race, the human race. There is no such thing as color. I don't want to hear it. Father only put melanin in our skin and shaped our eyes because how close he put it to the equator. Anything else that you're racist. I told you those 4 children do not see color. We teach racism. Racism is taught. We're one race, the human race. I'm going to send out my 2 witnesses. Get the fuck out of here if you want to be racist. I don't see color, and I know you think that's hard to believe, but again, when you think a man's got my back, my 6, I think about how much melanin he has, and again, Father put melanin in our skin because how close, and shaped our eyes because how close he put us to the equator for no other reason. So we do have different cultures. We have different ethnicity and customs, but we're not a different race. Then you're going to start thinking that there's gods in the sky, and illegal alien is what we call these people who came from a foreign country and were here without what you think somebody has to have a right. We call them illegal aliens. So I don't see color. I don't see race. There's one race, the human race, and I won't have it in here. I will not have people coming in here like a savage, not using any kind of humanity with what Christ would do in this situation. Okay, so these people, I don't care if they have a piece of paper. It doesn't matter to me. That's like getting a speeding ticket or you didn't cut your lawn. So they've been here for 10, 20 years. Remember, during World War II, like Alex's family were from Mexico, they would put Alex in a work camp, okay? So One race, the human race. Anybody else, just moderators, fire these people out of here. Okay. I don't want to hear it. There's no races. There's one human race. I don't want to hear it. Then you can start talking about other things and get off subject. If you can't act like a human being in here, you will be moderated. I know that many people came here looking for a better life or to send money back home, and you are pissed off at them because you got a Starbucks card or a new rack on your truck or a new rack for your wife. But you are pissed off at these people who for decades came and assimilated just fine and never once caught and committed any crimes. They came here and paid taxes day one. They got a job day one in the field, whether it was there or a job, paid taxes on a car, a phone, a house. You put 6 of them in a fucking 2-bedroom apartment and you're pissed off at them because they're there. And you go outside and they drive nice cars. They smell nice. They dress nice. They have jobs and they pay taxes. They do some pay Social Security to the system. And you're bitching about dirty Mexicans as you're sitting in the comfort of your fucking living room with the goddamn food stamp card or some benefit because you got on fucking meth or something and now you got off and you got some social disorder or something, and then now you're collecting a benefit and you're bitching about dirty Mexicans, and he put 6 of you in a fucking apartment. I don't care what your nationality, you got that American attitude. We're talking about half of them are on Adderall. The cops are called. There's holes in the fucking walls. The cars are left parked. The landlord's being called. It's disgusting. You don't even get your deposit back. And these people have somehow figure out 6 of them to go in there, when to shower, who showers when. They get their fucking deposit back, and all you're bitching about is dirty Mexicans. Fuck you, stupid Americans. You know, these people have worked hard and have been the backbone of this country for decades. And I have mad respect for the Hispanic people where we went and displaced and made their dollar worth so little that they come here and send money back to Mima or the familia papa, or father, and you're bitching about them because you gotta have to pay. There's no jobs for you. Fuck you. Go to work. There's plenty of jobs in this country. You just don't want to work. You want to sit on your ass and bitch about Mexicans, and most of them are not Mexican. Since the Obama administration, it's been OTM. They're coming from China, El Salvador. Trump cleared these prisons out with Biden. They brought these people to Trent Delano. There has been MS-13 as part of the Hispanic Mexico, but there's always a bad apple in every bunch. Remember, I said there's white niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, yellow niggers, and white niggers. Remember, nigger is an attitude, like you're entitled, like you're owed something. Okay, there's no modern day Nephilim, Doug. You are a Nephilim. Nephilim means bully. Quit bullying people. You don't own a lexicon. Get out of here, Doug. Nephilim has nothing to do with how tall a man is. If that's what you're trying to say, that is the word Anak or Anunnaki, not Skywalker. Get out of here. Quit spreading lies. Define. Get a lexicon. Get an e-sword. Use your apps. Hebrew in the Old Testament. Greek in the G, Aramaic, A above it. Use the apps that you have. I come to bring a sword of the vision. It's called the e-sword app. Shut the hell up. So don't worry about it, Netro. It's part of what we do in the ministry. If we didn't address the trolls, it wouldn't make the channel what it is. We could just ignore comments, but then it would just kind of be me talking to you, just you guys, and then it'd be kind of like an echo chamber, like some people say. It's not an echo chamber. No, I'm not religious, Alex. So anyways, Alex, let's go back to what I'm saying. Alex, I can't stand. I'll let you out. Oh my gosh, you like having a wife. You don't want to go in and out and come back in and ask me if your butt looks good in that dress. Hold on. I'm going to let you out. I love you. You're my boys. You're my bestest guys that I had. So anyways, moving on. I don't care. Let you crack on. I want to have a real conversation with somebody. Alex, I think it's a tragedy right now to look at. Alex, one thing, because you were a foreigner. Now the government's making everybody poor. With 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries, we've been dropping freedom and democracy bombs on people. Now people are too poor by executive order. It's not about being from another country, Alex. This is far beyond what we're talking about. You and I, just the whole discussion. This is about being too poor. Now, remember, we make everybody poor, Alex. That's why countries all around the world, people that are smart come here. It's a nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants, Matt. Does that make sense? Now, listen, too, Matt, since you said that, for just an example, I'll be talking to Alex, and thank you, Morris, everybody, for doing their, job in here. Matt, a nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. In Russia, they look Russian, right? In Africa, they look, African. I know Elon Musk is up, but, maybe in the Congo, they have very dark melanated skin. In the desert, they look, right, Persian or Arab, right? In China, they look Asian, right? That's right, Stephen. And there's no native too. That's good. So how do you see what I'm saying, Matt? In these other countries, you're going to know who your enemy is because, you know, if somebody comes to your country, obviously there's a better. I'm a military veteran. I'm thinking of this in a military strategic standpoint. And I'm not trying to fight anybody, Matt, but what I'm saying, a nation of immigrants, there used to be Ellis Island, right? The vetting process, Greek, I understand, but a nation of immigrants trying to keep out the immigrants, they weren't immigrants too, what just Stephen said. They came from the north and the south, the Mayans. So they weren't natives. The Chinese who were here in the 14th century. So they were pagans and they were Satanists. They were not Native Americans. That is a lie. Thank you, Stephen. Remember? That's right. He's right. We all migrated. So he's right. And people have always been coming to this. This is such stupidity of people with their insanity that doesn't make sense. We'll try to keep addressing here. We'll keep the conversation moving here. So, Matt, see what I'm saying? How do you know if you're Russian and somebody from, you know, Asia comes there, you know your enemy is. They look like they're Asian. If you're in the desert, they look like, and they come from Russia, they look like, see, how in America are you going to know who your enemy is? They're already here. They already rolled the Trojan horses in here. That's what this government has done. They brought the war to the streets of America. Well, it's planned. Remember, there's been 21 government shutdowns, Nateo. This is almost record long, but so do you see what I'm saying? Did you get what I was saying, Matt, about how are you going to know who your enemy is? Because we're a melting pot. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, so I grew up everybody tried to beat my ass and steal my lunch money. You know, that's just the way it was. I grew up as a white boy named Tracy. There was only Dick Tracy. My last name's Werner, and nobody sees the R, so it's Tracy Wiener, Dick Tracy. People are just, you're a girl. People never let up on me. Yeah, there you go. I am number 4. You know, and it is a nation of immigrants, you know, if you think about it, you know. So I'm not, guys, I ain't trying to change shit. This is way past this. The only thing you could do right now is get off the fucking grid, become your own power company, get a piece of land, eat chicken nugget, butt nuggets, grow your own food, grow your own medicine, and get out of the system. You're not changing what is coming. We're already almost up to our neck in what's happening. Trump is already put, if you notice the highlight of this video is get the fuck out of Oregon, because we didn't need National Guard in Oregon. That is bullshit. You can look, there were blogs after blogs of bloggers, literally hundreds of blogs, people out there in front of ICE, you know, headquarters, out there in the Rose Garden, out, you know, in all these places going, this is a beautiful place. I just left there. It's beautiful. It's a clean city. They have done this. We need to arrest Donald Trump because Donald Trump is Black Lives Matter. And I'm not saying he's going to get arrested. The pedos and politicians, the documents end up missing. So anyways, that's the way it works. We all know he's a pedophile. So when he was on the dark web with the white papers in that black book or whatever, the Lolita, the flight log, you guys have been new to the game here. But anyways, it's okay. This ain't no game to me. Homie, don't play that. Remember the clown, you know, what was that? Mad TV? I mean, that was a Saturday Night Live. No, that was, let me tell you something. That was Fire Marshal Bill. But let me stop for a minute. The pizza bones. And of course, they're calling the people who oppose it rioters. That's right. In opposition. So listen, in Oregon, listen, brothers, sisters, if you look in Oregon, I'm not saying in living color. Thank you, Stephen. In living color. Hope we don't play that. You guys got it, Alex. Good shit, guys. I try to add a little bit here, guys, too. We got to try to go through this together, man. And we try to add, you know what I'm saying? You know, a little humor to it when we can. I mean, we all got to be here in this melting pot together. We're all one race, the human race. It says, love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. But you don't sup with vipers. We will throw you out of here if you ain't putting any clean fruit, light, you know, if one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart like leaven, it leavens the whole lump. So that's apple, remember, when it ferments, it causes the whole thing. So don't get upset if you, just because you don't agree with what we're saying in here. Some of us are trying to have real conversations, like, you know, all these last presidents were PDF files, and everybody just wants to go on with things like that. So we're gonna have real conversation here. If you don't want to have real conversation, that's fine. You can talk about preparedness. You don't have to talk about the president being a PDF file, but to be a part of this ministry, he tells us, do not cast your pearls before swine. Swine are pigs, people in government, people who support this beast system. So Some married to men posing as women. There you go. Exactly. Stephen, please, I'm a military veteran. I'm a prior police officer, so I know that women have a different military standard in the military. When I was a law enforcement officer, I was just talking to a female yesterday that her Fourth Amendment right to be secure in her house's papers, persons, effect was more important than my safety. I couldn't search. I had to have a pat or frisk done by a backup officer. I had to just watch her. If she pulled out a gun, that's so fucking what? Her safety was not. No, her rights were more important than my safety. That changed a lot. I can't just stand that women could stick down there and grab junk when they want. Well, look at those sweats. I'd like to grab a hold of that tree trunk or whatever. Women want the D and guys want the P. We're savages. We're all here. There's how many of us? I'm not saying, but it's about the right of the people. Do you understand? And I served during a time when it was different. Now things have changed. I bet you the know who God is a New Yorker. Okay, but anyways, we all have to be here. But anyways, we don't sup with vipers in here. Okay, he tells us that. So if you are going to sit there and allow evil to flourish, it's because you're not saying anything. I'm not telling you to grab up arms and have a riot and all that. I said, that's what they're doing in created this bullshit in Portland because you can become your own power company. I don't live near Portland. I don't like the city, but Portland was a beautiful city with not crime like they're saying. You could go and walk the streets there in many places. There were people who were blogging, video loggers like myself, live streaming, going around. Oh, there's a family going by on bicycles. Oh, there's a guy reading a book. Oh, it was quiet there. You know what I'm saying? It was quiet. Well, that's what happened, Stephen. So keep going, endure to the end. If you want your treasure, they're going to crush you. Keep going. He said you have to endure. That means you're over the target. Just keep going, Stephen. You got to keep enduring to the end, man. I know I can't. They killed my son and daughter. I can't even report them if they're alive, dead, or missing. And they've wrecked this ministry and they've done a lot to me too. I mean, they've assaulted me with grenades and tear gas, and they've made my life a living nightmare. So I know what it's like to get crushed by this system. They do it to a veteran. So it doesn't matter. Some of us took an oath to the Constitution, and that oath to the Constitution is not to people, not to a flag, not to a country. It's the right, the right to choose, no victim, no crime. Some of these people forgotten all this color law, natural law, that there's no victim, there's no crime. So what they have done is an absolute criminal. And bringing law enforcement I don't like law enforcement. I used to be one of these thugs, but I'm telling you, we didn't need the National Guard in Portland, Oregon. Portland was not a bad city. I don't like any cities, but it was not what they made it. And now if you look, they're making a mockery of this shit because there's literally people out there in those blow up suits and like unicorn and frog suits and dudes and women dressed up as clowns, just making a mockery of what Trump has done. And he has violated posse comitatus. I don't do left or right. So if you're one of these people who chase a left or right paradigm, you've been sold out and you're not welcome in here. They're two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. And then he let Joe Biden in. They trade lightsabers at Trumpstein Island in their ice holes. Remember, I don't do this nonsense. I'm not going to sit there and hear this. They sent military where he already had violated posse comitatus, which does not allow the government to use this as a federal, police, the people with troops, military, posse comitatus. That's been since the beginning of this country, and he violated, and the Supreme Court voted 9-0 that he violated, and he don't give a fuck. He's doing it anyways. So don't speak up. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate your conversation so we can keep it real in here. Just talk to somebody about being real, man. Be very careful, okay? When you pay dollars in Mexico or dollars in America, they send it to other countries, and now they're sending it back to Mexico. We have military, you know what I'm saying? And we have military rangers and stuff in Mexico, you know what I'm saying? We're paying, Americans are paying to, remember Venezuela? We have all this stuff. This is getting, they're posturing for, I know what they're doing. They're getting ready to do their Project Blue Book and fool everybody with fake aliens and robots, telling everybody that they're alive, like they thought a virus was alive. You know what I'm saying? Stay safe and go fishing. There you go. That's right, Ashton. Go fish. Go find some hiking lake, and the world is a near perfect place when you're fishing off some side of some waterfall and catching a brook trout or a cutthroat trout. You're right, Ashton. I mean, you still got to talk up, but You know what I'm saying? I like that. Go fish, man. I haven't fished throwing a pole in the water in a dozen years or so, but you're absolutely right. The world isn't perfect, but it is near perfect, and the ether is awesome out there. When you go in the cities and you get in all this stuff, it's tough. So it's still happening, but that's a good, way to do it. Get some time away from the system so you can come back in and be charged up and keep enduring. It sucks to have to deal with this, but until Christ comes back, we're going to have to keep endure in the end. He said, sozo, carried, picked up, lifted from a beginning point to an ending point. So, outstanding. Cool. There's lots of America has, there's every state is so awesome. Every state is so freaking awesome. So much good fishing and so much good hunting and so much different diversity, and the people suck. Well, not everyone, but most people. My dogs treat me better than most people. They've never lied, cheated, or stole anything from me or ever broke my heart. So I kind of like the animals more than the people right now. But get off grid, John. Get off grid, man. You need help getting off grid? It's okay, though, Ashton. You don't treat people like shit, though, because they suck, right? You know what I'm saying? Right, Ashton? You don't treat them like crap. Love thy neighbor, like thy enemy, like thyself. Right? We just treat everybody the same way. Like, man, see, here's how it works for me. And Ashton, how do you go? How do you get away from don't sup with vipers? Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Ashton, if you're a Satanist, right, Ashton? When we go fishing, Ashton, right? You and I go fishing, right? Or we go hunting. Oh man, I wouldn't go hunting with a Satanist. Hold on, man. This is a whole different story. We're going to change this up because somebody just threw this into the mix. You know what I'm saying? So Ashton, if you go fishing and I'm a Satanist and you're not, right? And we go fishing at the river, right, for slot fish and salmon, what the hell do we talk about, Ashton? I'm a Satanist. I'm not saying I'm a Satanist, right? I'm a Satanist and you're a man of God or something. What do we talk about when we go fishing together, Ashton? He said, don't sup with vipers, right? Don't cast your pearl, don't cast beer and fish. That's what you're going to do? You're just going to talk about beer and fish? No, I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't sit there and put on the dummy mask, be an actor. Oh, hi, how you doing? Hi, how you doing today, sir? Would you like some cigarettes? I fucking hate this job. I fucking don't get paid enough. I want to be home with my kids. So talk about girls. All right, whatever. Ashton must be a little younger, guys. I can't sup with somebody who's a Satanist. And that's fine. I mean, if you can roll on over or whatever and you place, whatever, put the masquerade, whatever. It's kind of like the bozo. And Ashton, if you can do that, listen, Ashton, I used to do that. I used to sit there, and not that long, but I used to listen to a bunch of people's bullshit, put on the clown suit, you know what I'm saying? Just to hear one little gem that they would hear me give me, because I knew, man, it might take me another 10 years to get that little piece of gem that they give me, right? Back then. Now I don't have that. I'm just getting older. I don't have the patience for that. Not saying that I'm not willing to learn, but thank you for your honest answer. Ashton, John, how about you? John, are you in here? John, thanks for your answer, for not lying to me. You know what I'm saying? Miss Escondido. Oh, man, how about Encinitas or Panorama City or Canoga Park or Reseda, or you were born in Anaheim, California, man. Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, that's not necessarily how it works, John. That's not exactly how it works, but I like kind of what you're saying. I mean, we are in the Goldilocks zone. Okay, Ventura, baby. We used to take and ride my beach cruiser from Santa Monica Beach to go see Hulk Hogan work out in Ventura. Hulk Hogan would be up there in Ventura. I'm old school, man, and he'd be there at Ventura. We would ride our beach cruisers from Santa Monica. We go out there all day at skimboard, boogie board, and surf and kneeboard. Okay, so John, okay, John, I'm gonna give you the wrench, John. And look, John, and I appreciate Aston's. I think he might be a little younger. That's totally cool. So, John, I'm a Satanist. John, I'm a Satanist. Okay, San Diego. All right, man, cool, right on. San Diego, the Padres. You ever have a Dodger dog? Man, I was an was an Angel fan. My dad used to take us to Dodger dogs. I'm like old school, like Tommy Lasorda, Fernando Valenzuela, like old school kind of. I didn't, James. I didn't. And I love music. My dad took me to Wasp concerts. I went to Crocus, Helix, we liked heavy metal. I liked all kinds of music. People like, dude, you were the craziest dude I ever met in LA. You like Michael Jackson and Metallica. What the hell? Prince and Stray Cats. You know, I remember Harry Carey, baby, Harry Carey. There we go. There you go, good old announcer. Didn't he get kicked out for saying something racist, Harry Carey? Oh shit, yeah, the old announcers back when the day. Hey, Callie Prince, you've been here before. Callie, do you ever listen to Nelly? Does anybody listen to Nelly? Because I grew up playing baseball. I was an all-star baseball player. My brothers were, we all we kind of had the. Noel Steven said he had a dream about Michael. All right, so does anybody know who Nelly is? He's at our. I don't really care about music. Is like a time machine. So, but anyways, he has a song called "Batter Up." That's one of the baddest songs ever written. St. Louis, yeah, Country Grammar, dude. I love that song, dude. I love that. We're here, Bob. Batter up. Yep, stomping in my Air Force Ones. But I love that whole Country Grammar song. That whole album. I was left out. Nope, I was catcher. I always played catcher. I was a catcher. I pitched a couple games, but I did okay. And then I loaded the bases and I said, pull me out, man. So I was better at a catcher. I was a catcher, dirtbag. I liked being dirty and catching, being in every play. So I wanted to be in every play. The catcher's in every play. So, but I was an all-star catcher and I played left field. I liked left field too. I love catching, long pop, all high, I love catching a smashed ball. I just love getting underneath that. My dad taught me really well. My dad was my coach for a long time. He coached us up until high school, and but then he died. But shortstop, cool. That was a badass position too. You got to have legs and be fast to be a shortstop. You know what I'm saying? Yep, those are two positions where you got to have some legs. You got to be able to, move. You're covering basically two positions when you're playing shortstop, almost, right? So. But no, hey, baseball was fun growing up, and my dad used to take us to Angel games and Dodger games, and all because I grew up down there. So, where he's glitching on stage. Okay, yeah, I think after Country Grammar, honestly, I Am Number 4. He really started selling out. All these artists eventually go to the weight side. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Elsa. Right? A shortstop is about speed, man. That you got to move to be a shortstop player. You definitely are probably one of the faster people on the whole field. I mean, you're really covering two positions, almost like center field. Center field is a center fielder. I like center field, but I'd rather play left field. I will play center field, but I like playing left field. I just don't know what it is. I don't want to play right field. Don't put me in right field. That's too fucking boring. Sit there all day and twiddle your fucking thumbs. So most of the time it comes down on the ground. It's not it's not a high fly. That big stroke on the end of that bat when you get that. See, my dad taught me how to crush the ball without, put the bat on the ball. You just hit the sweet spots, batter up. We're trying to crush home runs and hit the ball out of the park. That's not how you hit home runs. You meet the ball where it put the ball on the bat. Can't see the ball, you can't hit the ball. My dad was a freaking militant. But do you see what I'm saying? There you go, Steven. You know what I'm saying. There's different batters too. My dad was a really good coach at teaching all positions. He was freaking insane. He was actually an umpire, all-star, team, all that. We played a lot of all-star. Me and my brothers were really, just whatever. Sports were good back then. I seen this guy yesterday and followed him around all day. No, you didn't, Jeremiah. I didn't leave the property yesterday. So anyways, you're an idiot. So, oh wait, I had to go to town. So yeah, what was I driving? But anyways, I loved playing catcher because I like to be in the play. My brother was a pitcher, my younger brother's a pitcher and he could smoke anybody at the youngest. I mean, he was I remember it in the majors because in Little League, you had to be 9 to 13 years old. And he was 9 years old and he could throw like a 90-mile-an-hour fastball at nine years old. We used to throw literally hundreds, of different, he had so many different pitches that he could throw. He was and he could throw so hard. At 9 years old, he could strike out in the majors, all those 13 years old. He was a senior at 9 years old, or in the majors at 9 years old as an all-star at 9 years old. Could throw a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and could throw a split, and a curve and a wicked knuckle. Uh, he was just an insane, and when we were done doing our homework or whatever, we go back in the backyard, just shoot, shoot, shoot all day long. I probably 2,000 pitches sometimes in a day. And then so all we did was eat, sleep, shit, and breathe, baseball during baseball season. Then if we were out riding motorcycles out in the desert, we were down at the beach or said Santa Monica, going riding, boogie boards and skateboarding and eating hot dog and a stick and going down to whatever, doing all the crazy things we did. But I like the catcher position personally because, again, I like to be able to, be there, and I love throwing that second. I used to throw everybody out at second. That was kind of my thing. Everybody, that's a catcher thing too. That's not just everybody's a catcher thing, but you ain't stealing no bases on me. And people stole bases on me, you know what I'm saying? But man, I love that throw to second. I love that from a squat position. That's what my dad really taught me how to do. Was a lot of catchers had to stand up to throw to second. He taught me how from the seated bent knee to position, because my brother was a catcher too, on how to throw that and throw people out at second from a squat. And there aren't too many catchers that can do that. Well, it's different, Stephen. If you see what I'm saying, I liked it because I seriously, I didn't mean, I don't know if it was ego. I just wanted to be in every play because I didn't want to be a pitcher. My brother's a pitcher, so I had to find another. And then it made sense because I could catch all his pitches, which put me always in the game. And then I was always catching my brother, and people just didn't like that, like they thought sometimes it was unfair, and it really fucked with people. So, Harry Carey bobblehead. So, but anyways, I liked growing up and play baseball because, like I said, it was we stayed real active, and my dad wasn't like so much competition that we weren't like that. He just liked talented and disciplined, and we were pretty good at all sports, no matter what we played. I don't mean to go like that, but we just were kind of had the right physique. All of us were built with the right. None of us were really. My brother had carried a little bit of weight, but that's what made him such a strong arm and throw. He had what we called a rock and fire, man. That he could pump. He looked like a Roger Clemens. That's what I'm telling you. My son used to, he knew my older brother, and I kind of showed him through some of that stuff, and because we talk a little about baseball, and I'd ask him, I said, look, go through baseball cards. I think my brother at 9 years old, even at 9 years old, which is hard to believe, he looked like Roger Clemens. If you guys remember who Roger Clemens was, he had that same kind of build. He was big and had a little bit, but just had a little bit more weight. And man, he had that same exact windup as rock and fire, man. He could throw such a hard fastball. That thing would be, and man, he could but then he always knew when to throw that knuckleball, and it's too, because I would call it, and yeah, I'm trying to just make it one day at a time here, Stephen, so but yeah, that's kind of why I grew up, as a single dad. I wanted my son, even though I played, sports and stuff like that, and then didn't really want him to be in public school. He still went to school to play sports and stuff, so he can be involved in team sports and football and things like that, because it's good for kids to be around other kids, get spanked and get beat sometimes, and to learn how to lose, all the things that but they're doing good. I'm letting them free range. 6'3", he's about 235, big badass guy. See what I'm saying, Elsa? I know that sounds crazy, but my brother at 9 years old, he had the same windup and the same exact hard. Remember how hard of a fastball Roger Clemens could throw? He just looked like a Roger Clemens at 9 years old. He just had that same windup. He got that knee up right there. It just went, whoa, man. I mean, he could throw, and then he'd do that same thing because Roger Clemens had that same knuckleball. He knew right when to throw that knuckleball and just woof, man. I swear people would try to swing 2 times when he throw that knuckleball. You know what I'm saying? People would swing. He knew right when to throw. He'd shake me off like, oh shit, here, watch out. Here goes. Because he's going to throw that knuckleball. This person's going to try to swing at this thing like 2 times. He threw an insane slider. We're talking like a Nolan Ryan slider, you know, um, definitely a Nolan Ryan. He could throw sidearm. He didn't throw sidearm very often, but he could throw a sidearm pitch. Like, who was that amazing sidearm pitcher? Um, but he could throw a sidearm too, which always people like, where the hell did he just do it when he wanted to? He would do it when he wanted to. He throw that side. My dad was so pissed when he throw that sidearm pitch. You know what I'm saying? Because that really hurts a pitcher that comes over the top to throw. That you just don't have that. You're doing that the whole time. You're not stretching your arm. If you're a sidearm thrower, they've already proven that sidearm people who throw sidearm. Their arms don't last as long. I mean, it's just a whole different way of throwing the ball. But every once in a while, too, he would wave me off in that sidearm pitch. When he throw that sidearm pitch, I'm like, oh crap! I never knew which way it was. It was hard to watch that pitch because it just wasn't used to him. I could catch. We had other sidearm pitchers that my dad always wanted to have on our team. At least 1 or 2 pitchers that could pitch sidearm because you could throw them in and just throw off, and you could win the game on a sidearm pitcher. People do not understand. Baseball is very technical. Um, but he'd throw that sidearm pitch too, and whoa, and he would bring that thing from so far to the side. Yep, there, like that big, there was sidearm thrower. I think Fernando Valenzuela, didn't he throw some sidearm pitchers too? I'm trying to think of that one pitcher back in, because this was 80s. Man, he had that same kind of style too. He'd bring that thing way around the side, and that ball would be so hard to see it coming because it would come so far from the side. And I was taught to look at the ball. That's why I was pretty good uh, at at batting, is because it's batting is simple. All you do is put the bat on the ball. My dad taught me that you don't have to try to hit the ball. Get over that. You're a finesse hitter. You know what I'm saying? My dad taught me how to put the ball where I wanted to put the ball. Most people didn't know that. People try to hit the ball. My dad taught us, and he had other, but and he had a lot of study, and he was involved in the umpires league and Little League Association and stuff. But yeah, he definitely he was a big influence on my brother because he taught him all these different things that nobody else was doing, and by the time he was 9 years old, he was into the major leagues and little league, and he was all-star and striking out everybody that was 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, and because he had just such a variety of pitches that he could throw, and he threw so hard and consistent, and he hardly ever didn't put the ball where he wanted it. And when he would throw that ball from sidearm, I could hardly ever see that thing coming. And it would come so far from the side, it would take me a minute for me to bring it into my vision. And that was probably his hardest catch, or his hardest ball that he threw, was that. I got land for sale if you want land for sale. Yep, I got a 5-acre and a 20-acre parcel if you want to buy some land. And I just had my renter back out on me. That's why I kind of came in here. I was a little frustrated because Father just rug pulled me again. I went through all this crap to have this person come out here, which is okay. I'm not upset at them. Made some changes in the Rusty Dragon and all that stuff too to accommodate them. And they've been out here, and then it's not them, it's Father. They say, oh, we can't, there's something came up and we can't do it. I'm like, oh, Father, you just made me waste a bunch of time where I could have been doing other things, but that's okay. That's how Father does me. He does me dirty all the time. So I don't want to make any plans. He'll wreck them. That's how Father works in my life. So we're all having our issues, I know. But anyways, sometimes it's nice to reminisce. I'm really frustrated because I'm not getting the things I need done out here, and I wasted a bunch of time, and there's rain coming. I got a bunch of stuff outside, and I'm just not going to get it put up, and just keeps getting trashed. It's like, I'm so tired of this physical realm. I'd like to just have experience. Like somebody said earlier, Ashton, be fishing. Go and visit Marissa or Elsa, or, go. But I don't want to do anything anymore. I've kind of given up, guys. Not like that. I'll still serve the word. That's why I'm here. But I'm done. I'm done. I just don't want to do anything anymore. He just crushes everything I'm doing. So um, I'm not going to make plans. You know what I'm saying? I've got a court date coming up. I don't even know what's going to happen between now and then. So I just thought I'd come in here bitch about Oregon, that Donald Trump's a PDF file and we didn't need, you know, military in Portland. And that's, you know, it's the state that I live in. I, you know, get the fuck out of Oregon. It was welcome to Oregon, now go home. I made the little meme on the front of the JPEG for you guys. Welcome to Oregon, now go home. So I have a court date coming up, and I'm going to try to go off of that, but I don't want to make no plans. I just made plans again, and he wrecked them again. So I don't want to do nothing anymore, guys. So I'll be all right. It'll work out. I have a court date coming up, so there's some kind of end date here or something, if that's if I can make it to that date. So everything is after God's counsel, after his own, he does this for his own pleasure. So he's going to do whatever he wants in my life. And remember, I just spent 17 months and over $100,000, and I'm way worse off without a vehicle that's ability to drive in the winter. Yes, I have a lawyer. I've shelled out tens of thousands of dollars, Jake. And all I asked the attorney was, says, I don't care what happens to me. I said, Jake, I said, I need help finding my son. You know, I'm an investigator. I need to look for my son. I can't report my son dead to the Josephine County, won't take it. And he told me to report to the state police. And then he wouldn't call me back. The state police will not take a record of my son being missing or dead. And they're the ones who shot him and my daughter dead or missing or raped. But they said they don't have any jurisdiction. So I have a lawyer. But he's not talking about anything about my son. He just ignores me. So it was all a waste of time. They're not going to talk about, no, I'm not going in front of myself, Kev Dog. They tried to me, that judge tried to make me represent myself. And that is actually a violation of my Fifth Amendment. So, no, I already have all the questions answered, Marissa. No, it's all answered. He's just not my son's attorney. He's not my daughter's attorney. He's my attorney, and his job is to get me out of these charges. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hope I don't go to jail over this, Marissa. You know what I'm saying? That would suck. So it's mine. Remember, I'm the one who got him killed. I have to live with that for the rest of my life. Remember, I didn't take the gold and silver like my son said, and that ended up possibly getting him hurt, or they don't want to talk to me anymore. It doesn't matter. Yep, it sucks when they do that, Steven. I can't stand when people do that dirty shit. Use the kids as a fucking pawn or a token or a cash cow. Use them as a cash cow. Oh, I gotta see my dog's barking up there. My four-legged alarm system's going off. My four-legged alarm system's going off. What are you doing, boys? Somebody coming? Probably coming the other way. We're getting some new people out here. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. Thank you. Yep, I know. I think somebody bought some property back there. I think there was a 5-acre parcel for sale that they bought. Well, Ziggy, I could have taken the gold and silver when he told me to go on the road and buy the double cab Tacoma. So that's a fact that I can't get away with, Ziggy. I just can't. I'd be stupid to sit there and deny that that is part of this case that they won't even look at either. That, he did tell me to take the gold and silver, and I didn't. I kept it, and that's what got him bailed out of jail, but that's what probably got him where he's at now, or whatever it is, what it is. No, it's not a finance show. So, but it is what it is. I can't worry about, things I can't change. All I can do now is try to get out of the country. And if that's what he was wanting for me to do when I told him I was, going to do that when he turned 18, uh, it's hard, Stephen. I know it's hard to find anybody to help. It really is, Stephen. I know where it's like where you strike out. Nobody wants to take your money. You have the case, you have the evidence, and I've had it now for 17 months and they still won't. I heard an attorney tens of thousands of dollars. Again, all my, I've already would have made, um, I think $7,000 just on my gold that I had sold. As much as gold has gone up and silver, in between the gold and silver that I sold, I would have made $7,000 in gains. And I don't care about that, but it just sucks because, I'd already lost 40 pounds of silver where Marshall had taken the 40 pounds of silver and the gold. That's not including, that's not the same gold. That's a different, that's a different, I've already lost uh, probably 70 pounds of gold or silver. And, I don't, the gold, I know, whatever, it's stupid. I can't, I'm not worried about that. It's just the fact that it was all wasted. It was for nothing. They won't even talk about my son being dead or alive, or the attorney I've given tens of thousands of dollars won't talk about my son. Like, John, I gave you this money so I can find out where my son is at. So, but you're blacklisted. It's around. They intimidate you. Yep, they did that to his mom. His own mom brought his stuff to his stepdad's house. Doesn't even won't talk to me. They went and intimidated her. The cops did, showed up at her house. It's been a nightmare. So one day it'll end, but I don't probably won't end until I die. So I'll have to live with the fact that I didn't listen to my son take the gold and silver. Um, oh, I get it. This is a cuckoo channel. Yeah, that's what it is, Carlos. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. So, like I said, I'll have to live with it. I should have listened. So the next time I have enough money to leave the country and the ability to leave and have a passport, I am going to leave that day. Not mad at anybody, not trying to just, I need to do it because he said, Dad, take that gold and silver and go now. You know, you know what I'm saying? Take the gold and silver and go, Dad. You've always wanted to do this. You're saving that for me. I know you're trying to pay off the land. You know what I'm saying? Uh, So, I mean, Steve and I can't do anything, and I know you do this, and we shouldn't beat ourselves up like this, but sometimes Father presents the opportunity and we don't take it. The boat kind of deal, or not in this case, so you know what I'm saying, Stephen, don't beat yourself up. And I can't over it. I can't do anything. All I can do is move on, and it is what it is. I'll have to live with it. And if he is alive, then he doesn't want to talk to me, probably over the gold and silver. It's stupid. And so, um, don't worry about what you can't change. Worry about what you can, is what I was always taught. So, but I don't want to sit there and deny that I didn't have something to do with it, because I would be on the road. I could be hanging out with Elsa. I wouldn't have a record. And if my son was in jail, I could probably go visit him. And that's neither or none of those are even an option at this point. So what a nightmare to go through 17 months and just waste over $100,000, and it gets you even further backwards than when you started. So some of us are really putting through some fiery trials, and we're trying to keep our heads above water here. Not above water because I can't even breathe, but not breathe underwater here, to see the light and keep going until one day we'll get our head above water. But that might not be until after we die, Stephen. So okay. Los Los came in yesterday. Yeah, right, Stephen. And then I can't report him in if he's not producing fruit, let me know, Marissa, because he was saying they actually putting he put in there, put some decent things in there yesterday on the stream. So, but so God's in control. He does all things. So I'm not trying to change anything. I know Father will. Well, thanks, Iggy. I mean, I'm trying to clean this up, and yeah, same thing. I have no contact order. Can't have any contact. And the other no contact order is not valid because they dropped the charges on her, which means the criminal conspiracy. So they should have never put the no contact order to begin with. But there's still a no contact order on me, Stephen, on my daughter and son. And then my attorney said that I can contact them no matter what if it's a matter of life and death. So the whole issue is disgusting. Good. Use that stuff, Marissa. Thanks. You've been here for a country minute, so appreciate it. Thank you. Looks things I don't get to look at none of that. I don't ever get to see any of that stuff. Your guys' profile, who you are. I just know your spirit. So I kind of go off what people, put in the chat. So I'm not going to make any plans. Like I said, I just spent quite a bit of time trying to prepare that house for somebody to move in there, and made sure I gave them a really good rate on it too, the whole thing, and they just backed out on me, after I just spent a lot of time. So it's like they're just so far behind financially right now, and I don't like being yeah, there we go. Okay. You need some weed. No, I don't need weed, bro. I don't smoke weed, man. I don't smoke marijuana. I don't smoke marijuana. I wish I was in Tijuana smoking Acapulco cannabis. Oh. Okay, I'll smoke a bowl. Here's a little bit of medicine that I grew. It's just a little piece that fell off when I was trimming it. Here's some meds from one of the ladies. I didn't trim it up or anything. This is one of the pieces that came off one of the ladies that I had trimmed. This is that cookie. It's kind of purple, as you can see. It's very yummy. This is just a little piece that was off the bottom when I was trimming some leaf that came off of it. But, oh man, I want to puff on that, but it's not ready. It's still a little squishy. This camera sucks, but anyways, it smells yummy though. So probably like 2 or 3 more days, maybe at most, I think, and then I'm gonna go ahead and harvest those ladies. We'll see. It's been real cold out here, so I think it's time. So yeah, Stephen, I use it for medicine. I don't, weed is a drug, and people are idiots, and whatever. You do what works for you. I don't use narcotics, so I do because I have, damage to my vertebrae and my disc and all kinds of stupid crap that I did to my body and never got fixed. So it's what works for me. It doesn't work for everybody. So I don't know how he would be well, Anthro, because he's either suffering, hates me, or he's on the run from the police, or he's dead. So I really don't see how he'd be well, but I do appreciate what you're saying. I just don't understand how he's well, so it helps me it doesn't make my pain. It just slows the nerve pain down to tell my body to go have surgery, and I'm not going to have surgery. So it's what works for me. Use what works for you. I'm not giving any medicinal advice. So anyways, I'll chooch to that. And you should judge me with righteous judgment. Stephen, hey, you judge everybody. Everybody you judge, everybody with righteous judgment. Don't condemn them. It's not what goes in a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of him. or the people, him or her, under this covenant, right? So, yeah, you're sick. Joel Garcia is almost finished. This guy's jacking off here on YouTube. Man, probably an American. So I got a court date coming up, and we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm not going to make any plans. He just crushed me again today. I had somebody, was getting this other cabin ready for, and they just backed out. So it's okay. I'm not that old. I don't want to have no issues with that. Something must have happened, and that's cool. But it's just the way Father does things. He wastes a lot of my time. He just wasted 17 months for nothing, and so I'm gonna have to just figure out how to. I know it's one of part of that. His mom don't care about him, Marissa. His mom don't know where he's at. I'm telling you, his mom doesn't know shit. I know where he's at, Marissa. I know where he's at. Remember, I got it right. The cop said I knew where he's at. So, but I appreciate your very, little I dream of genie, the whole thing. I see what you're saying. Well, I would want to think, I have said this, and I think it's been far enough now, time, Marissa, where he still has for his anonymity, because I've never really disclosed this, okay, at all. But it wouldn't make sense because I know where he's at. Remember, the police said he was in Josephine County. He was seen there on camera. So I wasn't wrong. He was there, you know what I'm saying? But he has such a small, it's hard to believe that both myself, my son, and my daughter, we know so few people that there isn't any one of us amongst each other, that somebody from an outside agency could come in and say, hey, you guys have this no contact, or she's okay, he's okay. I've seen you. There's been no contact with any of us as far as I know. And I have no contact with my son or daughter. None. And I can't. And I don't have any option. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any option for anybody to know because our worlds are that tiny. Remember, he lived with his wife and they weren't doing anything. Nothing. Not getting in trouble. They lived in a little, nice 2-bedroom, nice townhouse, super clean, super nice, right? They weren't getting in any trouble. They live a small little sheltered life, literally, like they were just trying to stay out of trouble. She was going to work with him to make sure he was not getting in trouble. Everything was, just a small world. So none of us could have any contact. So his mom is even taking his stuff to his stepdad's house, who did some really horrible things to Elijah. That shows to me she don't want nothing. I think the cops went to her house and intimidated her because she won't even look at my, like, a messenger. You can tell if it's gone down and you can see it. She won't even answer my calls or she just like shut off. And when they came to her house, she said she didn't know where he was at. She didn't know where my daughter was at. So you've got to remember, Marissa, that both of these, my son and daughter, okay, have the ability to file lawsuit. They both are owed a lot of money. Remember, they grenaded Elijah and Adron when they were in bed sleeping. That's how this whole SWAT raid started, with a grenade, a concussion grenade. That is a lawsuit. So I think they have covered up for the atrocities that were done out here to the whole case, the negligence, the criminality, and then what they came and performed that day was not what they wanted to happen. They obviously came out here expecting me to pull out a gun and have a firefight with them. That's what they bragged to the locals. If they hired an investigative team to come out and talk to the locals, that's what the locals said that the cops were saying at the lodge, the restaurant, when they were there having steak fucking dinners, getting ready to come SWAT raid the fucking house when they turned that house down that night at the lodge because they decided to SWAT raid the house at 3 a.m. in the morning, which I told them they were going to do that exact night. So, but when they came and woke up my son and daughter with a grenade. That is an illegal act. That is a attempted, maybe not a murder because they hit me in the face with a grenade. That's an attempted murder or excessive force, but it's excessive force right out the gate because they have to come in and at least fucking, try to execute the warrant properly. You can't just come grenade people with a fucking grenade and assault them and batter them in their sleep. Okay, John says to me they don't have to say why they were here, but they at least have to announce themselves and fucking give you a chance to come out. And then remember, my son came out with the door with his hands in the air, and they shot him. Anyways, shot him. Anyways. I was like, you can't go take this. Yep. So, no, I don't get a sick an attorney on my illegal attorney. I paid him. He's a good attorney. He's tens of thousands of dollars. Wasn't expected, expensive, and Revere's attorneys in the state. So, he's been practicing since 1982. His name's John Caligo, and he's actually been in trouble with the bar because he stands up to shit. He don't take no shit kind of guy. Before he has a mark on his record, but it's standing up to the bar. It's not for getting in trouble for doing a job. It's because he was standing up to the bar. So I didn't want to do this, but there we go. Oh, ye be without counsel, and they'll throw you in front of their magistrates. This is Luke 12 and 11. And their synagogues and their men in black robes do not which where you shall say, I'll give you the answer. I tell myself that every time before I go into their kangaroo, merchant law water court. So that's Luke 12 and 11. So I only paid this guy to try to find my son. You know what I'm saying? So, but it be what it be. I have a court date. So what they're going to do is they're going to go in there and either drop this case by November 24th. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty funny, Marissa. I could report the location of Tupac. Maybe it was just his. Maybe Marissa. Maybe it was just his Project Bluebeam. That's if you can do Project Bluebeam, but they're not Operation. Project Blue Book, but maybe it was one of their projections of Tupac, right? They wouldn't have cared, Who knows in this day and age? So Father's doing this, and I know that. So basically what's going to happen is either they're going to drop this case by November. Yeah, you're not saying a hologram. I'm just being facetious. I'm not. Yes, no, Stephen, listen. My ex, just in that case, I don't go into the whole story, but my ex kind of lost her kids. She even had an infant child, Stephen, when she was young. Her ex had a brain injury, and her family was pretty wealthy, right? So when they had issues, I don't know, it was some physical issues, some abuse going on. Okay, there was abuse. So she left him over abuse. I think it was more physical or mental than physical. But either way, she left because she didn't want the children to, and she really had a hard time getting back her children, and actually kind of stood back because of that same situation, that her family had the resources that she didn't have. And a lot of people ask me when I dated her, like, why would you be dating a woman that she has 3 kids and she doesn't have her kids, and you fought for so long for your kid? That's like the complete opposite. And I said, well, because she doesn't bounce out of her kid's life. I mean, she knows she's trying to get her shit together. She needs to have the resources and be completely stable, and her ex-husband has a brain injury, so he can use that in the courts. Oh, my brain injury, and then has mommy and all the money to help him. And people didn't understand that about her. So I just, I'm saying, so people don't realize that, like, when you didn't have the money, Stephen, it's hard to fight when you don't have the resources, when somebody's got all the resources. So that's what the government does too most of the time, brothers and sisters. They threaten everybody and do that, and then choke you out like they just did with me with 17 months and didn't do shit in the case. But I understand what you're saying, Stephen. It's not like you didn't want to fight. You just didn't have the resources. You didn't have the actual, sometimes it comes down to fucking money, which is so stupid. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hearing you. So, you know, there's others out there like they're struggling and stuff that like, dude, you so want hard to try, but you know, these people have bankrolling people or bankrolled by like government does to people. They got the bankroll to wear you out. So just so you know, Stephen, uh, see, there you go. See what I'm saying? And then you have to, so Stephen, it's not uncommon, man, what you're going through. A lot of us have, you know, seen this happen to other people. What happens to you? They strangle you out. It could be another family member. It could be the courts. It could be, you know, and I think it's really God that's doing it to us. So, you know, Stephen, I mean, really test his people that he loves. And he's going to see if we're going to stand in faith and go out and do things that are unrighteous and lash out and not do things that are probably in the best interest of the kid, you know, and lose our mind and start doing what we think is best for us, you know. So, but yeah, it's a bummer when you don't have, you know, it's so hard to just live and you don't have resources to just get by to start adding attorney fees who charge like John Cleo's $500 an hour, guys. $500 an hour. Why don't you speak to me about here? Because there's lots of money to get. Yep. With my own home, yep. Yep. There you go. There you go. And yet all of them acted like I had no place even talking to them about it. Yep. It's crazy. Look at all of you guys. They're the same thing. See, it's this system, brothers, sisters. I'm telling you. Look at how this works, guys. And I don't mean to go there like that, but you're all getting fucked by the system, correct? I'm getting fucked by the system. You're getting fucked by the system. Marissa's getting fucked by the system. Connection's been getting fucked by the system. Steven's been getting fucked. It's not, it's the system. And then they use the system to use it against you. They get to use the system, but if you try to use the system, it backfires in your face. Am I wrong? The system is more I mean, not that these other people, but the system is what's bucking you because they're involved. That's what happened when we get these people meddling in our affairs, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, and they force us to do this in most cases, like a marriage certificate and stupid shit like that, that you don't have to, but we kind of, you know, forget that. Am I wrong? Because everybody always wants to get in my meddle in my affairs and talk about my sex life, and I'm telling them, get out of my sex life. I get fucked by the government every day. Chris, how do we win? Just Chris, we might not win into the end, Chris. Chris, we might not get our prize until after this life. Okay, I'm gonna be on. I won't want to pussyfoot around with you, Chris. We might just have to get beat till our last breath, die, and then we'll get it later. Saved. Sozo. Carry, picked up, lift you from beginning point and ending point and heal. Anybody cause you pain? That's hallelujah, Chris. Thanks for hanging on, man. You just bringing almost tears to my eyes, man. That's good stuff. It is. It's worth the price. He's our prize. He'll right all the wrongs. Anybody who screwed you over, he will straighten that out. Remember, if somebody caused you pain, he will heal as long as you don't go out now and try to go after them. That's the test, man. Again, it's the word orge, O-R-G-E, and it means quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to anger, quick to judgment. He'll judge at the end. You know, he gives us our reward later. That's right. Hallelujah. That's right. I get it all later. My prize is waits after I die. My treasure awaits. My treasure is Christ. My treasure, he is my prize. He says in Revelation 3:11, let no one take your crown. And you got to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh so you can get your inheritance. Let no one take your prize. He said, I come quickly like a thief in the night. So that's like a woman in labor. It's going to come suddenly and then hard, and it's going to pull back, and it's going to keep coming back harder and harder. It's not going to get easier, brothers and sisters. All this stuff we're talking about, don't expect anything to be peace. Or he said, I came to bring not peace, but a sword of division that would divide. So he's going to make it hard on us because he loves us. I know, Stephen, but that's just part of his test because he beats the people he loves, Stephen. He beats the people he loves. He don't ain't trying to mess with people that are already hellbound. Why would he do that? He's the devil is wise, is a serpent and gentle as a dove. He said to be correct. So the devil knows. Why would the devil waste his time? People that are already hellbound, if you will, trying to test them. They're already going to hell. I'm not trying to like be facetious or talk down to you, but think about what I'm saying. He's here testing the elect to try to get them to blot their names by self will. So they'll lash out, quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick. Father's testing you. When it says love is patient, are you being patient with Father? Love is kind, are you being kind to Father? Because he beats the people he loves, if you knew that. Remember, most people are evil, go to hell. Most people will enter through the wide gate and are in the broad way. Broad way that leads to the wide gate. Narrow is the path. That's the word hados. Narrow. See, that's a long process of it. Just keeps getting tighter and tighter and tighter and harder until you feel like you just can't breathe. Now you're over the target. Now you're in the narrow way. That's right. The word is hados. Is the people that hados is the narrow that find the oligos, find the straight gate. Oligos, find the straight gate. Oligos. Okay, doesn't say few. It says oligos, Chris. Fear not, oligos flock. Father's bride is a teeny tiny bride. Most people are in the broad way and go through the wide gate and go to hell. So most people go to hell. Very few find the straight gates. And when you get up, tell yourself most everybody's evil. Well, most everybody's evil. Just tell yourself everybody's evil. And then treat everybody the same. Like with Father, love thy neighbor, like thy enemy, like thyself. Just if they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. You are your own worst nightmare. I am my own enemy. By self-will, we have our name blotted out, not free will self. He gives us options, but it's because we're not doing agape. His 2 John and 6, to love Father is to walk and follow in his commandments. And he commands us to take up our cross daily, deny ourselves daily, and follow after him daily. And share this gospel. Do not hide that light in a basket. Share it. Put it at the top of your house and let it shine. Am I missing something? Is that not insane? Well, they don't have free speech, no, and rights, and their minister restaurant. Anybody, yeah, so I die daily. That's right. Die to self. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Death to self. You got it correct, Chris. Gardner. I called you gamer. My bad. It's not gamer. It's Gardner. Apologize. He's not a gamer. He can play a game, but it's Gardner. Like a snake, like a Gardner snake, right? So here in America, similar to the brown shirts. Stasi is in Germany after the war. That's what we got, Stephen. Love it. Thank you. That's bitching, man. Thank you, Stephen. That's absolutely right. It's like brown shirts, guys. This is getting bad, man. Thanks for having a real conversation in here. So, like the storehouse. Yep. Like Soundgarden. Nice. Look at connection. Oh, good stuff, guys. All right. I wonder how many eggs. What time is it? I wonder how many eggs we got. I wonder how many eggs you think we got, guys. Oh, Berkey filter. Whoa. Somebody sent. Darn it, man. I don't know where the Cash App earlier, man. I don't know whoever gave me that Cash App. You know who you are. If you're in here, whoever gave that Cash App, much blessings. I'm going to have to get that vehicle fixed, guys. I do have an appointment next Friday. As soon as they can get me in to have a look at the Forerunner. Because, guys, I don't want to make plans, but I have to do something here. I can't just sit around here and just be upset at myself for the stupidity of not listening to my son and stuff and just move on. There will be a court date come, and even though it seems like a million miles away to me because it's already been so long, it's going to come. The days are ticking away. The dog food's starting to go down. The chicken feed's going, the days tick away. The eggs are stacking up and they are passing. So the 24th of, these are fresh golden butt nuggets. Washed woman of the dragon. Man, I wish I could share these eggs with you. These eggs are so wonderful. These ladies are super spoiled. They're free range, and they always free range, but I'm letting them out kind of into the other range there and go into the man, they're so good. I wish I could share them with you guys. I can't eat enough of these eggs. I'm eating 6-8 eggs a day. You know what I'm saying? And I want to share the abundance that I have. How the heck can you go live, but I can't go live? I'm not sure, Landon. What happened there? Hook, like Captain Hook. Cook. Oh, that's in Hawaii. So, but anyways, I have this court date coming up. So somebody gave me Cash App, guys, and appreciate it. And every penny counts. And somebody gave a super chat earlier. I'm just like you. I got bills. I just spent over $100,000, and I'm so backwards. I don't have firewood. I don't have my vehicle fixed, but I had to make the appointment. I have the money. I think it's gonna be about um, well, probably be a little bit more. So this will help me. That person gave enough, and that'll cover the gas to get there and back. Because I got to go a couple hours to bed. Nice. I like the duck eggs. I really wish watch woman that I wouldn't have got rid of my ducks, but I did. I needed to. It was just timing. But duck's eggs are wonderful too. Um, Cornish, and even a lot of people like quail eggs. People say they can't. You could have quail if you live in a city. You can raise those. They aren't like a ordinance violation. You could eat quail eggs, and I know they're not big eggs, but enough of those will add up. I mean, there are lots of ways to start making your life a little more organic, a little more wholesome, a little more homeopathic, if you will. So that's what I'm trying to shoot for, and I'm not totally natural. No duck eggs, not duck sex. I quack daddy, bitch. Duck a friend. You hear me, Marissa? Duck you. Duck, yeah. Duck somebody you love. Don't you remember I'm from Oregon? Duck a friend. Did you hear what I said? I quack daddy, bitch. Duck a friend. Oh, she thought I said duck sex, sitting there like a duck in a pond trying to get shot. Oh. So, I get it. I quack daddy. He's all quacked up on the duck eggs. Yeah, there we go. So, not Ronald McDonald Moneybags, Mr. McScrooge, like their old mascot. But anyways, I just had to throw that out there. So I do have an abundance, and I'm hoping that someday I'll get an abundance of time. Hey, what was that all about? Waving Matt through a hand. It's throwing the signs. What's up? Decamile. Let me see your decamile. It's a stick up. Everybody get your hands up. Raise the roof. Up on the roof. So high five. I guess that's a five. So, well, Stephen, I don't have the livestock anymore. I've raised cows here by the neighbors' cows, but not mine. I've had goats and sheep and hogs, chickens and rabbits. I only have the chickens now because they took my weapons from me, and I can't defend my livestock anymore. So I can't have animals out here. So ducks duck a lot. All right, duck, yeah, watchful woman, and um, all right. Oh, the the golden poop, the golden poop. So I don't know what those are, guys, but I do appreciate. Like I said, when I was a kid, the song was a champions were made. So our family dairy is from a show. What's going on? Nice, Steven. So you've been on the dairy farm, so you know what it's like. I like the idea of livestock. My animals are my life, brothers, sisters. You know, that's what I want to do. I want to farm. I want to travel, but I still want to farm. So hopefully someday I can get down to Ecuador and build. I have a farm that I'm hoping to purchase someday. We'll see. I should make plans. Father will wreck them, but I just, yeah, I gave up my livestock for a while, all of it, birds, everything, and I got a little perturbed after being out here for 5 years, 6 years, you know, doing a homestead, mini farm by myself. That's a 2 to 3 person job. Generally, one person does not do a homestead mini farm by themselves. It's a lot to have chickens and goats and sheep and hogs and dogs and raising dogs and being off grid too. It's not like I'm having hooked up to a power pole. I'm carrying all my own water, making my own power. I'm doing a 3, 4 people's job as one man. So after about 5 years, I said, hey, I gotta hang this thing and just go back to doing. I did chickens and rabbits and stop doing the sheep and goats. And I would if I had more people here. You know what I'm saying? Um, So yeah, the piggies took my right to protect myself, so I can't protect my piggies. Thanks, connection. Exactly right. Uh, yeah, I don't like that, Marissa, but I understand. Thank you for being real. Take me or I won't take it down. Good stuff. I will not conform. We do not conform. All right, Steve, I'm gonna give you a wrench, man. Hang in there, man. We got a long way to go. The end of the world is not anywhere close. um, Use that moderator wrench for me when you can. Like I said, I almost say the same thing to everybody when we give them the wrench kind of initiation. We don't want to see people's Negro, and I don't hear about drugs. I don't hear about drugs. You can do whatever the hell you want, but you're a fucking enemy to state if you sell organic cow milk. You know that you're on the government hit list. You got a red check mark if you sell organic cow milk. This is such an awesome country, guys. So, oh well, Matt, you don't have to give to this ministry ever, like I said, and I'm not trying to say I'll just make a mention of it too every time I have a Cash App and a PayPal in the link that because like Marissa just said, they take, I guess with that other, they take $1 for every dollar. They take about 30% of that money, and then I have to wait a month to get it. I don't care about the wait. You know what I'm saying? I don't need Jesus Christ. Jesus is Satan, the sun god. Christ is a pagan term. Don't tell me what I need. John Clark is a Christian idiot. Probably these robots are going to make him disappear because he's one of these people believes in a sky daddy. It's all right, connection. Give him a couple of times. You guys, we got enough moderators. This is working out really good, guys. We should have probably done this years ago on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're creating an echo chamber. I really thought about this the other day when I was not on this ministry, going, no, when we give out this wrench, we get people 2 times and then they're out of here. You understand? And we've lost a couple moderators. We had somebody earlier that was acting. I don't know how they got the moderator, and I even have Marissa in here sniffing out. Los Los, hey, you only been here, but no, Los Los had another channel because we had another moderator that was moderating people incorrectly. So we will give the wrench to anybody in here that's producing fruit. I mean, we're not trying to be. If you're producing fruit, we'll know it by your fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. Remember the guy with the Obama name? I gave him such a hard time, but he was a random selection that came up. He's been here for years, and we really should have done this already, guys, for years ago. But that's okay. It helps free some of you guys because sometimes when you come in here, uh, um, there's only one in. You guys are wearing your fingers out. Like when I was in here earlier, we had 300 people in here or something. There was only one moderator. I don't know how we broke the algorithm, but well, Magoo, what it does is if you put in some fruit, like hey, you can grow a whole cow's worth of meat with 10 rabbits, 3 does, and $7. And oh, hey, canning is something, pressure canning, something like that. It doesn't have to be so much. I don't like to sub people who aren't in the narrow way. But if you're producing fruit like that, I don't care what your religion is, because nobody in here in this channel that I know is religious. This isn't a religious channel. This is a ministry, and we love the word, and we don't let anybody change it, and we guard it. And people want to change it and twist it and beat it and rape it and smack it up, flip it and rub it down. It's like a thing of hash browns at the Waffle House. They got it smattered, spluttered, spattered, and abused. I don't know, whatever they do to them, covered in. And never mind. You see what I'm saying? And you're not supposed to add anything. Okay, this ain't an order of hash browns. So goodbye, Joel. I'm not religious. I rebuke all religion. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches. Okay. Um, Dave, thank you so much for coming in. I'm not sure if that was you earlier, and I don't want to try to point anybody out, but somebody made a donation to the ministry, and it's going to help. Please, I don't want anybody to pay my way. I have land for sale. I have everything's for sale. If you're interested, I'll sell anything I own right now. I don't want to own anything anymore. Not yet, Anthro. I'm trying to get that to over to the things where the government can never take this land. It's paid $47,000 to pay the land off, and as soon as I can put this in the ministry's name, full tax, I will not have. They won't be able to take this no matter what. It won't be able to be taxed. I don't want to do the 501c3 now that I'm trying to make it because the ministry's paid off. I won't need to worry about having to have that, 501c3 funding. It's paid off. It'll always be here for you guys at the ministry. No matter what happens to me, you guys can come here, especially if you've been here for years. There's cabins. I didn't have to rent that out. I was hoping that someday that this place would provide generational comfort for people where they can grow food and not worry about a land payment, not worry about power and water and all that. It's most of it's already here. It's able to be obtained, and where people would come homestead, but nobody did come. And no, they can't take it, Jim, when you put it in the ministry's name. Listen to me, Jim. I know what I'm talking about, but thanks for saying that, because you don't even own land in America. But if it goes over to the church, the ministry, they can't touch it. That's the protection of how powerful Father's word and Father has protection over. They cannot touch a church. So you're incorrect. Um, um, no, I already know how to do this, Tommy. I already have people working on this, doing this legally. I already have legal churches, so it can be done absolutely. So there's multiple ways to do this. Uh, so I'm not worried about it. I know how to do this. I have the right people working on this already. So um, uh, no, I understand, Tommy. You got to do it right. It's like people say they're sovereign and they don't do things right, but there are. That's why I haven't been able to do it exactly yet. I'm trying. There's things you have to come up with a statement, and you have to be recognized by the government. There's ways to do it, but they can't take it. There's and so I hold services every 7 days a week. This is an online ministry. You guys don't understand. You've not. I mean, that's fine. I will take any advice that you have, but they can't take once it's been put into. If it's 501c3, see, all these people attach themselves to the government. You have to completely separate yourself. You're a recognized entity, non-entity. I know how to do this. Like I said, I'm working with somebody who has already done this through their ministry and has been. It doesn't put any money into the ministry. Like, I don't draw any income because it's paid off. Therefore, it's all. There's no way they can come take, because I'm not drawing for profit. It's not a profit for profit. Well, whatever you think there, Jim Sparks, and I understand what you're saying. Get the fuck out of here, dumbass. I know what you're talking about, but there are ways until through this next cycle that they won't be able to touch it. If they want it, they'll just come take it because of resources underneath, or there's lots of other ways to do it. I know. But through the church, they won't be able to do it in their financial taking that is coming. Okay. If you want to speak about that, I'll speak about that. If not, you can leave now. Okay. Appreciate what you're saying. He has validity, brothers, sisters. Look at what we did. But Father did that. Father allowed the genocide. If they weren't Indians, they were Satanist, pagan. They were not natives. Okay. They were Satanists. They went after pole gods. And there you go. They have that from the beginning. Remember, they always have that, Stephen. They came over here, manifest destiny, intimate domain. They have all these things, resources. They'll take whatever the fuck they want. So they got the water rights in the whole state under here. So if they want the water, they'll take the land above it. I'm not fucking stupid, but at least we're going to give it an attempt to put it through and put it in the name of the church. And until then, you can come here and use this resource until that they take it. Okay, brothers, sisters, because it is paid off. And I was hoping that you guys would be able to come here someday, bring your families here, and there would be children that would, that's one way. Another, they talk about anthro as a graveyard. If you have somebody buried, there's other ways, guys. These people think that these things are impossible, but no, they're not. But listen to what that other person said. Um, uh, that the father came over here and said, here, have some blankets, be comfortable, go to sleep. And God allowed the genocide of these people. Okay, so Father's in control. I'm not trying to, but if this is the only protection that would protect the land, because the government's going to do whatever they want. They are controlling. It's the banks. There's no such thing as government. Government means mind control. Who's controlling this are the banks. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, and he'll rob the world. That's who's controlling this. Okay, there's no governments. They have their talking heads. One of the top banksters is Donald Warp Speed. How many times has he declared bankruptcy, and he's still a billionaire? All these billionaires are running this, brothers and sisters. This is all the mighty dollar. My dad used to tell me, son, the money makes the world go round. And we're not spinning on a ball. And I'm just trying to explain to you that Father is in control. Nobody's going to do anything. Father creates evil. Father created Donald Trump. Okay. And they'll do whatever they want. Period. My dad told me that when I was probably 9 or 10 years old. Son, I know you hear me in there. You don't want to listen. And I know you don't like the government because you don't want to listen to me. And I know you already don't because you don't listen in school, but you pass your, but listen, son, the government knows what the fuck they're doing, son. Don't try to change the government. They know exactly what they're doing. And he was right, brothers and sisters. He was right. Kind of like it's put in here. He's right. The government's going to do whatever they want because Father creates evil and Father's testing his bride. So the best thing I can do is what I'm trying to do is put it in the name of the church, nonprofit, entity, non-entity, the way I've, learned that just in, they're going to do whatever they want. They can take it by intimate domain. Man, it says resources. Oregon owns all the water rights. So there's water under this property. So, uh, you know, he's right. He's right. So, but I need to try so they can't just come take it. And then if it doesn't get taken, it's here for you to use for generations to come. I was hoping that someday you would come from all over the world because this is a worldwide ministry that is 50,000 plus subscribers of the 6 channels and backup channels. And my son was the one who pointed out to me how staggering the numbers are. It's a worldwide. I don't think there's any place that this word has not been heard in all 180 countries, brothers, sisters. Okay, well, T, talk to me. I mean, I have people, man, I got something on the back of my neck. I feel like it bit me or something right back there. What that is. I would be willing to talk to you. It can't be somebody who's not in the narrow way. I mean, maybe I could put you on another property, sell you other property, help you get out here, know other people who might be able to help you. And I'm willing. I mean, I'm not a bullshit kind of guy. I'm a straight up dude. I don't pussyfoot around. So I have land. You can homestead here. I have room. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's your message? It seems all over the place. Well, Magoo, it's called Write It Down. If you can't concentrate, this isn't the channel for you because I'll cover 15 things at one time. So you might want to get a piece of paper when you hear it. It's kind of like a classroom. I sometimes put the whiteboard up behind me so people realize that we're learning here. We're all learning together. So I know it's all over the place. Time is short. Use your time wisely. Nobody's doing drugs in here that I know. We're not on crack or meth. You don't need to say I didn't know you, but just because they told me to put me on Ritalin when I was a child. So they tried to put me on drugs, told me, calm down, sit down, stop fucking moving around, listen, mind it. I don't want to hear none of that shit. Like my dad told me, son, I know you hear everything I'm saying, but you ain't listening to me. So you don't like the government. It doesn't matter, son. You're not going to change. They know what they're doing. Money makes the world go round, son. Okay, so I take what my dad said and I try to help you guys with what he told me because he's a wise man. He's the one who told me about the wealth gap, said, son, the rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poorer. He warned me about China in the 80s. My dad told me, he said, son, don't worry about no country on this rock. Don't worry about any countries. Don't worry about even the U.S. right now. China's the one you need to worry about. They could come over here with numbers, son, without guns and just mow us over like a fucking tsunami wave. There's so many of them. They're going to keep breeding and look at, he wasn't wrong. Look at the Wildcat. He knew things that so much and speaks. All the people does not walk in the Holy Spirit. Okay, whatever you think, dumbass bunny. Get out of here. You've been in here before. Look, don't moderate Sunset Bunny. I don't want to. Now, you've been here before. Okay? Your name is Satanist. Okay, just so you know. Sunset, you couldn't be more fucking pagan, right? Fucking pagan. Samaramus fucked her son who love rabbits, Bunny. Rabbit, silly rabbit tricks for kids. So don't moderate Sunset Bunny in here. I know I curse. Do you have a daughter that could be being raped right now and that you can't report to the state police? I try to prevent all this from happening, and Father did this, so you'll have to excuse my cursing, but Holy Spirit, I don't think you know what walk in Holy Spirit even means. That is the word Ruach HaKodesh. So I don't think you speak any Greek, and I know I'm not some kind of perfect person. Only Father's perfect, sovereign, without. This was all created from the darkness. I was created from the corrupt dust, came from this corrupt dust. I'll go man, so I'll go back to the corrupt dust. Why the fuck do you come in here and run your fucking mouth to me and try to sway people about my cursing? If you have a problem, why would you just go away? Jezebel. See, here's a term, brothers. This is a Satanist. Bunny is a Satanist. In these books right here. So I'm going to hold them up to show you what a Satanist looks like. And I don't want this. Don't ever come back here after. Don't moderate this stupid fucking idiot. Because I want to show you. In these books right here, to show you, this is a Satanist right here. Sunset Bunny is a Antichrist Satanists, I'm going to show you all 88 books in the scripture, okay? There's no word Christ in here. So you are doing exactly, you are a perverted bunny. So you know, I don't know what, if you're like, breeding with jackrabbits, you're a cottontail, what kind of bunny you are, or you're like Peter the rabbit, but it doesn't say Christ in this thing. So you're pissed off about me cursing, but you're using word, God damn it, does not mean taking the Lord's name in vain. Lord is a pagan term. It means that you're not using your base knowledge to take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily, and follow after him daily. The other things he's really not so much concerned is like, are you standing up to perverted law? Now, it's his word. It says it's what comes out of a man. So I'll take your refining, but you can't even share anything worth a shit in here other than you're trying to attack me. Do you have any idea why I might be letting these things fly out of my face, which does not make it right? Okay? It doesn't say Christ. It says don't add a jot, and now you've added a word that means anointed in oil. So, Bunny, how are you going to come in here correct me when you aren't even using the right terms that are in this book? Scripture. Book means Bible. It wasn't even written on paper, Bunny. I don't even think you know what you're talking about. God said, yeah, that's the word orge, Bunny. It's called O-R-G-E, not orgy, Bunny. O-R-G-E. See, you don't speak any Greek. See, I can teach you, but all you can do is try to cast shade on me. Quick to anger. So my cursing is anger? Fuck off. I'm passionate about what I'm doing. I haven't tried to go kill those people who killed my son, and tear gas their fucking kids and planted. I'm sure I could easily do this. I'm a prior police officer. I'm a prior investigator, reconstructionist. Did your children get grenaded in the fucking face? I'm not planning to grenade these men and women's children or them or to involve any of that. So you don't know what righteous judgment is. I know it quick. It's the word orge, O-R-G-E. So I can't even believe I'm sitting here still teaching you, and I hope you never come back here ever again. But see, I can't change that because there's no free will. Father brought you in here. Father brought you in here to say what you said. You don't have no free will, Bunny. Silly rabbit, tricks for kids. Your Jesus is Satan, and God is a title. You're doing it again. You're a Satanist. There's no vowels in Hebrew and doesn't say God in here. So once again, you are a Satanist. Satan means adversary. See, these are the 88, 22 were because they weren't aligned with definition. You're not speaking. Now you're putting words in this book that are not in there. Just so you know, Bunny, orge is O-R-G-E, not an orgy like your Satan Jesus, or like gay like a homosexual. Is O-R-G-E. What you're saying. You don't even know what you're saying, and I'm here explaining to everybody else, making you either look like an ass or you'll be quiet and you'll learn, and then you won't come in here and ever say anything again like you keep doing. I apologize for my cursing, but you go fuck yourself. I'm a little bit turd that I live in a country where I had defended the right of the people, okay? And they won't even look for my son's dead body. He could be rotting his corpse right now. Or my daughter could be getting fucked by Marshall Radonich right now, being raped. So you know that. Okay, Bunny? And I apologize for the cursing, but you can't teach anything. Quick to anger is the word orge. Quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to judgments. We judge with righteous. So I do appreciate your righteous judgment, but you're not really getting anywhere because now you're adding words that he says not to. At least what I'm doing, I can correct myself or you with these words. You speak words that are out of this book. So you're a Satanist. So how would you ever come in here and try to correct me with words, and you're using words that were never written in this book, like Jesus or Lucifer or devil or planet? These are words that are never written in the scripture one time. There's never God. That's never written in the text. One, it doesn't say God. Dustin, there's no such thing as free will. It's called porneia. You need to, you just denied Jesus. Look at brothers, sisters. Once again, Sunshine Bunny is a Satanist and a Nephilim. They're bullying you with their own lies, which is the word demonion in this book called demon. This stupid, dumb bitch right here, I guess they can't learn, are an ass. I don't know what they are. I'm the big dog in here, so they need to be subservient. I am the shepherd in here leading the flock, so I'm going to keep this one pinned down. Now, I won't bite her or anything like that, but I'm going to make sure she don't say another fucking word in here because I'm tired of her idiocracy. She don't know what she's talking about. There is no such thing as Jesus. I just told you this in here, and then you said again, Jesus. There's no J's in the Old Testament or New. J was the last letter added to the alphabet, so there's no such thing as Jesus. That's a translation. See, you keep doing the same thing. You keep doing the same thing. J was the last letter added to the alphabet, not Z. So you speak of like a modern Babylonian fuck your mom kind of bunny. Semiramis, right? She had sex with her son Tammuz, who loved bunnies. April Fools, remember? The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. So let's see if you want to step on your dick. Maybe you're a jackrabbit or something like that. You're jack off, or you're maybe not a man. But tell me what year it is, bunny, so we can even see if you don't know the scripture. If you might not even know what time. I know you don't know what time it is because you said you'll see the day approaching. Tell me what year it is. Tell everybody what year it is in here. Roman the Great. Yes, Christians are the leaders of the oppression and support. Yeah, there we go. So, 1543. No, it's not 1543, Jordan. Come on, fuzzy bunny. Look, I don't want to hear a sugar-coated fucking peep out of you. If you want to be a little bird, maybe you're fuzzy sugar bunny. Come on, bunny. Sunset, pagan. Tell everybody what year it is so we can show how much of a pagan you are. You come in here going to try to correct me with words that are not even written in the book. And he said, don't add a jot. That's a period. Now you're adding whole words. Come on, we're trying to help you, show you the narrow way, and I'll cut you off here because remember, I'm not going to actually cut you off. I'll just untie the knot. Don't cut the line, brothers and sisters. Just untie the knot. Keep anchored in faith. Come on, bunny. These words you say, God, Jesus, do you have a point? Nope, it's not 5785. You forgot the new year was in October. Realtor T. You're close. You're just hey, get back to the future. Remember October 1st? 686, not 5. 8675309. I got it. I got your number on the wall. Boom! Shakalaka. Ghosts can't change. We can't. That's right. We're not trying to change. We're just showing this how you can't change. Some things or cannot be changed. Goats are goats. Sheep are sheep. Asses are asses because they cannot learn. They act like an ass. Bryce would call them brutish in nature. Just wants to criticize, feel better than a stranger, then run away and hide. Calvary, Catalyst. Uh-oh, who are you speaking with? Did you speaking to the little runny babbit that ran away? It's a rotten and archived. The bunny. I think they ran off, huh? Like little Peter Rabbit. Hey, you know this part is about the hardest part eating rabbit, guys? Does anybody know about the hardest part about eating rabbit? What's the hardest part about eating rabbit? Or smoking rabbit? Either or. What's hard about eating rabbit or smoking rabbit? Catching it. They're too small? Well, the hardest about smoking rabbit is keeping them lit. And the hardest part about eating rabbits when they go like this. Now go do that to somebody in their face. Do that to somebody. What's hard about it to go? That came from my dad. I told you my dad was a goof, Elsa. My dad taught me that when I was like, how do we catch a unique rabbit? They're really teeth. I don't know if you guys got that, but the hardest part about smoking rabbits is keeping them lit, kind of like trout and salmon. So smoke brisket, not meth. Trout and salmon, rabbit if you can. Unique up on it. I God, you were silly, like over the FUD. That's good. Unique up on it. Oh my goodness. Cutest jackhammer ever, Marissa. Did you see that? That's how you key to. That's the hardest part of eating a rabbit. Allison Lantella Red Nose Dustin knocks it out of the park. Says, "Don't go down the rabbit hole." Oh, we got a cartoon brain. A little bit silly rabbit tricks over kids. Nice, Calvary. All right. My dad taught me that, It just I've been ruined since I was a child. Why are you looking like Joel? Eternal Sunshine. Man, I get told like everybody there, Julian. When I put the hat on, it's if I shave, it's Stray Kids. It was Charlie Sheen the other day. I get called all kinds. It's a stupid fucking jawline of mine that my dad had. So I have my dad's jawline. So here, I will show. I've never showed this. You guys want to see a picture of my dad? And let me show you a picture of my dad. He died when he was 37. He died real young. I'm a lot older than my dad was when he died. This is my dad. I have the same nose, as you can see. I have his nose and his same jawline, same forehead, and the same exact eyeballs. You'd think when I got my tattoo, people thought they were looking at me. It's crazy how much that looks like me when I was a little younger. But that's my pops there. He died because he wanted to be Satan. And here's a tattoo I have that's about 25 years old. So people always talk about my jawline. Well, that's where I get my stupid jawline, and that's why I have a beard. So people won't look at my fucking jawline, because I know I got it from my dad. So that tattoo is 20 plus years old. It's a portrait. So I look a little bit like my pops. So exactly, yeah, he died when he was 37, not much longer after this. I think it was about 5 years after this picture right here, he died. Got some stuff on it. But anyways, he's a pretty handsome dude. I don't do looks, but when he would like this, and he'd had a lot of ladies that were pretty attractive ladies. I remember he had, when he thinned down and get real thin for my dad, was 250 pounds. He looked thin. My dad was like 250 pounds in this picture. When he died, he was over 550 pounds, 300 pounds heavier than in this picture. But he was a big guy. He was 6', 7', 8" before he broke his back, bent in half like a taco, and then he was about 6'4" after his back surgery. So he was still a very big guy. I'm 6 foot. I'm the shortest of all my brothers. They're all 6'2", 4, 5. Yeah, my dad was really, but my dad wasn't like that. He was fingers like sausages, and Big John. His name was John. All right, I've never showed you guys that picture, but there's a picture of my dad. But that nose there, the eyes, it's the eyes. See, it's the eyes. The eyes. So he was a pretty handsome dude. I'm telling you, when he thinned down like 250 pounds, all these women always hardly go in public, and they would definitely go out of their way to talk to him and stuff. It was quite obvious, so come up and ask him, are you Dr. Johnny Fever? And he looked a lot like when his hair would get super light in the summer. He had almost like a blonde hair, and he'd almost look like Hulk Hogan. Had people come up and think he was Hulk Hogan. He looked like Hulk Hogan when his hair would get real light. And WKRP in Cincinnati, Dr. Johnny Fever. He was an actor. I told you, my dad was an actor. So a lot of you guys, I don't really talk about him much, but he was on television. Most people, if you're anywhere near my age, you grew up watching my dad on television, or you just didn't. And I don't like all that. I told you, all my family's in the movie industry and racing and NASCAR and Miss America and all nonsense. I don't like that Hollywood. All that comes pedophilia and disgusting stuff. Uh, I just don't like the whole guy. He looked like a lot of times when he was, because he had that same. He definitely would. Is that Hulk Hogan? We go to wrestling a lot too. So when he would go in and people think he was Hulk Hogan, we go to the wrestling matches and people would, we go to those events. And so we were around where people would think too. It was kind of, and then we were in Los Angeles, Hollywood. And so a lot of people would, and it's like constantly, I can't stand it. People constantly say that I look like actors or stuff, but I do look a lot like my dad. Can't help it. Man, we got more traffic coming up and down this damn driveway than we've ever had here. Wow. Interesting. Cool. Whatever. I'm going to change the hip camp location out here to the other property. I'm going to go out there for a minute, guys. Hold on. You boys are being good. Over here, guys. Well, those ladies are about a half acre away. And I can smell those ladies back there. They smell yummy. That wind's whipping out there and it's lofting because the lid is not on that outdoor garden and it smells good. So I'm going to go out there here in a minute and check the chicken eggs. How many eggs do you think we got? How many chicken eggs today? The only livestock we have left out here at the homestead is our chickens and our puppies and our kittens. But oh man, these are ready to go. I'm going to still flush them for a few more days. So, well, we had more birds, but we have been getting between 4 and 8 because there's 8 birds. On an average 7, 5, 6, 4, so it's bouncing around. But we've been getting a lot, 7 on the average probably. They've been doing an amazing bang-up job. They really have done. And some nice, beautiful eggs. Some of these eggs are that egg. Whew, I wish I could give you guys some of these eggs. I can't eat all these eggs, and I don't want to waste them, and I won't. If I have to, I'll cook them and feed them to the birds. They can eat, and they eat the shells anyways, too. So, I feed them back all the shells. They have, we get some of these. I need to probably poke those eggs. They're probably about ready now to, I've got some, what I call them dragon eggs. I got one lady out here. She just lays these craziest, weird eggs that are just full of calcium because they get they're spoiled. I spoil my birds. So, like my dogs and my cats and all my animals, I like to feed them as best food and give them lots of love and attention. And these little birds are amazing. They're like little pets. They're like little dogs, And I'm like, oh, I'm going to eat you someday, so I don't ever, as a farmer. And they taste so different, guys. They taste so different than store-bought eggs. The egg yolk in them is so different. And for more than the eggs, yeah. So, but anyways, I'm gonna go out there in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna have to water glass these eggs here soon. I'll get some lime. I gotta go up there to the feed store in Kearns in town. They're kind of expensive. They said it's really expensive to have. But because they go and get it in town. So, but it'd probably enough. I think they sell like a 10-pound bag for like $20 or something like that. So, I think I have enough eggs. I keep getting, backed up. I keep getting 5, 6, 7 dozen and give Kevin 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, we'll see. I think they're free ranging. So I think I'll go with 6 eggs today. 6, because there was actually 6 yesterday. So the girl who lays the white, or the white one that lays the blue eggs, she didn't lay one yesterday. She's laid almost an egg every day the whole year. But they were so nice to have. Those eggs I need that right now. My stress level is, obviously, I'm trying not to stress. No, I lost my rooster, Steven, out here. We lost a bird that was pulled out of the coop that can't come out. There's no way. It's locked up. The coop's locked up. It's like being in a house, saying that something was outside the house when it was in the house. And we'll see. And it was out of the cage. And since that day when that bird got pulled out, it just seemed to degrade. The next day it didn't crow, and he was in there, and he was the best rooster I've ever had. He was so awesome. When Heather had him, she named him. What did she name him? Some name or something, because he was black and he was purple, and he was a 1-year rooster. He was gorgeous. I got him from one of the locals here. But every day he just degraded, quit crowing, then quit hopping up on top of the perch with him. And then his last day he perched up there with him, and then he was gone. He never suffered, and he would still do his job, still eat, still drink, still, protect him and stuff. But then its tail was down, and he didn't so I miss having him, because he crow at 3 o'clock in the morning and 5. And I like that, because I like being on a farm. There's, they sell eggs. A lot of people sell eggs in this valley. A lot of people have them. So, but I wish I could just share them. I wish you guys could eat them. I want to give them away. I don't want to sell no way. I don't want to sell nothing. Well, I'll sell some land if you want some leg, but I'll give you eggs for free. So, yeah, they do that. Possums are a problem. We don't have no issues out here because we got dogs, and like I said, I don't know what happened. I don't know. It was a freak deal. We lost a couple like that too before. We didn't know how they ended up out of the kennel or whatever. But I don't want to unplug my phone, so I'm gonna go check real quick. I'll come back and we'll bring in the haul here and see how many eggs we got. Oh yeah, here was yesterday's eggs. Beautiful, really beautiful eggs. This is a 1-year bird too, so they'll get bigger. Some birds lay some pretty small eggs their first year, but beautiful. Look at these eggs. Woo, so pretty. I got one that's always little spots on them sometimes. Yeah, no, we're getting there, woman. Nice, little bit taller egg. Look at that for a 1-year bird. Oh, yes, she did lay yesterday. Look. So 6 eggs yesterday. She lays a blue egg. It's kind of a real powder blue. It looks white, but it's not. It's blue. It's just real light, like a baby. Baby blue. So, beautiful eggs, though. I wish I could give you these eggs right now. They're so yummy. They're so good. The whites on them are not like, they're so thick and stand up and not watery and run down this, like a big water. And the yolks are just fabulous too, because I feed them, just spoil the hell out of them, nuts and just kind of all kinds of different things. So, man, I'm gonna give you this egg. So let's see. We'll bring back the haul and see how many eggs we got here. So let's take a guess. Who wants to make a guess before we go out there? How many eggs do you think there's going to be out there today? We got 6 yesterday, 8 birds. See how many of you guys get it right. They're awesome though, man. They're not like store-bought eggs, man. Farm fresh eggs, they cost more to raise, but who cares? 7, says Calvary. Okay, 7. And we're starting to get a little colder, so they will start to, well, they're still laying consistent. We've been getting pretty consistent. Steven says 7. Okay, we got 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. I do used to make money, but faster I can't. I know, doesn't it? Thank you, Marissa. Huh. 5. All right, cool. No, I appreciate 9, Birdie. We don't have 9 birds. We only have 8 birds. We did get one day. We got 12 eggs out of 8 birds. I went back on the stream. Yeah, the eggs, fresh eggs. It really matters on their diet, guys. It's like anything. I don't mean to go there, but you are what you eat. You say 5, okay, 5. So, all right, we got 5, we got 7, we got 7, we got 9. Birdie's thinking we might have it. Hey, it's not even possible, but they did it. Yes, they only lay 1 egg a day, so that's not even possible for us to have 12 eggs. 7 says lucky 7. Okay, well, no luck, but okay, all right, whatever. It's so 13, lucky or not unlucky. So I hear what you're saying. So, all right, we're gonna go check, guys, and I'll come back because I want to unplug my phone because sometimes it won't plug back in for some reason. What do we got here? And again, I thank again for somebody gave a cash app earlier. I appreciate that, guys, a lot because I have a vehicle to fix and I've got myself kind of in a pickle with this, case with my son. I've just spent too much money this year. So I'm glad I have eggs. And if I'm going to spend my money on something and spend a little bit more for something, I want to eat good. At least if my life sucks and it's hell, at least I'm eating good eggs and I'm out here on land with no neighbors. And I am trying to live the American dream here, making my own power, doing what I do. So I'll be back. Hidden eggs. No, I don't know where they came from, guys. I don't know. Okay, I don't know who it was, but I do appreciate, like I said, you're going to pay for my gas to bend there and back. And I'm still going to have to go get separately and get it fixed. I'm probably thinking it's going to be about $2,000 to fix the 4Runner, but I want to be able to drive it out of the country. It's either going to sit there and I'm going to go to jail and whatever it is, what it is, but it does need fixed. We almost wrecked with Kevin. That front end dipped and we ass end slid around. It was dangerous. I almost hurt Kevin. I don't want to hurt anybody because I can't get my vehicle fixed. I mean, I'm trying to make it a priority. As soon as I come up with the money, and I don't even have the money yet to get it fixed, but I need to go get it diagnosed because that's the first part of the step. I can't do it all in one day. They need it all day for the diagnosis. They're going to have to drive back there again to get it fixed. A couple hours. I live, 100 miles from a Walmart. Okay. So thank you for the Cash App Tyler. I really appreciate that because I'm trying to sell everything I have. If anybody's interested in anything, I will, I'd like to sell it to you. I have lots of things that you can buy out here at the ministry: land, vehicles, anything. I don't want to own anything. Ask me, I might have it. I'll give you a crazy good deal. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you gotta be 100 miles from a Walmart. Heck yeah, man. I'm 1 foot out of the system, but 1 foot close enough where I can still get access. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, okay, guys, I'm gonna go check the eggs and come back, and we'll see. Harbor Freight, yeah, sells them now. So I got lots of things for sale. Flatbed, land, a 20-acre parcel. I'll sell. Walk into that property. I've been paying on it for 7 years. I think I paid about $12,000 into it. I could probably walk you into it. If you give me $5,000, I'll walk you onto that 20-acre parcel. I have another 5-acre parcel that's probably the premium parcel in this valley. It's the closest one to the school. People drive 40, 50 miles to get their kids to school and back 100 miles. This is like 2 miles from the school. You can see the school from the property. It's that close. I have it up for $39,000. I'll give it to you right now for $19,000 cash. And I've never offered it for anything like that. If you have it, trade, precious metals, maybe another vehicle. Shit about the double cab. So anyways, I have things for sale, so I'm not trying to grift you. Thank you for whoever gave a donation to this ministry because I don't want to take anything from anybody. I actually don't want to own anything. I'm ready to give up everything I own and walk away from it all. It doesn't do anything for me anymore. I already told you that. I'm over. I'd rather have experience over possession. Just where I'm at in my life. You can do you. I know we need things and we need a base. That's why I pay this ministry off. So if I had to come back, as long as I'm pastoring here, I'll be welcome here. So only my faith don't change or lose here, and it'll always be well for me. So Well, it's 5K. It's the land. It's not 5K total. I'm just saying I'll let you walk in because I paid on it 12. The payments on it's 245 a month. It's a land sale contract, and you can pay it off early at any time. The purchase price of the land was 29,000. I paid 47 for this one. That's a nicer parcel from the same company. Same company. So what I can do, because I could buy 10 more pieces of land. I've been buying property for this guy for over 10 years. I can probably walk you in and you would have that time that I had in instead of having, to pay the 12, you're basically getting and give me less than half of what I paid into it, and you'll get it all would put in your name, and you could pay no early payoff penalty. It's an 8% interest fixed interest rate. Anything over your monthly payment of 245 goes directly to principal. It's all legal. I mean, this is the better way to buy anything. This way you don't have all these fees and all these. They have the deed. They put the deed from that one in my name. I have the deed to the 5-acre parcel as well. So it's in Silver Lake, Oregon. It's getting harder to find property on this side of the valley. Um, there's property out here for about $1,000 an acre for, that's what I just offered, like I said, but that's way out in the middle of nowhere. All the property I have has power touching each one of these properties, not hooked up, but there is power at the property, at the pole. That makes it worth twice as much in this valley than anything. The water is sitting at about 100 feet down on, and it's the best water in the valley. So I don't need to sell the place. Go look through the records. I spent a lot of money and time to come out here and look before I just jumped into some place. This is a place where you can go live behind a little hill, put a little tent up. I came out here in an Arctic tent in a motorhome and not get fucked with. It's hard to do that most places because the HOA and all that. Don't bother anybody. Don't let trash blow out of your yard. You can live the American dream out here. Get a solar panel, get a wind turbine. You're off the grid. Get a tank, drill a well. Fuck the system. Now you own it. Now you can sit there and just enjoy your life and sit out here and raise chicken eggs and not do a fucking thing, if that's what you want. So some people like to stay busy out here. I like to stay busy. So give me a minute. Yeah, that makes it worth a lot more when you can hook up power so you're not 2 miles. Some of these properties, well, like I found property out there for 1,000 acre. Well, yeah, it's out in the middle of nowhere. There's powers 2 miles away. The power is touching this property. So, I'm not going anywhere, Joe. I'm just checking the chicken eggs and just getting up. So I'm not sitting here. My sciatic is bothering me, and I just want to die. And don't take that in a bad way. I'm exhausted, man. I'm getting a little beat. The winter's beating me up. I don't have any firewood, and I'm trying to figure out how to come up with this funding to get into town to go get my vehicle fixed. So I want to have it ready to go by November 24th. So if they drop the case, I can leave the country then. I'm not going to stay here any more days. I'm not going to even go look for my son. I'm going to get myself killed by trying to do that. So not safe. Go outside the country, hire a private investigator, start the civil lawsuits, and move on with my life. Go food in Ecuador, and go travel the ministry, and go see everybody that wants to come have me for a few days. I've taken the assisted checkout option. Nice, good stuff. I even heard Nate from Canadian Preppers thinking about moving out of Canada, brothers, sisters. That's a huge deal. So give me a minute. Smoke a bowl. Whatever you gotta do. Take your lady. Hang out with your lady for a minute, or whatever you gotta do. Let's see what we got. right. Well, who guessed 5 eggs? Who guessed 5? We got 5 eggs. So 5 beautiful. Beautiful eggs. Nice large, a beautiful egg right there. This one, good size too, boy. They're doing such a good job. Oh, nice big fatty. That's a good size one too. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Now this one always lays little brown spots. This one's got brown spots always, little spots in this one. 5, all right. 5 is the winner. 5 is the winner. Chicken dinner. Now you come over and get a dozen eggs, woman. Women wins. Women gets 5. See, now if I had a freeze dryer, guys, I could send her eggs. Guys. See, that's where I'm hoping this ministry will eventually end up, if Father wants that. So this one she always lays these little speckles. Sometimes there's lots of speckles, sometimes not so much. So, and I smelt the ladies out there, and look at this pretty little haul. I decided, well, we'll just take one off there just to let her start doing her thing there. So, oh, pretty flowers. So this is our haul for today. So we'll let that do its thing and let that kind of. Normally I don't take it like that, but I just whatever. I could take the whole plant at one time, and so when I looked at it, these are starting to milk out, so these are ready to go. Now's the time to probably here the next couple days. It's going to get hung upside down. So, yes, where I'm at, absolutely. So, yes, we don't rush the process. So this would be yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. In the tummy. You see, you got some purple. And this one doesn't really have, the other ones are super purple. This is the Cobra. And it got a little purple too on it. This is just a little side. My little side bitch. Oh, no. I'm just kidding, ladies. So. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? This is my favorite flower. That grows up out the dirt. All right, well, we'll get that. How's it hanging? We'll let that sit there, and we'll update you here over the next probably week or so before we decide to chooch on that, maybe a little bit. The farmer gets the first fruits. The farmer gets the first fruits. Woo-hoo. Oh, she's so lovely, though. It's like I said, it's just a smaller little one that came off of it. They'll be lovely. It's full of trichomes. You guys can't see, but it literally it's full of medicine. All those have little shinies on them there. So. Yeah, no, I'm not selling any cannabis. I don't. I'll come give you some and come hang out and smoke a bowl with you. I'll give you some for no charge. People who normally eat cannabis, they share. They're normally pretty people. They're charitable people. So 5 eggs. 5 eggs. So yeah, I can't. But you can come here. You can grow 4 plants, and I have 4 plants. I have 4 plants here, and you come partake with me. Hang out in the desert. I'll put you up in one of our cabins or something. Trying to make it worth your time. But all right, 5 eggs is the haul. We had us a little Cobra Commander, so we'll hang that up. Let this kind of do its thing somewhere. We'll figure out somewhere to kind of put that onto I found me a little clip already. So we'll just clip that up in the air and let it do its thing here. Isn't she lovely? We'll just use that as our clip. All right. She's hanging up there in the air. There we go. We got her hanging up on one of the lights. So thank you, Father, for good meds. So I don't have to smoke disgusting dispensary pot. Not all of it's bad, but most of it's not the greatest. You can find it if you know what you're looking for. Yep. Yep. All right, I gotta go put up these eggs. Hold on. Go put up the eggs. All right, so that's my idea is just again chillax and hang out with the dogs, I guess, and till the 24th, do what I can do. I just got kicked in the teeth again by all those that person. I was gonna have them come rent out the cabin, the Rusty Dragon. Did a lot of stuff to get it prepared and made some switches, and they just backed out on me. So it probably meant to be. So whatever, No, there's no neighbors. I don't have any neighbors. No neighbors. No neighbors touching this property for about 2 miles that way, about another 400, a full pivot over on that side, That's some country talk, a full pivot. My bad, I forget. You guys don't know what a pivot is, but you talk like a redneck. If your dog and your wall are attached to a chain, you might be a redneck. So if I could do what I want out here, I'd open up that rabbit tracks and make probably $12,000 a month, probably off that rabbit tracks business. Working 5 hours a day, doing the ATV park out here, and then I'd probably open a little Chinese food cart out here and do probably a Chinese. I'd probably do fusion anyways. I would, I'd still serve Chinese, but I'd probably do a Chinese fusion. Chinese fusion. At least have one fusion dish, but people like fusion food, but not for me. Somebody'd have to run that with money. I wouldn't really. I get it off the ground. That's probably all I do. And it'd never close out here. It'd be here forever. Hey, Pants, cut it out. Are you familiar with a targeted individual protocol? No. Cantonese. Thai food. I love Thai food. Pad See Ew. Pad Thai. Paki Mao. I love Thai food, man. My favorite is Pad See Ew. I love Pad See Ew. I'm saying Pad See Ew is got that smoky beef, white rice noodle with the broccoli. It's just fire with some sticky rice. Oh. Yeah, I know I have so much other thing, Joel. Like I said, the just them trying to remember Pat Wolke tried to make me go to trial on my own and represent myself in trial. I don't have to do that. I have the right to adequate counsel. We should listen to that. That shit was crazy. Where is that? Where is that phone? Oh, you guys want to listen to the judge terrorize me? Let me get terrorized by a judge trying to sit there and say he's going to throw me in jail because I try to report my son dead, murdered, or missing. I have so many, I have 3 phones that are full of recordings through the years for like the last 3 to 5 years. It's ridiculous how much discovery I have. And they don't want to look at none of it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to look at any of it. They don't even want to have my son there at my trial. He's on my case. I have the right to have him there at my trial as witness. Like if they took me to trial and my son's not there, I have the right to call witness in my favor. If my son is not there, dude, that's what I'm saying. They're going to drop this case, guys. They're just being cocksuckers and running me through this shit, you know, because they don't like me. So. But remember when, yes, he's co-defendant. Exactly, Stephen. Co-defendant. So is my daughter. They're co-defendants. I have the right to all their, you know what I'm saying, discovery. In their case, I get all their evidence. Right of suppression, right? Right of discovery, suppression of evidence, my bad. I get all their discovery. I get to call them, you know, as my witness. Yeah, I have the right to call witness if it's a Sixth Amendment right under your trial, under your Title 18, they're going to charge you under criminal statutes. They have, under the Sixth Amendment, you have the right to fair, speedy trial and call witness in your favor, the right of discovery. Called into evidence so you can, you know, the prosecuting side gets to call that discovery into evidence and cross-examine that witness or discovery. So, yeah, freedom isn't free. You got that damn right. You got to invest, but once you're invested, what brought about this treatment, if you don't mind me asking? They wanted to arrest my son they said he didn't do his probation. He did it 2 times. Over some probation violation. They SWAT raided the house over a probation violation. Here I am, 17 months later, over $100,000 spent, and they still won't look. They're not even going to call my son to my trial. Or my daughter, and they were both in the vehicle that's what they're trying to take me to trial, because they told them I hindered prosecution or interfered with a peace officer by telling my son not to stop the car, which is not interfering with a peace officer or hindering prosecution. I didn't physically stop his body. So, no, but he was here. He was here at the property, and they knew he was here because I live streamed for 2.5 weeks that he was here. They wanted him to come turn himself in. He came over here. I said, he said, I have to surrender myself. You ain't surrendering, son. I don't hear surrender. You don't tell a military veteran to surrender. Fuck you. You're staying here. We'll get their attention. Dad's got quite the following. You know that. The live stream, we'll do it live. Somebody will get a hold of the news or something, and they'll back down. You know, and they didn't. They just fucking SWAT raided the house anyway. So, grenaded my daughter and son in their sleep. So, these are probably $25 million grenade pins that I haven't filed a lawsuit for because I don't want the taxpayer to pay. First, they grenaded my son and daughter, and 45 seconds later, they're grenaded me. It's a violation, civil rights violation, a Fourth Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment, the right of due process, Fourth Amendment, be secure in House papers, persons effects, Miranda violation of, you know, accosting my body without, you know, even looking at anything. But it is what it is. I can't change it. Father wants something to change, it will. I could do nothing. He's just beat me back. Like I said, I just tried to have somebody move out here to help myself just a little bit. Somebody actually felt they're spiritual. Somebody like is a good fit, told Kevin everything, and they just backed out. And I just spent a lot of time and effort trying to rearrange the building, had them come over here and made it how they wanted it to, you know, do some adjustment. And then Father just kicked me in the teeth again. So there's a whole bunch more wasted time. So kind of given up on doing anything. I'm going to wait to the court date, and I just need to have my vehicle ready by then. So, or they're going to throw me in jail. So it is what it is, guys. I can't change it. You know, you've been here and you guys have been a witness. It's been an absolute terror nightmare every day. It's just an absolute nightmare. So, but this is what Father wants from me, so I'll accept it. And and it is what it is. Life is not Burger King. Can't always have it your way. I'll just have to keep doing what he wants me to do. You know, when he wants it to let up, it'll let up. I don't think it's going to let up anytime soon. But I do have a court date finally, and but it's not going to include my son and my daughter there. Isn't that crazy? And they're on my discovery. You know, they are part of my case, and that's a mistrial. But whatever, they'll do whatever they want. Just like Pat Wilkie. No, you're going to go to trial whether you like it or not. Okay, you'll do whatever you want, man. Be a mistrial, but whatever. And it won't be a mistrial because a trial is something that's actually been tried after it's been tried. But I'm just using it as an example. Uh, Entering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer for telling my son not to tell him not to stop the car and to jump over the fence and go back over to the property where we'd just come from. So he didn't speed. They didn't come in with lights. They didn't come in with sirens. They didn't get out of the car. They didn't pursue. They didn't even identify themselves, and they're calling that a felony pursuit. So their whole case is full of shit. So it's a hard case. It's very complicated, and it's very. It involves the police. It involves, I think they have, or trying to cover up for what they did out here that night. You know, they came out here 3 o'clock in the morning and grenaded my son and daughter in my sleep and told all the locals that they were going to come out here and get a fire with me. But I had weapons. They wanted me to come out, you know, grab a weapon and shoot me dead, and then maybe lock my son up. And that's why they didn't have an arrest warrant for my daughter, because they never had any intentions of arresting her. But once I went live, they went, fuck, and they knew it, and because they were watching what I was doing in here. So they grenaded me anyways. So they have a big, massive lawsuits against them. Even my son and daughter have massive lawsuits. So if they were alive right now, they would file a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? But how do you know you assisted him in any capacity? I didn't assist him, and I didn't. That's what the attorney's saying. They don't have no case. He said to me the first thing when he looked at the case, he said, Tracy, were you driving the car or was your son driving the car? I said, I wasn't driving the car, John. He said, that's not hindering prosecution or interfering with a peace officer. I said, well, John, I told him not to stop. He said, I know, I've seen the live stream. You just told your son not to stop. You didn't make him physically stop the car. He's a grown-ass adult, Tracy. And I know you love your son, but he could have stopped the fucking car. Fuck you, Dad. I'm pulling over. And he didn't. He chose to. He just kept continuing to go, and that's me telling him to go. But he's responsible for his own self, and there is no case. And they've dropped my daughter's criminal, conspiracy, hindering persecution, and interfering with a peace officer because they said she had told him to stop the car and charged her with hindering prosecution, interfering with the peace officer, but dropped her charge, which makes my criminal conspiracy charge null and void, which makes Pat Wilkie liable because I told him and Judge Vandenberg to drop these fucking the no contact order because the criminal conspiracy. So if my son is dead, Jay Vandenberg will be going to prison because I told him to drop the no contact order. And that day that the cops could have went there and got my son when they had a warrant, 7-year warrant for his arrest, where I'm certain he was either alive or they knew where he was at. They didn't go get him. Served the call for service, denied me where my passport was at, 40 pounds of silver. What I was telling him, I believe Marshall is the one who's involved in his death. Somehow, I don't know if he's what he is or who he represents, but they denied me call for service because they said I had a no contact order and they were going to come arrest me and put me into jail if they went there and made contact with him because there was a no contact order in place because of the criminal conspiracy for me telling him not to stop the car. So that's right. No, it's on them. We all have no contact orders. Stephen from the state has put a no contact. They split us all up. They were moving here. They were moving out of their house, buying the material for their house, getting material, bringing stuff over here. They picked out the 20-acre parcel that I now have for sale because I need to quit fucking hanging on to it because I'm hanging on to something for no reason. And it's killing me every month with a payment that I don't have fucking income right now because I spent $100,000 and I don't have any disposable income. I'm banned off the internet because of just the way I've been working off the internet so I'm just doing the best I can, so I have to sell that land. I've been holding on to it. I don't want to. I'd rather put a cabin on it, let somebody rent it out, but I can't even rent this one out now. Remember, I just had somebody that was going to come here and they just backed out. So I ain't trying to make any plans. Father's in control, but I've done everything I can do as just a dad to try to help my son out, and said, hey, you're not going to arrest him. He did his probation ×2. So they owe him for the 133 extra hours that he worked. That's a lot of money. Plus what they've done to him. My daughter, they grenaded her without a warrant. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And that's what it is, Stephen. They just do what they want. See, 98.45% of cases, Stephen, agree to take a plea or agree to let them extort your for the bar, your merchant or social security or your bond number. You don't know what it is, but it's that capital letter name that they take your money from. And that is your bond or your merchant number. And that's what they agree. 98.5% of cases do not render a verdict by jury. They agree to tried, not tried, be hung by one man in a black robe, and it's really the district attorney he's working for, then go be tried by a trial of their jury by their peers. See, 97% of cases take agreement, and the 3% go to trial, but actually 1.5% of those almost every year agree to do the same thing and plea out anyway. So only 1.5% render a verdict by jury. So they're not even used to going to trial. Okay. To be 100% honest with you, by statistic, okay, here in America, that's the way the system has worked. They can come in and say, oh, you're going to jail for 40 years, but we'll let you out with 3 years probation. You don't have to go to jail. You're like, oh, fuck, sign me up. Right? How do I even prove that charge? I didn't even fucking do that, see? So they stack you up like they have me with 6 charges: harassing police, menacing the police, and my attorney even representing me on the harassing the police and menacing the police, because those are separate charges in this case. I just found that the other day, and that's why I've just been lost. I'm like, dude, I just gave you fucking tens of thousands of dollars. You're not even representing me on that case? He's like, no, those aren't felony charges. They're something weird that they charged you on that. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. I'm going to need more money here pretty soon, guys. Watch. And it's the way Father's just going to kick my fucking ass because I have this other too, which I told him, just drop all this shit or fuck you. We're going to trial on all of it. And that isn't anything he said I need to go to trial on. He said they fucked that all up. They didn't even file that right. That was the whole Paul Palmer. He said they gave you notice with Paul Palmer. They shouldn't have arrested you. That was an illegal arrest. More fucking violations. Something like fucking, remember? $4,000 I paid in bail. God, I could sure use that $4,000 right now for firewood, the wheels that I need on my vehicle, and probably the Forerunner. But nope. See, that's just, and I asked the attorney, what am I doing? Get that $4,000 back? If you're not my attorney, he said, well, we'll get it back at the end. So maybe he has a plan to, do something on that case, but that's a whole nother thing. I didn't even talk to you guys about the two, harassing police and menacing the police and show up to a court date that I'd already showed up that month. Every month I showed up, once, and they wanted me to show up twice that month. No, that's why I was at my arrest, and that's on the live stream. Remember, I'm screaming, Mount Creek, Marshall Randomness, this guy killed my son. You know what I'm saying? This guy's involved with the death of my son. Go look for him. He's there. And I get arrested, and guess what? That's where he was at. I got thrown in jail for fucking nothing. Again, getting Pat Wilkie telling me to throw me in jail for reporting my son dead or murdered in his county. A judge that drove 5 hours over, woke up at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning to represent me in my pretrial. Then says, nope, you're going to have your attorney, Paul Palmer, who quit months ago, who's not giving you adequate counsel, which is a Fifth Amendment violation to adequate counsel. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and do, or anything you say can and will do, be used against you. You have the right to adequate counsel, attorney to be present while during questions. You not a 4-1 will be appointed to you, right? Legal counsel. He didn't do anything. He didn't show up for my fucking pretrial. He forgot to call in for half an hour. They could freak their fuck out. They didn't know what to do. And then they finally get a hold of this fucking schmuck, and he goes, oh shit, I forgot to tell you. I quit months ago. So, yeah, vote for a known homosexual there, Sakar, and his man-shell wife, Reggie, not Michael. Good job, fucking idiot. Donald, Obama, Clinton, Trump, Epstein. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid idiot. So, yeah, known homosexual. Barry Soetoro. His name is not Barack Obama, so you're an idiot. Barack Obama was his uncle. You're a stupid motherfucker. You know that? Barack Obama means I saw lightning fall from heaven. You're a stupid motherfucker. You know that? going around pushing a known homosexual. At least he ain't saying Trump 2028. That's even scarier. The same cheeks to the same hole. Remember, they trade lightsabers, Barry and Donald, at Trumpstein Island. So thanks for interrupting the chat. We needed a little break to show everybody how the disgusting, filthy people in this world are just like you. Well, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same. See, I don't like people like me, bros, sisters. When I point shit out like this about the government, I took an oath to the right of the people. I'm not going to stop serving that until they throw me in the dirt. So, yeah, no, Stephen, I ain't been convicted of a crime and they took my firearms from me. I have not been convicted of a crime. They did it under Trump's, and I put it all on here, the fucking videos on here with this red flag gun law. I showed you on here for months and months, and then they came and used the same thing against me. I haven't been convicted of a crime. I don't actually have a record, and they've removed my Second Amendment and my fucking weapons from this house. Came brought another warrant that day. That's what their warrant was. Harassing the police, menacing the police, because they said, because I asked my son to look for my son, stop going on other people's property and harassing, menacing them. They came on my property and took my guns from me for telling them that they're going on other people's property and harassing them. That's retaliation charges. When I file a lawsuit, Josh Bezel's going to go to fucking prison, that fat fucking pig. And I've never called him fat, but fuck that fat fuck. Stupid fucking headlight bezel. He's a fucking, he tracked his phone. He's the one who pulled that headlight out of my Toyota motorhome and brought it into the fucking property because it was never in the property. Just like he gave my beanie back and put it back on this fucking couch. It's his little signature, that fat fuck. Couldn't get a job with the fire department, so he went and job as a fat fuck to be a fucking pig for Lake County. He's a tyrant pig. Remember, I audited his punk ass. He's such a little bitch. He is. If I can sit there and file retaliatory charges and then literally take my weapons because I asked him to. You're a dad, Josh. I'm a dad. Remember, I don't have a criminal record. I just need to fucking do your damn job. You've had a whole year to look for my son, and you ain't even looking in the 108 hours, Josh. I got evidence against you going into other people's property and going in their house and harassing them. Do your job, pig. And he files a retaliatory charge against me, harassing the police, menacing the police, and files a extreme risk order and come and takes my weapons because I told him to look for my fucking kid that the cops knew. Well, guess what? The cops knew where the fuck he was at. So see, there's a whole lawsuit against Josh Bezel, fucking pig. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, Josh, you're just a dad like me. You're the only cop that actually lives in this fucking North Lake County. Dude, how are you had a whole year to look at my son's 78 hours? Not only did that, but he did the other. See, he did that over there, Josh. You need to look in the hours he did here. He shouldn't have done the hours over there. Why are you fucking going on other people's property? You could be doing your job. I actually have people coming to me, Josh, telling me that you're fucking harassing them. Going inside their fucking houses, Josh, that's illegal. Without a fucking warrant, he come and file a retaliatory charge against me. Extreme risk order. Take my guns. I'm threatening the fucking police. Comes to find out, Josephine County says, yep, your son's here. See, I was right. I went to jail for fucking nothing. That fat fucking pig should be in prison right now. You know how many other people he's done that shit to? I have a list of people on this fucking phone of people he done that shit to. I was so fucking afraid last time I went to jail that they were going to get this phone from me and go after these other people and file do shit to them because they're already attacking other people in this town. I put a targeting thing in this town on the local page. You're being targeted by these police. You'd be surprised how many people stood up and said his name. Yeah, Josh Bezel. Fucking tyrant pig, man. Couldn't get a job with the fire department, so his fat fucking ass went and got a job as a fat fucking pig. So, and I never called him fat before. I just decided to just do that time because he's fatter the last time I saw him. When I was even up in town, they were doing their stupid fucking parade. Him and his other fucking canine fuck that harassed Kevin. Pulled him over and he wasn't even speeding and gave him a speeding ticket anyways. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit. I had that cop dead right. You weren't even saying that you went in the wrong direction. I used to be a radar certified operator. You're going the wrong way. He's like, oh shit, what the fuck do I do? He sat back in the chair. Save me, Vandenberg. Vandenberg's like, if you could only ask yes or no questions now, he wouldn't even let us articulate anything. Still gave fucking Kevin a ticket. Fucking had a ticket in 20 years. He drove something like 2,000, 2,100 miles to come back here, fight a fucking ticket. What a fucking legend Kevin is for standing up to fucking David. Even when I went in there, that fucking criminal. Oh, you don't have to put Tracy on the stand, do you? He told Kevin right out the gate, you're not going to put him on the stand, are you? Fuck. Fuck. Let's see the fucking, FOIA request on that recording when they convicted Kevin, and I had the cop dead right saying he was coming from the wrong direction radar. And yep, there's a cop right in the parking lot where we were at. Kevin's going to pull out and speed out in front of a fucking cop. This fucking people are crazy. The shit they pull out here. You know what I'm saying? They did that to Kevin just to fucking fuck with him. To fuck with him, to fuck with me. So, I mean, it's stupid. He was going 48. You go down to this little podunk fucking town, you blink and you miss it. People go 65, 70 through this town. 40 fucking 8, a speeding ticket he got for. It's still convicting him. Even though I had the cop dead right saying he was going the wrong fucking way. Fucking, they don't care. They just do whatever they want. They roll over people. You know what I'm saying? Steamroll people. 98.5% of cases go and take a plea agreement, or they just do this. So, yep. So, pretty crazy. We lost our 911 out here, but we got 2 more fucking pigs out here rolling around. 2 more deputy fucking pigs harassing people, but we lost our 911. What kind of sick fucking county is that? No shit, huh? So I can tell you horror stories about these pigs out here. I've already called the feds before any of this thing ever happened with my son, and he ever went to jail. Any of this, I was already calling about the corruption of the pigs out here. So, yep, when pedos and politicians, the documents end up missing. So, and the police too. Don't forget it. So, it doesn't matter, brothers and sisters, because you know that Christ stood up to the police, well, the law, the government, if you will, the Pharisees and religion, the church. So, I'm only doing what Christ is telling me to do. They're just pissed because I held a protest during the COVID against the police officers out here. Told them to get off their lazy fucking pig asses and do their fucking job and start helping the community out. We were about ready to have our businesses shut down again, flatten the curve, and they didn't want to shut down. They wanted to have business as normal. So I told them to bring the SWAT teams out here. Instead, they brought the SWAT teams against me. See? Watching, Father knows. You know what I'm saying? Father knows. Yeah, our government is the cartel up here. The same thing is down there, pretty much. So they're just rooted in everything. Poly meaning many, tick meaning bloodsucker, politics meaning many bloodsuckers. So, but cartel probably treats their people better than the fucking government here in America does. You know what I'm saying? They're kidnapping people for being fucking poor. The cartel helps the poor. Fucking people are idiots when it comes to the cartel. So I'm not saying they're all good. I'm just saying people have no understanding. I'm so realized. Well, see what I'm, Joe? They didn't even have. I streamed, Joe, for 258. Well, you were in here, Joe, earlier, and you asked a question, and I have never answered that. But I don't forget anything. You know what I'm saying? Congress, yeah, that's right, Eric. They have not. Congress done shit. They're all criminals, all more millionaires in Congress than there are in the populace. So now we know why the people are so fucking poor, huh, Eric? Cooley, Rodney O and Joe Cooley. I'm Rodney O. I got no. Almost did a mix there. I was gonna do some raw bass and DJ Easy Rock there too. Sorry about that. I had a mix up going there, a mash up in my head. You have to excuse my brain. I get hit in the face with a grenade, so I feel very bound and abundant to be able to even have a conversation with you right now. Because normally you don't take a grenade to the face and still talk, walk, and perform function a normal dialect. Just loss of tongue and have any kind of selective and think about what you say before you ever say it and let it out. And then have music as a mashup going in your brain. Maybe a little bit more wiser. Knock some sense into me, huh? Like America, that makes no sense. You American and I American. Anything you say and do will be used against you because you leave the can out of it. There's no evidentiary standpoint of this matter. So it's turned into a drug haven now. The police allow it. Yep. YouTube is sucking Congress's dick because there's no reason. Whether there's anything secret should not be made manifest for him. Should not be known. Oh yeah, absolutely, Brandon. Good stuff. He will reveal all things. Yeah, that's good stuff. Outstanding. Burns. Like freaking The Simpsons, and Brandon like Let's go, Brandon. And not that mean. I didn't mean to do that. God, I fucking hate Joe Biden and Donald Trump and George Washington. He was a Mason. They're all Masons and related to the Queen. So, man, what a stupid bunch of people, man, that we live in. Where we live in a world so smart. I said this, did I talk to a lady at my insurance the other day? I said, I appreciate you talking to me, you know, having somebody live to talk to, because I live in a world where we're so fucking smart that the computer is verifying whether we're a human being or not. Fuck this crazy world that you people seem to think that's okay, that the computer is going to check to make sure you're a human being. The tech, the AI. Let's go me. Okay. Brandon, I apologize. I got fucked with my another bong. It'll be all right. I got fucked with my name my whole life. You know what I'm saying? Because of my name. You know what I'm saying? And if that's actually your name, I know how cruel people are because they're so fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? Me too, Rebecca. Hold on. You can't leave yet. Remember, Rebecca, very powerful woman in scripture. But you know what I'm saying, Brandon? Because people did that shit. And before that time, you never would have had an issue somebody saying that. You probably was just a normal person. Oh, what are you, Marlon Brando or something? You know, whatever. It's probably never had too much with your name being a thing. But after that, boy, I bet you people who are named Joe and Brandon, fucking holy shit. You know, all the MAGA idiots. So hold those MAGA idiots accountable. You know what I'm saying? Pull your beanie down. I can see your eyes. Listen here, dumb fuck. Once again, I have high ceilings, and you can see my eyes, you fucking idiot. See, it's not over my fucking eyes. You are a dumb motherfucker for Stu. He worried about idolatry and imagery, and all you could fucking talk about is what you see. You are a stupid motherfucker. So, Corona, yeah. Okay, so you see what I'm saying, Brandon? Because I know people are stupid like that. You know, there's shallow people like this guy with the eyes things. He just honing on like I got the blinders on, you know? So, but anyways, to Army trauma. Uh-oh. Yes, Corona means, he says, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. And on March 11th, Donald Trump declared the coronavirus. Fucking with you. Donald Trump, the PDF file. 3:11, like a woman thief in the night. I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. You see what I'm saying? Probably not. So I like to mess with people. Revelation 3:11. You don't think Donald doesn't know Revelation 3:11? Yes, he does. Father created Donald. Mr. Warp Speed, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, and Warp Speed. Corona is a scientific name for the common cold. So, hold on. We actually didn't answer. Joe, where are you at in here? Joe was in here. Hold on. Where did Joe came in here? Because he wanted to ask a question. He said, I'm going to come back on. Hold on. I go back to Joe's. Glad I have a memory. Joe. There you are, Joe. See, I knew it was Joe. I never forget anybody's name. I spoke with Mario the other day on the phone. I remember everybody's name now. You're not going to tell me your name. I'm always going to remember your name now. So don't try to hide from me. Father gave me a Rolodex with paper clips and sticky tabs, and then I learned how to zip file, so you're in my file. Wrong file, not the Epstein files, you dumb fucks. That's Trump's on that one. Wrong file. You PDF file, get out of here. Warp Speed. Yes, there you go, Rebecca. See, the same thing. So you hate the country, what it's become, right? You're a race. I don't know if you're a military brat, Rebecca, if you're a military brat, or if you know Joe's didn't do 9/11, you stupid fucking lying piece of shit Alaskan. Alaska's cool, but you're lying. Donald Trump did 9/11. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Are you that bad with the math there? You're going to tell me 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? What kind of math? Or that don't math with me. So, set rage bait 10 out of 10. Oh, now this person's like jacking off on the S&M. Savage Alaskan's not a savage. He's a fucking sadomasochist. he likes to derive his pleasure off other people's pain. Anybody want to make a comment about Savage Alaskan? It's a sick fuck right here. Whipping people off, they're like, oh, yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? Puts the lotion on the skin. Oh. So, well, I don't care. That's absolutely, I'm fucking prior military police, SWAT, special weapons and tactics trained, prior Reconstructionist, Highway Patrol Academy, Oklahoma City, military police. Yeah, of course, I'm a prior pig, jackboot thug, worst thing ever to walk this rock, United States Army veteran. And all the veterans, because we shouldn't be serving outside any border. And whether you did or not has here nor there, serving the beast system. So it's getting good today, JC Miller, but tomorrow it's going to rain, and I should be putting shit in that semi-trailer. I'm not. Just going to get rained on and ruined, but I don't care. It's just stuff. It's just stuff. I hope it all burns to the ground. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't care about it. It's just stuff. Just stuff. It's physical. I'm over the physical. I want the spiritual experience and not the physical. I'm over the physical. I have to be in the physical. I'm saying I still have to take after the flesh. I'll still do what I need to do, but I'm also over it, man. I'm ready for the spiritual experience for the rest of my life. So it's going to come with some suffering, but it'll also thrive, but Rebecca, are you a military brat? Are you still in here, Joe? I'm trying to keep track here. I've been hit with a grenade, but I'm trying to, bushcraft. No, well, I farm. I'm a farmer, so I like bushcraft. That's awesome that you mentioned that. So you could talk to me one-on-one. Okay, well, hold on, Rebecca. I'll talk to you one-on-one. Brat, because you put brat. So go ahead, Rebecca, one-on-one. You got me for a moment in time. I'm only here for a country minute. Most people would only take small doses of me. Hey, that's the way it is. It's just the way it is, baby. So you're a brat. So you know what it's like then to have grown up in an like military setting where your parents are more militant, structured, serving the beast system. So you had a question. Darn it, what we were saying. I'm still thinking about Joe and not Brandon. Thanks for coming in, Brandon. I got a million things in my head right now. So what's on your mind? Yeah, that's stupid, huh? They hide so much. YouTube is YouTube. It's two hollow needles, two fangs, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon, if you will, like spitting snake oil, kind of like, predators alert, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Barry Soetoro, all of them, Masons, pedo alert. It's Trumpstein Island, not Epstein Island. Elon, too. He went to the island. Hillary and Bill and Hillary went there, too. They're all island boys and girls. They bring boys and girls to the island. It's Trumpstein Island, not Epstein Island. Any more questions? Actually, Rebecca was asking me a question. I don't think she's asked it yet. No, it's all right. Hold on. She might be asking something with some helicopter. North Carolina, born and raised up. Take your shirt off, just like a helicopter. You know that song about North Carolina? Well, they sure wrecked that place, huh? Think about how many people asked from North Carolina to come out here to this property because I knew there was going to be that water event. I kept blogging about it, saying, well, there could be, this compression event, and it could be, but we definitely know something. Please come out here from the East Coast. I mean, how many people do you think are laying there dead that I invited to come out to this property, and then that event happened? All of them. I can't help people that don't want to help themselves, brothers and sisters. And Father is the creator, so don't trip, because if he says you cause one of mine to stumble, better have a millstone tied around your neck and cast into the sea. So, survival manual. I would go honestly with Equator. It would be with the Lost Ways. The Lost Ways. Seriously, Equator. I go back to the Lost Ways. Go back to what's worked for thousands of years. Do you know about the book The Lost Ways? It's an author that took multiple and then Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen. Those are the two books that I would put for the best preparedness books on the. Um, do you know where the Lost Ways? Anybody know the book called The Lost Ways? It's got how to make like pemmican and all the ways of the lost ways that worked forever. You know, they blazed the Oregon Trail. I was welcome in northern countries. More than I know. Isn't that crazy? Rebecca, can I tell you a story about that since you're an Army brat? About one of my friends that was in the military who was black, and I don't like using that term because it's derogatory. If I still got your ear. So equator. Okay, equator. Like Ecuador. Okay. Sorry, my face got blasted with a grenade, so I have to read with my left eye, not my right eye. It's got a big like sand and hair and stuff in my eyes. So okay, so On Time Voyage is the last Lost Ways. There we go. So the guy's a really excellent book. Excellent book, okay? On how to survive, preparedness. And if you want preparedness, I give some of the best on YouTube. I've been doing preparedness here on YouTube for 12 years, starting with America Ever After, Truth Viral Television, Silver's Like Gold, Predestined for Light. Here at High Desert Faith and Truth, I continue to talk preparedness. Probably the best channel would be Canadian Prepper. There you go, The Lost Ways. It's the most awesome book for survival because you need to go back to the ways that worked for thousands of years. We can use this high-tech, redneck, modern conveniences and tech, but the best thing is to go back when that tech's gone, you know, and go back to the old ways, like being able to make a fire so you can make a charcoal filter so you can heat up water and then run it through and make crystal clean, perfect water every single time. It tastes good, you know, by not having, you know, a water filter, you know. Something like this going to save you. This is like $30, and this last water filter you ever buy, right? 100,000 gallons. What happens if it gets taken from you? You know. So I would really recommend that, and then I'd recommend Joel Skousen's Strategic Relocation because it gives data from him that nobody else has compiled about everything. I've already covered it in here. It gives us 5-star rating to the top states down to 0 stars from everything, population density, gun freedom, you know, homeschooling, homeopathic message, you know, all that, all of it. You got to get out, Stephen. Get out of it, man. Come out here. I don't know if you got legal shit going on, but that's what this ministry is about, man. It's not a perfect place, but I tried last time to get people to come out here, and I don't know. Again, I think every one of those people that heard me died, you know, that could have, they're laying in the ground still, and I don't want any of them. But so let me tell you this story, South America. Are you talking about being treated better, Rebecca McMillan, in South America? Because that's where I'm headed to start. But I've been thinking about leaving and go, you know, other, because just whatever. But I still want to have that conversation with you because I said I would. I don't see Joe in here anymore, and he asked a question, but I don't think he's still in here. Man, that sucks because I think he wanted. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, just do your thing then, Steve. You know what I'm saying? I know. I can't leave too. I'm not on probation, but I can't leave either until November 24th or December 2nd, and I want out of here so fucking bad. And I plan on coming back here, but I just need to take a vacation. I can't even report my son and daughter murdered. And if I go looking for them, I'm going to get hurt. I already know it. I'm going into a bad situation. I have a strong intuition. I'm a military veteran. I listen to my gut. I get instincts. I don't need to be told up to put up nuts for the winter. I like Tennessee, you know, Justin, because it is where Jim Brown's at. If you're there and you live in Tennessee, Justin, will you go see? If you're near Hendersonville, obviously that's close to Nashville, go see Brother Jim, sit down in his classroom if you can before he dies once he's getting old. Tennessee's awesome. Tennessee's awesome. I like Tennessee like I like Kentucky. I just don't want to be back out in that sticky, icky, you know, humid weather. And I do. Tennessee is one of the best states for gun rights like Kentucky. There's just a lot of good things about Tennessee that has a lot of people have moved from throughout the U.S. that have, because I don't need to talk up Tennessee. Look at it to yourself. It's very similar to Kentucky. They're close to, you know, border, and they have very similar politicians that are pro-gun, pro-First Amendment, pro-Second Amendment. So I think Tennessee is a good place to kind of ride out whatever's happening. I want to be a little further to the. Let me show you why too. Why I can't stand Tennessee. Not that I don't, I'm saying can't stand. It's just anywhere over there on the East Coast. Let me show you something why I have concerns. See, I'm a survivalist, and I know that population density will be the number one killer. Population density will be the number one killer, brothers and sisters. Maybe it's in this phone. Hold on, I got a couple phones going. I got 3, 4 phones I work on. So, okay. I know that the more people you're around that are unprepared, irregardless of the government, is going to get you killed. Okay, just because of pure population density. So I have a map here showing the population density by light of the U.S. So irregardless, you can't say what I'm showing you. This is community is the number one key to survival. Justin is absolutely right. It takes a tribe. It takes community. You're not a fucking Rambo. Okay. But see, this is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. This is 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. See this right here? I want to go where nobody's at. I want to go where nobody's at. You see where you're at? I don't care if you're in Tennessee. No, look at you. You guys are all right on top of each other. You couldn't shit and not smell it. You guys are going to be raided so fast just by each other. And I don't mean to go there, but it's Ozarks, wherever you're at, the Appalachians. I don't care. That's fine. There'll still be pockets of safety everywhere. It doesn't matter. People are survivalists. We're like fucking cockroaches. We're all here. We made it through the last 5 extinction events. We're in the 6th now. So just pay attention to what I'm saying. See the difference in density and population? This all up this I-5 corridor. And you guys are just so many people over there. It's unbelievable. You don't feel like it, but you are. You are right on top of each other. You see this largest dark sky sanctuary in the world? This is protected from light pollution. They're not letting people come out here. That's part of what the protected from light pollution. So if you're interested, get a hold of me. I have land for sale. And you're talking about population density. See, I try to tell people that 90% of the world's populace lives within 100 miles of the coastline because of, supply chains. So that's always going to be a thing on every, state. But if you look, the population in the America North is predominantly East Coast. You guys are literally like, you can't shit, fart, bang the old lady, and somebody's going to know or hear you. There really is that many people over there. And I know you don't think that is, but this is a satellite image. So when I look at survival, I look at unprepared people. There's a lot of unprepared people. I don't give a fuck how prepared you are. You know what I'm saying? There's unprepared people. That's what I'd be concerned. Now the government, I'm really super concerned. I used to tell you not worry about it, but we'll come in a little bit closer here and you can see what I'm saying. You guys are right on top of each other. And that is disgusting. And that's fine. You just stay where you're at. You can survive no matter what. You can make it, bro. So don't let anybody. I'm not trying to put anything like, because some people can't leave. So stay where you're at. But if I had to give you from my survival technique and training, unprepared people are going to be your biggest threat. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. They're going to come for what you have in mobs over there. It's just not safe. I would relocate to the West Coast. I don't care what you say. That's my recommendation, okay? If population density doesn't get it for you, then this won't, relate to you. I'm just going off of what I know. People who are not having something probably are going to be, day one, a nightmare in America because they didn't miss a meal their whole American lives, let alone go a day or, a meal. In their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, it don't matter. They're going to be motivated by their stomach. People used to wake up in the first part of the day and all they worried about was feeding themselves and getting to cover so they didn't freeze to death. Okay? So, same theory. After about 4 or 5 hours, people go from hungry, 7 to 8 hours, they go to angry, and after that, they get hangry. The next day, they don't even think right if they got any sleep because all they're thinking about is, I need to put this, I'm motivated by empty mouths waiting at home. Little kids growling stomachs that have never been growling. This is the kind of person that's going to be the issue. And if people are, they'll community up and say, hey, let's go take from these people who have less, and you'll get run over by mobs of just people. It don't matter if you got 1 or 2 and how deep your bunker is. When 6 or 7 or 10 or 15 guys come in who are starving and they don't give a shit, and everybody they looks like a T-bone or a turkey leg to them, they're drooling, they're just going to take what you have. So hungry people cannot be controlled, brothers and sisters. That's mob mentality. Kind of like democracy, but we'll just leave that alone and not make it political here. But please understand, I'm not trying to cause anybody to have alarm, but that's what I try to get people to prepare for is unprepared people and get to prepare so maybe you can help others and then community with like-minded people. So maybe, you can quell somebody's anger with some peanut butter. Man, he looks like he's got some insulin shot going there. Throw him a spoon in some peanut butter. We might let him in after he calms down a minute. You know, I don't want to shoot anybody. I actually was planning on building a community back when this type thing happened and having some layers like an onion and kind of, you know, I eat rice and beans. No, you eat rice and beans, and I like rice and beans as I'm eating steak and things because, whatever inside, you get to, okay, bring grandma in here. She goes straight to steak. Grandma knows how to crochet. Grandma knows how to knit. She used to wash tinfoil. Grandma knows how to can, pickle. Nope, I don't want her. She goes past that young whippersnapper. He could be a laborer, but he's going to eat some rice and beans to start. See, I planned on building community. When things break down, a lot of people are just going to try to guard what they have. And actually, I plan on leaving and going away from people and trying to have some separate cash somewhere else so I can say, oh, oh no, shut the fuck up, honey, get in the car, let's leave. I don't have a honey, but you know what I'm saying? And practice this so that I can go away, you know what I'm saying? And have a cash somewhere else. Even if you have some cannabis somewhere else. There you go. Don't call it weed, please. But do you see what I'm saying? Because you can have everything and get taken from you too. You don't have a skill set. So give him Snickers. There we go. Connection, you know what I'm saying? And he calm down and then we'll get him on some rice and beans. Oh yeah, he's not a bad guy. He's just hungry. And I plan on quelling and feeding foolish virgins, guys. I don't want violence. Oh, you go pick him up. Man, he's sure stinking. You guys never shot anybody, had to deal with a dead body, a float or a corpse, anything. You don't know what it's like to have to deal with dead fucking people. You don't want to deal with dead people. And that's what's going to happen when these people have 2 or 3, you know what I'm saying? People in their little camp and they start shooting everybody that's coming towards them. They got stinky bodies that birds are coming in and no, you go get them. They're going to start fighting amongst each other and kill each other, brothers and sisters. They're not prepared for this. They don't have the mindset for this. Most people are very unprepared. Even if they are astute, think like out in this little community I live in, these people think they're going to make it out here. And I don't think a lot of people will because they haven't come together as a safety in numbers. Now, it's always tough. It's hard to live alone, but it's hard to live with people. Most of the time, not enough, Indians and too many chiefs. But if you have the right leaders and you have this preparedness plan and you do this militant, it can be done. And you're not going to do this without hurting anybody. I'm trying to actually quell violence with food. I know that sounds silly, but it's what Father has me do. I can shut my doors here and stay probably here for the rest of my life at these gates and never talk to you guys ever again. Shut the internet off. I have enough food, water, ability to. I might need to go have to pick up a couple feet more livestock, but I can make chicken eggs hatch, more chickens, more eggs. I know how to raise rabbits. I'm saying I'm totally self-sufficient. And then I can leave into the woods and I'll eat my arm off before I go dying. And we're not supposed to eat human flesh, but I'm not going to die with limbs, you dumb fucks. Come on, guys. So, please be wise. Have something for a rainy day, and then put up something, maybe for your neighbors. Start talking and communicate with people who can't leave out of town. As I've said before, you're not leaving town. You're getting locked in town. You're not going to leave these cities. You think you're leaving your cities? No, you're not. You're not going anywhere. If there's a grid down scenario, you're all locked in. You need to live at what you call your bug out. And then you should probably have a place as a secondary cache so you can just leave and walk away from everything you own. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need, rice, beans, and community. See what I'm saying, Elsa? The whole idea, a lot of these people, because I was there 20 years ago. Oh my God, I'm going to survive with all this. I ain't having no whim here because they're so emotional and fuck that. Like I said, I want these women, they can squeeze out a near watermelon through a crack in the wall and leak 9 quarts of oil and still function. That's the one I want on my team. I want her on my team. Okay, you guys are kind of weak. You wore face diapers and you allowed the American women to get drafted and posse comitatus, and you don't really stand up during the COVID. And so I can't function when lubricated without lubrication. 9 quarts of oil leaking every month and still function, I would blow up. So anyways, thank you ladies for being so damn strong and being able to operate. Remember, it's incredible how strong-willed, emotional, how smart women are in the past. And as I said in the past, they were agrarian. When old Hunter, I talked to my ex about this, the other day, that when I missed, she still had mushrooms and berries, and maybe she didn't bit the big game, but she still know how to set a trap, and have squirrel for me. I didn't get the big deer and come in there all deflated, but I had squirrel dumpling soup and some, you know, uh, salmon berry and blackberry pie, and I'm all ego's deflated, and she's the one who went into the woods and said, all right, now if she starts doing the wiggle jiggle, we'll write that down and we know not to eat that one or that bark. Of women are badass. Okay. So yes, that's right. And remember too, microgreens, guys. Try to remember a lot of this stuff you can turn into a microgreen. Okay. Like amaranth and sunflower seeds and all, a lot of these things can be turned into a microgreen if you can find and create, right? Seed things out and do these, create abundance. Now you can start even creating more and create a microgreen and create a high energy where if you have abundance, now you can create even more. I know it seems kind of useless to let that not grow out and seed it, but if you had abundance and you had enough, you can start going back. That's how like the Aztecs got the people to build such beautiful buildings. They didn't treat their fucking slaves like shit. They fed them well. Remember, people wanted to be sold into slavery. People have forgotten what slavery was. And I'm not talking, but they fed their slaves very well. Amaranth was one of the ways they gave them a massive doses of this microgreens to put their high energy and bring them up to make them not feel like they were being fucking borderline, scurvy, like we, treating their people good. So another way to do it is a microgreen too, my sister. So there's ways in the future that people will do very well because they've been well thought out and they've thought about what they're going to do, and they're not going to go just start shooting everybody and killing everybody. And maybe they'll be able to build back communities, and make this type of kind of not a utopia, but a place where there is a struggle, but everybody is a well fired, cylinder. Everybody has their, maybe not everybody's the handlebar, the shiny part of the motorcycle. They're just that little pin down there. That's the most important part. Because when it falls out, when we go too fast, the whole thing comes apart. Everybody's a portion of the team, bigger, part of the whole. I've heard human flesh is like pork. It's pork-like. Well, I've heard that too. And sweet, muscula. Okay, I've heard that too. And I wouldn't really eat my arm, guys, if I had to. I'm sure I could find something to eat without eating my arm, but I'm not going to die of starvation with an arm or a leg, if I made sense earlier. Okay, I mean, have a plan, not to eat my arm, but damn, how would somebody die of starvation with an arm or a leg? I don't care if you had to eat it raw, So. That's right. Connection. I can't stand people know nothing about slavery. You know what I'm saying? People wanted to be sold in slavery. It was a guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? You guarantee you get fed. 3 hots in a cot, man. It sounds almost like it. Man, I swear, if I didn't have these dogs, oh, go ahead, put me in jail for a minute. Sit there and go church with a bunch of fucking stinky dudes and share the ministry and the gospel with them. That don't sound so stinking bad. It's just my dogs that, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, the food ain't great, but hey, shit, I didn't have to, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't doing that. I'm going to struggle, but you're right. You know what I'm saying? I got you, man. People don't think of slavery. Every society, nation, ethnicity, whether white, black, brown, red, or yellow, has been enslaved throughout one time in history. There ain't no just black slave. People don't even understand slavery. That's just quite an ignorant word with people like extinction and evolution. They don't know anything about it. So, but thanks for being wise, Connection, that yes, people wanted to be, to be sold because it was a better lifestyle. They didn't have to struggle. They knew they were going to get fed. They knew during times of that they'd have a way better life than they could even on their own if they worked hard. It's kind of like some people join the military or do certain things because they just know that they're going to be provided a better lifestyle than they can provide because of where they grew up, in their little town. A lot of people join the military like that from little teeny towns all throughout the country. And these recruiters are dependent on that, go see the world, yeah, kind of. And I know as much as we don't want to hear that though, too, because that goes back to slavery back in scripture with children and more of a pedophilia and all that too, that people don't understand Old Testament. And I don't want to talk about that because I'm not Old Testament, and it's in this New Testament. It's never okay to touch a kid ever. Don't touch them. Don't have sex with them. Don't talk to them about sex. Don't even let them see sex, period. fuck off. I rebuke you. Get away from me. A child should never see sex, and they're not supposed to be making decisions of cutting off body parts until they're at least 18. You want to sit there and be a Moloch, that's fine. And your children to be Moloch, but the children can't be Moloch. That's an adult thing, remember? Thank you. Right on time there, Stephen. Yeah, we don't need to cut body parts off our kids. And when that making decision at 18 years old, fine. You want to be a circus fucking clown? Don't let children see it. Don't be reading to my fucking children in libraries, you fucking clown pigs. Apologize. I'm just passionate about that, brothers and sisters. Oh, you're not. No, God didn't say start whacking body parts off and rearranging your gender. Now that's different. You can't become a different person. You're taking his beautiful creation, whether you like it or not, and you're changing it. Tattoos don't change who you are. Piercings don't change who you are. But when you start modifying yourself to look like some lizard or become a completely different, that is what he does not want you to, used to say scar, or mark or something. And that's Old Testament. We're not under the physical law anymore. I can have tattoos. Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. It's not what goes in a man. It's what fucking comes out of him. It's my potty mouth. So, it's an abomination. I know. So, you guys, I think I'm going to heat up. I had some sausage and some cabbage that I made yesterday. I'm going to put it on the stove and get it heated up so I can eat something, get some food in my belly. Yes, tell a big enough lie long enough and they'll believe it. I can't remember who said that. Remember, Marissa? Tell a big enough lie long enough and enough times and they'll believe it. It was one of these politicians that said it. Richard Nixon said, Americans don't believe anything until they see it on television. It's kind of like the internet now. It's a very timeless piece. Probably one of the best things ever said in history. Americans don't believe anything until they see it on the interweb, right? On the lamestream media, on the always broadcasting crap, the faux news, the MSLSD and the nuclear or the Clinton News Network or the Communist News Network or whatever, Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. You tell me lies, tell me lies. Is that Hitler that said that, Elsa? Damn, did I just quote Adolf? Damn it. All right, give me a minute, guys. I'm going to get up and put this on, go maybe water a bush here real quick. Medium, we can put it right back in there. Put it in that Tupperware container. All right. Put those sweet chili garlic on it. Or no, eh? No? Eh, no? Eh, no, eh, no? Eh, no, eh, no? noise. It's weird. I think it's that geothermal coming over the hill here. Let's let that sit for a few minutes, couple minutes, or 3 or 1 or 2 or 12 or 5 or 7. Tell me lies. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Alright. Do I have any of that sweet Thai chili? I'm going to put a little on it. No, because I want to. I think I have some up here. I got a whole bottle here. Back up in here. Where'd it go? No, I had a full bottle somewhere. Where did I put it? No way, I used all of that. Oh, where is it? Goof. Okay. And the fork. Let's get this neck and hair. All right. That will work. All right. I put some sweet Thai chili on this cabbage and sausage and sweet Thai chili. Yeah, beef, beef sausage. Beef kielbasa, nicely browned and very good, very good. Yeah. Tell me and show me all the madness. The government loves you. It's always going to be there to rescue you and save you. The Fed will always be there to bail out the bank. Silver hit $50, guys. Thank you, Father, for stealing all my silver again. Thank you for stealing all my silver again, Father. Man, this is good. I don't care about shiny dirt. Look at that. You know you want to buy that. Put a one in the chat if you would eat that right there. That is some fire sweet Thai chili, sausage, and cabbage. Not everybody likes cabbage. I'm not worried about people knowing my location. Are you going to come do something to me, Justin Tyler Wade? I mean, you shouldn't give up your location. I'm not saying, you know, that's not bad advice that you're giving or anything. You know, it should be less is more. Less is more, you know. I got you. But I'm not worried about anybody coming here. Father will protect me if I need it. You can't tell me that doesn't look like fire. That's like some party in your mouth. That is some fire right there. I love the sweet Thai chili sauce. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, YouTube banned a woman for saying, The stuff they let slide and the stuff they ban. Crazy. That's perfectly browned. Nice, thank you for that, Marissa. Yeah, doesn't like It's so crazy what they decide you can get with and what people can say and how they ban certain people and don't ban other people. It's rather alarming. Oh, look at that one's a little crispy. So crispy. So crispy on the outer edge. They're so crispy. Fabulous. Look at that bite. Would you look onto her, boys? I love split pea soup too. I like to make it homemade. Yes, Elsa, they have canceled masculinity. I want to try. One day at a time. Thanks for coming in, Justin. This is so yummy. It's like having a circus in your mouth. It's a carnival. Oh. Come on, he's a good boy. You know. Say ah. Oh. I want to see you say ah. We don't buy no drinks at the bar. We pop champagne because we pop that dough. I'll make you say ah. I'll make you say ah. All right, last bite. Wow, that is so good. I love that sweet Thai chili sauce, man. I had it before. It wasn't. It was cooked in butter and garlic and pepper, but man, that just turned it fire. Fire, fire! You threaten me, fire, fuego. Make you say ah. That was so fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. Flossy, flossy. Oh. Pardon me. Oh, it's that fly swatter. There's a fly. I see a fly. I see a fly. Knock it off, Beavis. I don't know why that stuff keeps popping up on my. I watched one thing of that crap, and now it won't go away on my feed. Mike Judge, Beavis and Butthead. I spilled a little bit. Hold on. This turned nicely. That's the way it works. That's how it works, Marissa. That's part he said. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. That's the way it works. We are imprisoned and enslaved in our own society. Separated, set apart. That's what I call it, set apart. So, are you set apart? Be in it, but be not of it. Come out of her, my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Come out of her, rebuke them with the light. So it's all in the word. All right. Man, I wish I had some of that flour done ready. Would have picked it a week ago, but oh well. Oh, well. Yes, they can't handle the truth. They don't want it, Marissa. They don't want the truth. But remember, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. He doesn't want it. He gives them a deaf ear and retards their, restrains their hearing. So they can't. You can sit there and talk to your blue in the face, but you're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. Remember? So. You can sit there until you're blue in the face like Smurfette, but it ain't going to do anything. Like you're some kind of avatar. They're still the greatest of all time. MAGA, MAGA. They're goats. You don't eat my goat. We eat the goat. Oh, it's called finger hash, Marissa. It's called finger hash. It's called finger hash. It's from trimming. You get it on your hand. It's from trimming. People trim, they make finger hash. You trim all day, you can make a pretty good ball of it, pretty good size of it. It's called finger hash. Because you're trimming all day long and you're touching all those trichomes are sticking, and so it would just kind of keep putting those over. So if you're trimming a lot, you can make a pretty good size, ball. But basically nothing but the trichomes. Very little plant matter, so. Yep, because I want all that finger hash. Yep. Yep. Want some spicy peanuts. Well, I got some spicy peanuts. We got Sriracha Ranch. Finger loaf. There you go. Make a big old. He gets them pretty big. What are you doing, Buggy? What are you doing, Buggy? What are you doing, Big? Oh, I love you, guy. I love you, Biggie guy. You're my best guy to come say hi to the dad. Just loves the dad. Oh, my biggest guy. You're the best guy. Then the other one's coming up here too. Oh, you guys are the best guys to come be with the dad. Oh, such good guys. They're the best puppies there ever was. I didn't grow up eating much sriracha. It's just something recently I started eating. Or chipotle. Chipotle or sriracha. I didn't like neither of those very much. You want a peanut? You can't have a lot of people food, but you can have a couple peanuts. Here, have a bite. We don't do a lot of people foods. You get the first bites. Oh, look at that. Couple real puppies. Nice. Thank you for the historical record on the sriracha. I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with the dad, puppies. I ain't running out with the dad. All right, one more for the puppy. We get a little bite to the puppy. Not much. You're hanging out with the dad. You hang with the dad? With the dad? Yeah, he loves the dad. Look, he's giving dad a hug. He loves the dad. So. Yeah, there we go. It's not too spicy, just a little bit. A little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. No, Taggy. You're all done. All done. All done. All done. All done. It's just a nice little spice, not too much. Not a lot, just a little bit. Oh, man. What? My puppy's looking at the dad like, Dad, I want one more sriracha peanut. No more puppies. Don't get no more peanuts. They're fine. A couple peanuts won't hurt them. So I'm just pretty much hanging out until that court date, I guess. Hanging out with my puppies. Until then, try to get what I can get done around here, but I don't know. Don't really want to do anything. What? What do you want? Oh, he's coming over to say something. What do you want? What do you want? Oh, you got to clean your brother's eyeballs? Clean his eyes? Oh, would you stop putting your hands on him? You're a silly boy. You're a silly boy. Be nice. Be nice, guy. Be nice boy. Be good boy. No kisses. Don't you kiss me. You be a good boy. Don't you dare kiss me. Don't you kiss me. Kent's not supposed to give kisses. He licks his balls. No kisses. He's a good boy, though. We sure love the kids. We sure love the kids. They love the dad. They love being with the dad. Huh. They're always dad, with the dad, with the dad, with the dad. This puppy's a good boy. He thinks he's 13 years old. He hasn't figured out. He thinks he's just a little puppy. He's a big, large breed dog. He's not a small dog. And this is Bobo. You guys are crazy boys. Oh, he's gonna go crazy on Dad. He's gonna give Dad some loving. He's gonna give Dad loving. He loves the dad. He's crazy boy like the dad. He's crazy puppy, crazy boy, crazy boy, crazy boy, crazy boy. You're crazy like your dad. You know that? You're the craziest guy I ever did have. You're the craziest kid. You're so crazy. Oh my goodness, he's being crazy. Look at him. He is the craziest dog I ever did have. Oh, what'd you get there? What do you got there? You're so funny. I love you, buddy. Dad has you boys. You guys are so nice to Dad. Everybody's so mean to Dad. But you guys never hurt Dad's feelings. Never stole anything from me or lied or cheated or anything from Dad. He's a Dad's boy. Dad's boy. He's just my guy. He's my guy. He's my guy. He's a Dad's boy. Are you Dad's boy? I love you, big boy. I love you, Bob. Boom, 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 boom. See, he's got that apple forehead. His dad was an Aussie and dingo. Oh, don't. I see it. Nah, man. You're a sweet boy. You're a good boy. You're just the best guy I ever did have. You're the best bone. You're the best guy. Sure love having you, buddy. You're a lot of fun. You make Dad's life a lot better. See why I can't let him hurt these dogs, guys? I would be out of the country right now if I didn't have these dogs, guys, but I can't let them get hurt. They need Dad. They kind of got a thing for their dad. They don't act like this with other people. Just be crazy. Just be crazy. You can be crazy like Dad. If you want to be crazy, you can be crazy. Are you crazy? Are you crazy like the Dad? Are you all done being crazy? You all done being crazy? Okay, I love you. I love you. Oh, you're okay. Dad loves you. You're my best guy that ever did both. You give me knuckles? Okay. He's very eager to please. As you can see, he wants to see Dad happy. You want to see the Dad happy? You want Dad to be happy, boy, huh? Like, you're a happy guy. You're the happiest guy that I ever did have. You're the best bone. You're all my single one guy. Oh, you're so handsome, guy. You know you're a pretty handsome dude. You're a pretty handsome guy. You're okay. Don't talk back. You're a good boy. Isn't he a good boy? So, all right. So now you see why I'm so why I just can't leave the country, guys. I can't leave. These dogs would be devastated if they got separated from me, man. They kind of got this one here. He's got like a separation disorder. Not this guy. He'd probably be okay without me, but I just don't want him to be without me, you know? He is a dingo. His mom was an Australian healer, which is dingo, blue healer, and his dad was an Aussie, so he's quarter dingo. So he is a what I call a Texas Aussie. He's a hybrid dog that I breed out to look like him. They throw different, because they're Merrill and they'll do different kind of, but he has that Aussie forehead. He has the Aussie, and then he has the ears that's stand up. He has that, like a healer. That's what makes it. And he has his feet are not like his brothers that are collie or like that. They're brown. He has brown dots that come in from the from the dingo. So they're hybrid. I've actually had 4 people this year contact me wanting another dog from breeding. They want me to, they're like, I have people that want another dog. Are you doing more dogs? I'm like, no, I don't do dogs just to do dogs. They're like, well, we want more dogs. Your dogs are just not like any other dog we ever had. We love them. They're good with the other dogs and but it's the dingo. And I'm telling you, it's the dingo that makes them like that. They're super low. There's other good dogs. I like all the working dogs. Tango's 13 years old. He's never been to the vet. That's what happens when you feed your dog good food. He's Queen's Island. He's always got, so he's got that in him, and he's something else. This dog still thinks he's a puppy. And that's what happens when you feed your dog the proper dog food. Normally when they're dark like this whole muzzle gets all gray, and when they turn about 7 or 8, he's 13 years old. So he's never been to the vet. So, and he still thinks he's a puppy. So they're my everything, guys. They hurt my dogs. That's why I've got to protect these dogs, guys. My son kind of had an issue. He's like, Dad, if you didn't have those dogs, you could be doing whatever you wanted to. Why do you keep those dogs? Well, guys, they're my guys. They're like my kids, They treat me really good. They they're there for me when the whole world shits on me. They're there for me. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I love them. I'm glad that I have them, and I know they're my hang up. But I got to look out for them, and until I can leave, because I would leave the country right now. I have a passport, and everything in my gut's telling me to leave, but I got to leave so that if I leave, I don't get separated from my dogs. Because if I'm down, um, you know, in South America or something, and I have a warrant or something because I left here because I didn't wait long enough, and then they get separated, they're gonna be fucked. They already got hurt. Tango was in deplorable condition when I got him back from Marshall. Bone was having a hard time because he'd never been away from Tango. They were always been together their whole life, and so it was a struggle for the both of them. And I don't want them to go through that. They treat me really good. Like I said, um, they're there for me when nobody else is. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully here soon in the next, whatever, 40 some days or something, they'll drop the case and then I can move on with my life, and it'll suck. But then I can take them with me and they won't get separated from me, and I can come back here to America and take my vacation and my life will move on. But until then, I don't want them to get hurt. They already had to breathe, for months, 5 of these tear gas canisters. They assaulted my dogs. Imagine being hit in the side of the face, and the dogs heard that inside of this. They have dog hearing. You know what I'm saying? They have dog hearing. So imagine what that felt. It probably felt as much as it hurt my ear and my face for the dogs inside of inside the cabin. So. And then they had to breathe this. Like I said, Tango had to be taken because he was coughing and choking. I guess that's why Marshall ended up taking him out of here. He was choking and coughing, but Pants wouldn't even leave. Pants would not leave. And so he's a good bone. He was watching the kitties. He didn't want the kitties to get the door because somebody'd open the door. Somebody came here and opened the door. Like, hey, your door to your house is open. You know that? I'm like, great. I've got a safe in there with all my precious metals, and end up losing all that. Fuck, man. But I don't want my animals to hurt. So, no, I'm not in Colorado. I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. So, appreciate you guys being there for me with this. It's been a long road, and now I have a court date. So someday this will end. It's just not going to end the way I was really hoping, because my son is either mad at me and never wants to talk to me again, murdered, or missing. But none of those are good results for me. So I don't know, and I don't want to make any plans, but I don't know if I'll ever talk to him again. And that's kind of crazy to go from him moving to the 20-acre parcel up the road, taking over the payments, moving out of his house, getting building material for his property, them moving stuff here, to just never talking to me ever again. It's just really hard to deal with this every day. And I miss him, and, so now all I have is my dogs, and I had my dogs before, but so now these are all I have, because I don't think I don't have him. I don't have my daughter. I don't have that connection. And if they show up someday, then that's fine. But I just don't have anything to go off of that they're actually still alive at this point. Because if they were, they would have both filed lawsuits. So I need to file the lawsuits for my dogs because they assaulted my animals. And that was a really hard, thing for me. You could see I was struggling with that when they were here. Already had shot my son and grenaded me and grenaded my son and daughter. I was still very concerned about my animals. You can hear it in my voice. I was just distraught and trying to get them to de-escalate, because I thought they were going to come in here and shoot my dogs either way, just to fucking be, they were. So I shut the door behind me. You know what I'm saying? I shut the door behind me, and the deal worked out, or the judge will have it. Yeah. So I need to go after the civil lawsuits for accountability too for the animals, because what they did to the animals was cruel. They didn't need to shove 5 tear gases in here. I told them I was coming out, and they knew I was, but they continued to put 5 of these tear gas canisters into this little 10 by 40 cabin with a kitchen and a bathroom and a and a toilet room and a loft and a wood stove and furniture. There's not that much open space in here, and its place was like a freaking looked like a woman powdered her nose in here. I mean, it was completely covered in white. It looked like I still have this stuff leaking out of here. So I think maybe the reason why uh, father had those people not moving in is I need to get out of here, but I don't want to move. I'm not doing anything. Um, I'm not doing anything. Joe said, given how weak your charges, who's Joe? Who is Joe? That's kind of stuff freaks me out, man. Well, Teal, be careful, man. You know what I'm saying? So, but right now, I just don't feel like I need to make any plans. Like, because he keeps wrecking them. I just had those people who were going to move into the Rusty Dragon, and because they were going to move in here, and I made all the changes over there, and they didn't end up backing out. So, well, I'm not worried about that statute limitations, Marissa, right now. To be honest with you, I really don't feel like there's a major statute limitations when you assault somebody in attempted murder. That's not going to have, I don't think, a statute limitations on what they did out here, assault, and 3 years to convict you on a felony. So I'm sure it's at least 3 years. That they'll have. I'll have to. And it's been almost a year and a half now. We're coming up on a year and a half since I last saw my son. It'll be 544 days since I last saw my son. Oh, okay. That's what Joe. I never got to talk to him about. Yeah, what he. So. Oh, the hand out backwards. Oh, that's what I was feeling. I was like, well, that feels a little weird. So, but I do have a court date, and at this point in time, I'll, I'm hoping that by the 24th that I have this vehicle fixed, I can come up with the $2,000 that I need and leave. Because I feel as if they take me to trial, I don't think I'll lose the trial. I don't want to make any plans, like I said, but I just don't see how, with what my attorney is saying, that they really don't have a case. And I think he's going to articulate and posture for that as well. I do think that he is going to tell them to throw the case out. If then it's just 1 week later, it's from the 24th to the 2nd. So it's just like 1 week. And that's a long week, but especially if I know I'm going to go to trial, because there is a chance that I might be separated from the dogs. If I'm convicted, then I don't, it sucks because then my dogs are going to have to suffer again. And that really is hard to handle. So I don't want them. I already feel like my son is suffering if he's alive. So I don't want my animals to suffer. That's why I haven't left already, guys. I already would have left if I didn't have these dogs. You know what I'm saying? I already would have left if I did not have these dogs. But because I don't really care about their stupid warrant or whatever, and they don't have a warrant. But if I left and they did something, I wouldn't even care. They haven't even, my son's been missing for, since September, and my daughter, and they haven't even tried to look for them. And they told them right where they're at, and they wouldn't go get them. They're not going to come try to get me out of some other country. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's all right. It'll work out. Like I said, there's finally a court date. It's taken a long time to get here, but it is what it is. Life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So I'll probably leave the country without even filing the suits, lawsuits. And I can file these lawsuits outside of this country. So hopefully I can get something sold here in the next couple weeks before winter hits too hard. And I should probably get up off my ass and get that flatbed brought up to the end of the highway, and somebody will buy it from me. There's no way they won't buy that turbo flatbed diesel if I put like a $3,800 price tag on it. And I've had it sold before for $8,000-9,000. I just chickened out because I just wasn't ready to sell it. I thought I did, and then I kind of backed out because I know I can't replace it. It's kind of a unique. They've taken all the extra crap off of it and put a different transmission in it, and it's just a better all around. It's the right ear. So I'm sure if I get it up there, I'll get that sold. So I think I'll have the money here in the next, hopefully, couple of weeks if I can sell it. Because actually, I have to have that money by next Friday. Um, oh no, that's just the inspection. So I'll have like another week or two, hopefully, to get it sold. So hopefully the weather will cooperate. We won't get snowed on or anything like that. And I'll have to clean it up, make it look nice and pretty. Like I don't like selling unless it's been completely detailed. So probably a day or so to get it ready. And so I have a little time, but I better not dick around here, um, because I do need the funding to have the vehicle fixed. I want to be able to leave by the 24th if they're going to drop the charges. I don't see any reason to stay here right now. Um, so we'll see what Father has for me because I don't want to make any plans. Like I said, he just smashes all my plans and wrecks everything that I'm doing. So I just spent a year and a half for nothing. Just wasted all my time and all my money and all my effort, and probably got my son mad at me and never wanted to talk to me never again, or killed, or and my daughter. So it's gonna be a rough next couple years, weeks, months, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, however long it keeps me here. It's not gonna be an easy ride here because I really miss my son. He's a good young man, and if he'd not done this, I wouldn't have done anything to help him out. I mean to help, but he did everything he needed to do. I'm standing up for him because they were going after him more because of me than anything else. So kind of a shitty thing to, if this all ends up and I get thrown in jail over the incident. So just trying to help my son, but I don't put past anything past Father. 100%. I don't put it past Father. He'll do whatever he wants in my life. So I don't get to control that. He's steering the ship. And so I know I tried for hundreds of hours to get him to not bring men with guns in, and they still did it anyway. So I don't think I can control anything in this case at all like that. Father's in control. So glad that I have that. And that he creates all things, and I'm not out trying to plot some kind of vengeance against somebody. And why? It's not going to do me anything. It's not going to get me. It's not going to bring my son back. It's not going to make my son want to talk to me if he is alive, or my daughter. So nobody's contacted me to even let me know they're alive. Not anybody from anywhere in the world, anywhere, has let me know anything. In 18 months, I've had zero contact with my son or daughter. Fucking nuts, man. 17 months. Went from moving here to, moving on the 20-acre parcel 3 miles up the road. He sold all his cars and stuff, all those fancy little supercars, and bought a Jeep. Like, was really doing this. I was this close to having him in my life. And then Father just took him away from me. So, both of them. So I hope they're happy if they're alive, but I don't think they're happy at all. I can't imagine why they wouldn't have already filed their lawsuits and had their lives back right now. And I know that Elijah has a massive case, and Adriana was kidnapped, so she has a massive case, and both of them would not be struggling at all, and Elijah wouldn't have a warrant for his arrest. So I'm just saying, I kind of give up here, man. I don't want to try to make any plans because he just keeps destroying anything and everything I try to do. He just took 17, 18 months of my life, and this is a case that's 5 years old and over $100,000. And like I said, I don't even have firewood, or I'm struggling to sell a vehicle that I don't even want to sell. It was supposed to be here for the ministry. It's a ministry vehicle, but whatever. I can't go into the winter with it being the way it is. I'm going to wreck that vehicle. It's just that something's wrong with the suspension, and I'm sure they'll figure it out and it'll get fixed, and I won't have to worry about it, and I'll feel confident. So, but December there'll probably be snow out here by December. So we'll see. We'll see. Because like I said, I know I've reached out as much as I can possibly reach out here to this ministry off of um, you know, I've reached out to the internet. I've reached out to every law enforcement agency, the governor's office, everybody to try to help my son and daughter, but nobody's wanted to step in and help them. So it's been hard to watch. It's been hard to think that nobody cares about him or my daughter. That just nobody cares about them. And I do though. I love them both a lot, and I'm hoping that someday Father will show me why he did this, and I have no idea. I mean, I feel like I have a pretty good. I know I have a high IQ, but I don't care about how my IQ. I just figure these things out, and I can't figure out for the life of me why Father's has done this to them. You know what I'm saying? But it's one thing to beat me, but why is he beating the hell out of them? Why are they sitting, suffering, bodies, corpses rotting, or being raped? My daughter or son being extorted when they just wanted a life. They were just leading a normal life until the fucking I got involved. I'll be tormented for the rest of my life. I'll never live this down. As long as I'm alive on this rock, I'll have to deal with it. Know that the reason why they're probably dead is because of me. I didn't listen to him, and I didn't take the animals when I should have, could have, and didn't. I just didn't. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I just did what I wanted to do, and I listened to him. And he was telling me to go, Dad. Somebody's going to steal all that from you. Remember, Jeremy took 25 pounds from you, so that was our own family, Dad. Take it now. Quit trying to hold off and pay the ministry off. Just go on the road. Take the double cab coma. I know it's new. You don't want a new truck. You're not buying a brand new one, but it's newer than what you want. And you want it the double cab so you don't have dogs breathing down your neck so they can sleep behind you when you're driving, and you don't have to be in the back of the truck trying to get out of the truck it makes sense. There you go, Dad. You have everything you need. Money, gold and silver. Why do you have gold, Dad? And I didn't listen to him. So I'll have to deal with that. Because I do feel that is that the gold and silver is what got them killed. If they're not alive, it's because of that gold and silver. Something I could have sold and got the double cab, and now I've spent over 100,000. I've probably bought 10 double cabs trucks, and now I don't even have the vehicle to fix my $2,500 vehicle. So um, I don't want to make any more plans in this life because I just keep getting fucking crushed by God. So I'm just gonna wait until my court date, make sure my animals are fed. I might have enough dog food to make it to that day. I don't think so, but maybe I'll get one more bag of dog food, and then plan on either going to jail or this being done and over with. See, I mean, there will be some kind of closure eventually, but the thing that sucks is it's not going to include anything about my son. This is all for fucking nothing. I just did everything for nothing. So, and I'm a lot further back. Like I said, I'd really, just in the time that I gave John and the gold and silver, I'd almost made $7,000 in profit just from the time I gave it to him. That's how much gold and silver's already gone up. So, and I can't imagine the 40 pounds that I got. So that's just the separate from that's since the 11 or 15 months I made that. That's not the 40 pounds that got taken from me or the gold. I made that after that happened. So, it's just like I said, it's like God just wants me to struggle. That's all. He just wants me to struggle in every way, shape, or form. Just like this whole fixing this whole cabin so these people can move in there and making some changes and stuff for them and doing that to personally fit in. And then they call and tell me that they're not going to be able to do it. So Father just had me waste a whole bunch more time for nothing. And see, I'm not mad at them. I'm not mad at anybody. It's just it's Father doing it to me. So I have no qualms with anybody, you know. But it is what it is. I mean, I can't even report either I'm missing. It's a fucking nightmare, man. I just can't seem to wake up from it. Don't matter if I go to sleep or come, it's still a nightmare. So, but it'll all work out here soon, right? Either I'm going to jail or I'm not. So hopefully I can have this vehicle fixed by then. And I've got some tires. They're not the tires that I wanted, but they're what I could afford. And I bought what I could afford at this time. So I still have to bring the vehicle in and get it fixed or inspected. That's going to be about $300 just to look at the vehicle, not even do any work on it. That's just go through to the inspection so I can make sure it's done right. So if I'm going to drive it to South America, I don't want to have any, issues. So, and then if I fix it again, even though it's a $3,000 to $5,000 vehicle, I probably won't need to put any more money in the suspension for a while. They'll tell me what's wrong with it. So it takes money to make money sometimes. And I don't want to make money, but I can't afford a double cab truck anymore. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get that truck ever again, but whatever. I have the Forerunner for now. The dogs can get behind that, and that's why I bought that vehicle, because it's something I could afford at the time. I was shoving all my money into this case, so I probably could have bought it, but I chose not to. I chose to pay off the land, remember? Instead of buying myself a truck, I bought and paid off the ministry. So Father will provide. I know that. I'm just he's got to make something and buy something from somebody, because I have things for sale, but it's not like I'm sitting here not trying to do anything. I just, what I'm saying? Um, I need to sell something, and he won't let me sell anything because I can't even get the internet to post my ads anymore. If they go up, they're taken down after 3 hours. So I can't even sell anything on the internet. So I've just been strangled out in every way, shape, or form. This was really hoping these people were going to rent that place, because they would have had some kind of income. It would have been something too that I could have added to the stack there. And I shouldn't have not depended on it. I just gave them a really good rate too. And I was like, oh, cool. That will be something I can try to put towards this, getting this vehicle fixed. I need this done. I don't want to kill anybody in the vehicle. Actually, I'm not going to have anybody in the vehicle because I don't want to hurt anybody. Something's definitely wrong, and I can't figure it out. It looks like everything's okay to me. The hub's not loose. There's no boot leaking. There's no drips, but it's just that one day we hit that ice and the whole front end dropped. It's like it slammed down and the whole ass end just spun around on us. Because I'm a pretty good driver, and we had vehicles going, on both sides, of us, around us, and I still able to keep it straight enough and got the ass end to come back around and drive straight. But Kevin has been there ever since then. He's been pretty freaked out about it. You know what I'm saying? Um, uh, so I'll figure it out. I was hoping we would bought that land from me. Bought the 5 acres. I was really thinking that 5 acres was going to sell this year. I told Kevin it was, and I shouldn't have told Kevin. I said, man, somebody will buy that. This is the best year here for somebody to buy it. And then nobody bought it. It may happen to me too there, Steven. I'm in the same boat. It don't matter how much money I have. I've thrown over $100,000 at this and it didn't do shit. So I hear you, man. Seems like everything's just a waste, But it's not. I'm sure God has a purpose. Father has a purpose for all of it. Like 5 years. Maybe like 5 or 6 years. I've been together a while, I consider it his wife because they've been together long enough. You know what I'm saying? They live together. Yep, I'll have to face that too, Stephen. I know how that works. God's got me in his hands because nothing I do, he's gonna no, I don't have any grandchildren. He's my only son and he didn't want grandchildren, so this is kind of a kick in my teeth that thought maybe someday he'd change his mind, and I could find some a little bit of inspiration. Yeah, that's just the way I work. I'm old. Elijah's like that too. He's old fashioned. He hasn't had a lot of girlfriends. He was with Adriana, his high school sweetheart. He was then they separated for a little while, and then he met Adriana. Same spelling, but he hasn't been with a lot of women. He's only been in long relationships. He's a committed guy. He doesn't sleep around. He's not promiscuous. He's seen me. I'm a one woman man. I don't cheat. I don't. That's just not the way I am. So, not that people don't, but he's had his dad as an example. I've had long relationships. I've had gaps between my relationships. I don't just jump in the sack with somebody because I need to dip my wick or something get wet. I'm just not. I was a single dad, so I wasn't trying to be with anybody. I felt it was more I'd be a parent, before I was a dad. Now I dated a couple women, but he always came first, and they knew that. So, but that's what's so weird for him to have a good relationship with him my whole life, for him never wanting to talk to me ever again. It's just hard to swallow for me. It just hurts my heart, and I'll just have to move on with my life, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I just need to know if he's alive or dead, and I can move on. You know what I'm saying? That's all I need to know is something, anything. Just somebody give me anything, please. It's been like, you know, almost a year and a half, and the last time I saw my son, he was being shot. It's just hard to kind of just keep hanging on, and people come in here and call me crazy and dox me and tell me I need to take drugs and shit. It's hard to keep going, man. This shit's nuts. And then they won't even take a report of his body. But, you know, you know what I'm saying? Then nobody will even look for him right now. Nobody's looking for him. Dead, missing, murdered. Even the cops don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm dead, and I'm just living in this weird alternative reality until I pass or something. And because there's no results of anything I do, all it does is push me backwards. You know what I'm saying? All I've done is make this problem way worse than when I started. So, so, but it's okay. I mean, it's what God wants for me. If He wanted anything different, He'd make it different. I know that's how He works. That's the hard thing too. Is I know God's in control, and He wants this for me. It's like, damn, you know, you are a brutal father. You are an absolute savage. You just don't give a shit, huh? I try everything I can to help him out, and it just makes my problem way worse. So, and then to have him this close to being in my life, you know, working all that, and then right at that, he does that to me a lot. As soon as I feel like I'm gonna have something, he'll just take it away from me. So that's why I don't want to get attached to anything, anybody, and anymore. I think I'm just all over this physical realm, and I don't need to own anything. And I'm willing to fucking, sell everything I have at half fucking market price anymore. I don't care if I destroy the market value of shit. I'm so over being a guy like that cares. I don't want to sell anything under market value because I don't want to hurt other people. Fuck it. Half price, everything I own. I don't care. It's just stuff. I've had it all taken from me. 6 years ago, everything was stripped away from me. I didn't have anything on this property. After 15 years of putting together survival, my brother, who was a millionaire, came and took 25 pounds of silver that time. So it's like if I don't own anything, nobody can't take anything from me. See? That's how I want to get my life, where I just don't own anything anymore. That way nobody can steal anything, and I won't have to have anything taken from me, So I have a court date coming up, and whatever. whatever happens on that court date happens, because I'm not going to even say what's going to happen. I don't care. I don't know. And who fucking knows? That's a long way from now. Anything can happen in this country between now and then. So all I know is I need to fix my vehicle and get it prepared so I can leave. If not, it'll sit there until after I get out of jail. And what other option do I have? This is the only thing that Father is even allowing for me. He won't allow me to go anywhere, do anything. And it's because I have a hang up for my dogs too. So if I didn't love my dogs so much and thought that they would get hurt, I would just leave. And I wouldn't care. And I would probably never come back to this country ever again because I'd have a warrant. But I would like to come back here someday, in the future. And not like I'm trying to go that long. There are people here that can't leave this country. And I have a ministry here as part of the ministry. It's not just outside of the U.S. This ministry is in the U.S. as well. So, but I just want to give up everything I own and just go share the gospel. But Father won't unchain me. He won't let me leave. And I've just thrown, everything I have. It's over 100,000. I'm being conservative, and I'm a man with no income, no veterans benefits. I've served in this military. I received an honorable discharge. I fought Social Security for 7 years. After telling everybody, no, I'm not going to do it for 7 years. I was a single parent at the time. I never received a dime of child support. I took care of my son, his son, dad, and mom for almost 8 years because his mom didn't want to be present to be a part of him as being a parent. So I took care of him without any support from anybody. I fought for custody for 8 years and cooked me hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get custody of him to begin with. So I almost started out with nothing once I had custody of him. But then I didn't get any fucking help from his family. His mom never helped anybody. And then I went to try to get the Social Security that I paid in, not a check every month. And then they denied me that. So I don't get veterans benefits. I don't get nothing. I earn what I have. And every time I get a stack or something, somebody just steals it. And it's normally somebody who has a lot of money or somebody right next to me or somebody I know. It's like, man, so it's hard to be around people because I know people will suffer around me, but I don't know why the people around me always rob me blind and take advantage of my niceness. I guess that's what they do. They know I'm going to fucking be a pushover. That's why my dad or my son always told me, Dad, why do you let people just do what they do to you? Because we're not supposed to strike back, son. I know, but Dad, you just keep letting them do it to you. Well, son, it is what it is, man. Father will handle all these people when when this all is done, son. You know that. He pours out a just measure when he returns. So the measure we pour out on these people will be poured back out on them. So I can't. Yeah, but Dad, you just let yourself get hit and striked all the time. So he's right. I always put myself out there to get chopped down, and I just stand back up. So what I do, I'm going to stand back up until they take the last breath out of me, I guess. I told my son I would fight to the death to keep him from going to prison, but I don't know how that even works now. But because he still has a 7-year warrant to go to prison as the rest, what was the last thing testing? Like, what were you supposed to do differently? I was supposed to go take the gold and silver and buy the double cab Tacoma and go on the road. That's what I was supposed to do. That's what he told me. Dad, take the precious metals and go on the road. You have everything you need now. I know you don't like newer vehicles, but that's something you need. You don't want something fancy, to stand for yourself. Well, no, because people have stolen, like Mike or whatever. People have stolen a lot of money from me. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might put on the whole armor of God, that you be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say to you, put on the whole armor of God. So, what I do constantly was the only thing that's keeping me going. Paul's writings, Ephesians, knowing that he did horrible things and Father had an ending from him, and it wasn't a good ending, but there did come an end to his suffering. And Paul's heart, I'm sure, was still being rebuked by Father, like Peter, and we all fall short of the word. So I wish I could have done things differently, but I can't. Father created all these things, and so I can't go back and worry about what I can't change. All I can do is worry about what I can change. So my I don't care about anybody here. I have no vengeance towards no man. My battle is with Father. Me and him, we argue a lot, like we're in a relationship or a marriage or something, but that's between me and him. But I do talk to him a lot, and I talk to him just like I'm talking to you right now. I'll try to talk to him somebody that I'm not. That way he'll know my voice when I die. I'm not being fake. I'm not a fake dude at all. I'm not a fake man. I'm one of the realest people on this rock. I'm not better. I'm real as it gets. So I ain't running from nothing. I did when I was younger, real young, and didn't fix my problems, and it made it worse, way worse. So I know that Father, he gives me the word because that's the only thing that's keeping me upright right now. Sozo carry picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, and healed, and he'll heal all this pain after I'm dead. So that might be my only relief is death. And I have a pretty good sneaking suspicion that's the way it'll turn out, because this has been this way as long as I could ever remember. And I'm a lot older than my dad, and this has been the way my whole life. I've never hardly ever had a chance to even get my head above water before he shoves me right back down. So I could tell you stories where you go, dude, why do you even stay in this flesh, man? And I will. It doesn't matter. There's nothing. It's the way he wanted it. The hard part for me is when you have a relationship with Father, and he has the ability to change anything. Because, see, I'm not blaming it on any man, any woman, or any police agency or anybody. I have a relationship, and I know it's Father who's doing it. Father is doing this. So when I know Father can change this, that's what hurts me more about Father. I'm like, Father, I know you can do anything. You are a way maker. You could make a way in no way in hell. And this is the way you want it for me, huh? Like, damn, you must hate me more than anybody on this rock. You just won't let me breathe. You won't let me up. You won't let me even have a moment to, and like I said, my stupidity, my ignorance, my son was like, Dad, take the money, go get the gold and silver and buy the double cab truck. You want to go across the U.S., go get the book full of archives and then go on the road. Because he knows that nobody was sending me books for the archive. I was trying to have this book. I spent 4 years of my life digging an archive to archive the Word of Father. And I asked people to send books for the ministry. And nobody sent any. I was devastated. I'm like, fuck, dude. I mean, I know books are expensive, but I just fucking built an archive. It's 3 stories down in the ground. It'd take you $250,000, $500,000 to build, and not one person wants to send a fucking book to this place. And so it broke my heart, and Elijah's like, dude, Dad, you can go get the books, go get the books, Dad. You can go on the road right now. It's the summertime. Go get the books. That's cool. I think you're crazy as fuck. Like, no, Dad, but if that's what you want and you think that's important to you to put those books in that ground and so people have it for later, it might all get blown away, but you tried. So I got you, Dad. Go right now. Please, Dad, you're saving that for silver for me. I know. And I don't know why you have gold. We're not gold bugs. And I didn't listen to him, It was a stupid decision on my part, because he was right. Because that's what I told him I was going to do when he turned 18. You know what I'm saying? I was going to go on the road, not going to leave him anything. If I did, but I was just going to leave and go let them in. I wanted to share the gospel. Back when I was telling him this when he was young, that this is what I was going to do. And I didn't keep my word to him. So he's probably disappointed, even if he's alive. Like, what a stupid fucker. My dad had all that, in the palm of his hands, and maybe he did take it. I don't think he took it. Marshall said Adriana took it. I don't think Adriana took it. Marshall fucking took it. But either way, it was a bad decision on my part. And I'll never live that down. And I'll always have to deal with that for the rest of my life. So it truly is my responsibility. How if Marshall killed him over that gold and silver, it was my fault. It was my fault. I got him killed. I got Adriana killed because when I went and picked up my dog, Tango. I said, you said you had the silver the whole time, Marshall. Now you're saying my daughter has it. I'm going to talk to her one day when this case ends, and I'm going to find out, Marshall, but I'm going to just get my dog and go, and left. And I think that's why he lured Adriana down there, and because he had already killed Elijah. I've told this to the police, but they don't want to listen to me. So I'll have to deal with it for the rest of my life. He's going to either just be a person that I'll never be able to find a missing persons report on, which is insane, or my daughter, because I have the motive, but they won't take the police report. So I'm already being tormented for my horrible decision that I didn't take his advice and go on the road like I should have, and picked up the books and put them in the archive, and I could have been on the road in another country and traveling by now. Probably have that vehicle parked somewhere in South America, in Ecuador, and been at one of the people's ministry, and he might be in prison, but at least I can come back and visit him. And at least if he didn't want to talk to me, he'd still fucking be alive. So, oh, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. And I'll never wake up from this nightmare. No, he's not active. He's missing. He's gone. So, no, he's not on social media. So, he hasn't been active for well over a year, or my daughter. They both went missing right about the same time. So, told you why and how I think how it happened. I think Marshall told him, or Elijah told him, Marshall, hey, I owe you 10 grand, and you're not taking my dad's gold and silver. That's his. And if you want me to pay off the debt, I'll pay off the debt. And Marshall told him, fuck you, and shot him. Because Marshall told me a year later, when I confronted him after going and, he wouldn't talk. I mean, he wouldn't know. I wouldn't get any answers. I went to his house, and he said that my son had argued with him when he went and picked him up from jail the whole way home. So he's both of our supposed friends. I think he's a plant, but so yep. I think Elisha said, give my dad that money. Give him that gold and silver. That's his retirement. I'm not going to take that from my dad. And Marshall said, you owe me money, motherfucker. You owe me, and now I just bailed you out of jail. Fuck you. You're going to do what I say. And Elijah said, no, you're not. Marshall just smoked him, because that's kind of how I've seen Marshall, how he is. I just don't know him that well. Just the way he talks, acts, the shit he said. And, he knew my son before he ever knew me. He got up in my life because I was selling something, I was selling online. He was able to get up in my life because I was selling freeze-dried Skittles at the time. He bought some Skittles. So I don't know. I know that he said that some guy that he was living with out here supposedly killed himself, and Elijah knows something about that too. See, there's something there too. And I don't think Elijah's involved in that in any way, but I don't know that this guy he was caretaking for ended up killing himself out here. And it's that track chair that I sold for Elijah that Marshall said, you can sell that chair to get the money for your son. So, no, he has a girlfriend or whatever. So, yeah, I've helped him move once. I mean, it's just I have more of a distant type relationship with him than my son had a closer and knew him before I ever knew him, which is so weird about the guy. So I've reported him, said at the time of arrest, I reported, hey, this guy's, I think he's kidnapped my son, killed my son or whatever. And they just never listened to me. So, cause they wouldn't listen to me, I drove down there. And when I talked to him in person, he told me he had argued with my son, argued with him the whole way home, which made no sense. He never told me that in the beginning. So that's why I believe that Elijah got in an argument with Marshall. And I think I know what it was over. It was over the silver and gold. And that's why Marshall panicked when I fucking went down there to pick up, and he wouldn't give my dog back. I don't know what that has to do with it yet, but maybe he could keep his distance from me by not giving back the dog. But I kept begging him for months and months and months and months and months and months. When I got my dog back, I should have gone and fucking filed fucking police report for animal cruelty, what he did to the dog. But ticks in his face is all fucking all the bottom, and no hair on the bottom of his back of his neck. Looked like somebody took a torch and burned all off the back of his hair off his tail and peeled all the scab off. It was all shiny, glossy, reddish pink. And it was just fucking disgusting. The dog was obviously in pain, and he wouldn't give me my dog back. So I went down there, and I've seen a dog with 10 ticks in his face. He had this thing in his mouth, Marshall, where is my silver? You said you had it. No, I don't have it. Adrian has it. Marshall, you said you had it the whole time. I have record that you have it, Now you're saying she has it. I'm going to talk to her one day. This case is going to end, but I'm going to get my dog and leave. And it was a very short conversation. And I think that's why he, at that point, lured Adriana down there. And that's why I found her car at his house, where I knew my son's body was at. And now I've reported both their bodies, because that's where I have to report it. When I reported their body at Josephine County, they said they were going to throw me in fucking jail. So, see this round robin nightmare that I'm in? So, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy, 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 crazy. How none of it adds up. And it just wasted 18 months by the time that I get to court of my time. And like I said, I'm mad at Father because I can't even fix my fucking vehicle right now. I want that vehicle fixed. I want it sitting there ready, waiting to fucking go, so that if I can leave on the 24th, I don't have to stay here one more second. I can get my fucking dogs out of this godforsaken fucking country. So it's unbelievable how cruel God is being to me and my son and my daughter right now, and my animals. This is a prison that I've been tormented day after day, week after week, month after month, and now for more than almost a year and a half that he just torments me every day, not knowing that I can't do anything, So that's my focus right now, is trying to get the vehicle fixed, and I want to make plans because he'll just destroy him. So however it's going to get fixed, it's going to get fixed. I ain't going to do shit around here anymore, or feel like I have to. And I don't care, as long as my animals are fed. Like I said, my ass is washed. I get my teeth brushed. And, I don't care what happens anymore. You know what I'm saying? I am so fucking tired of trying in this case and going backwards. Every time I try, I just go backwards. So I don't have anything else to throw at it. I've asked everybody on this fucking ministry. I've asked for years for somebody to help my son, not me. And nobody's been able to help me. So I don't have any qualms against anybody in the ministry. It's just like I've done everything I can do. So I keep making the problem worse. So if I would have held on those precious metals, I'd have $6,000 to $7,000 more of profit right now in my pocket. Could have said, John, I'll wait until you get fucking somewhere on this case, but whatever. I sit here and freeze my fucking balls off, in the cold now. And I'm not going to make it through the whole winter without firewood. So I don't even know how I'll be mentally, because I'm not 20 years old, and this body just can't take fucking the cold like it did when I was in, we did military Arctic training. And so, who cares about gold and silver? The guy killed your kids. Okay, whatever you're talking about there, St. Christopher. So, anyways, we'll see. I have 45 things for sale that are on the internet. I just can't get any hits on my stuff for sale. Nobody's liking anything. Nobody's buying anything. Nobody's doing anything. So I just can't even get anything. Like I said, put it up, and I could, in 3 hours, I can get some kind of hit, but then it just drops off, and I never get anything. So I can't repost everything every 3 hours, man. I'm already wore out. So, and I don't want to sell anything. The whole idea was not to sell anything else ever again on the internet, because I'm done. I want to retire, and I don't want to. I'm done buying and selling. I've been doing it for fucking 20 years. I made a good life out of doing it. It's not like I didn't have a good life selling things I did. I had very abundant lifestyle, so I was able to be a single dad for my kids, and uh, did not say Marshall good. Okay. Saint, don't be fucking a dumbass in here, please, because Saint means servant. Don't come in here thinking you're going to serve something in here unless you actually can fucking help, because I don't think you give a rat's ass just because you can't comprehend something. So. You're asking a goddamn question. Now you can go goddamn fuck yourself. Fuck off, prick. Get out of here, cocksucker. Don't say anything else or moderate this dumbass trying to sit here, and I'm already struggling enough. I'm going to sit there and because he can't get the question he wants to fucking argue with me. So I don't care about Saint. He's a fucking idiot. So you don't know anything about the case. Why don't you go do some research? There's thousands of hours of discovery before you open up your mouth and act like you care. For thousands of hours, I called out to this ministry for somebody to help my son. Started GoFundMe, contacted Veterans Affairs, contact fucking some kind of victims advocate, anything, anybody, anything. I even offered, take the live stream and make yourself millions of dollars because I don't want to file it, and nobody even did it. So I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not going to do that anymore, remember? Because I don't want to ask this ministry to do anything because I don't want to take from anybody. I don't want anybody else to be hurt. I'm just doing this because I have to carry my cross. I have to do this because this is what Father's making me do. So I'm not going to ask anybody for anything in this ministry. I've already asked for 18 fucking months and nobody has helped. So it's okay. I'm not mad at anybody. I just wish somebody would have helped my son and daughter. I'm the piece of shit that got them fucking killed or hurt, or so can't you help them? Why does nobody want to help them? Not even his own mom or my daughter's own mom or dad, or nobody wants to help. It's very surreal. It feels like I'm dead a lot of the times. It doesn't even feel like I'm alive. So death even seems like it would be a vacation at this point to get me out of this torture chamber. You know, I know as a veteran, if something's suffering, you fucking kill it. You put it out its misery. You don't let it keep suffering, or you help it. And you go to, and I just think people some of the times just come in here to entertain themselves, you know, and it hurts me, not that because it's like, what about my son and daughter? Because I'm a constitutionalist and I have 60 YouTube channels and I'm outspoken that they have to suffer. So it's okay. Like I said, I just don't want to ask for anything anymore. I don't want to expect anything. Don't want to, you know, make anybody, you know, feel like they're obligated to do anything for me. Nobody has to do a fucking thing here. I don't want anybody to do anything that's not organic. I'm tired of asking because it hurts my heart knowing that I'm just not getting anywhere. And like I said, I just feel like I wasted a tremendous amount of my time asking something and maybe burdening somebody, feeling like they would have an obligation to do something for me. They don't have an obligation to do anything. So Father's in control and he's doing everything he wants. If he wanted somebody to help, somebody would have helped. You know, it's like, why didn't somebody try to go help them get in a fucking attorney? They were both assaulted. My daughter was assaulted in her fucking sleep. She got a massive lawsuit. How come anybody come and help her and aided her? She's a victim. Nobody gives a fuck about Adriana Massey. I don't care about her. Her own fucking parents don't give a fuck about her, apparently. So I know my son's mom didn't give a fuck about her when I said, what's going on with our daughter? I don't know. Fuck it, she's over there where you're at. I'm way over here. You don't know nothing that's going on with her? This is our fucking daughter. Our son's with this woman. What? They're both what the fuck's going on? I don't know. So she could have just said, I don't give a fuck is what she should have said. you know, that's what she probably meant, but that's okay. So but there's nothing that's happened that, you know what I'm saying? But all somebody'd have to do is take the live stream, and there's massive lawsuits. Even the criminal attorney says there's Tracy, you have a lot of lawsuits. They really violated a lot of your things, but I'm a criminal attorney, not a civil lawsuit attorney, so I don't file those kind of cases. So yes, absolutely. They can't grenade you or your daughter. That's all. That's civil right. That's right. That they can't, even down to. He said, well, I don't know if you have a rights violation on the co-counsel, but you probably definitely would look into that as a civil lawsuit, and he'd probably be disbarred. And the civil lawsuit would probably go after Dan Spencer for not um, giving proper counsel to. Uh, the whole case is just a big, massive lawsuit. There's nothing about it that's not. So that's okay. It'd be better if the people don't get sued. Hopefully, some way I can find out a way to do this without suing the state, whatever, and I can retire in some other country too, and not have to worry about this ever again. Or I'll just die soon enough, and I won't have to worry about anything. Either way, I just don't want my animals to suffer. It's all about my animals at this point. As long as the animals don't suffer, I know he's going to beat the living fuck out of me the rest of my life. I'm never going to get a break from this. Because I just don't see no end in sight. Yep, that's the way it goes, Steve. Me, I don't have family. I don't have nobody to help him. So, but this is exactly what Father wants to be. So I'm not mad at anybody. Like I said, there's no personal thing on this channel. I come upset anybody for not trying or whatever. So I just think it's hilarious. I'll go on Facebook or something on the marketplace and I'll see somebody, oh, we started a GoFundMe for this veteran for some stupid ass shit or something for some veteran. And I'm a veteran, but nobody wants to help this veteran out. But that's all right. Don't help out veterans. We're tyrants. We serve the beast system, and we have what we got coming for serving a system that goes out and oppresses, all the other nations with our greatest military ever, so everybody can live the luxury here in America of all the militaries. Why everybody in other countries has to have bombs, many of them in their backyards for decades. Well, they don't have any in America, but rent's coming due, in America. The Second Amendment could help you. No, I know, but I can't use the Second Amendment. I always said I would not use the Second Amendment. That's what I was explaining. I use my right of self-defense, but not using my Second Amendment. Using my fourth to protect myself from legal prosecution. It's called the self-defense is the legal description of affirmative or excuse or justification defense. So I know my rights because I'm a prior law enforcement constitutionalist. So yeah, let's not use arms here. They're the ones who shot, my son and, shot 5 tear gas canisters in here, brought violence. So I'm not calling for any violence. Yeah, no, it's, hey, you can't sit there and rent this land out like we've done it, kind of, sort of speak, be here all this time and not pay any rent, and everybody else is paying rent. The rent's coming due in America. It already is. So it'll all work out. At this point, if I can get the vehicle fixed and the charges are dropped, that's it. It's either that or I'm going to jail, guys. There is some fucking light at the end of the tunnel. It's not, I don't have control over that. I wish I did. I wish I could tell you what that would be, but I don't know. I don't know. Anything could happen between now and then. How many days is it till November 24th? We got like 48 days or something, 47 days or something. I don't know. It's getting closer, but yeah, just there's a date coming. There's a date. It just seems kind of far off for me for now. We'll take the days together and I'll bitch and moan the whole time. Whatever. I'm not saying I'm not a little bitch. Sometimes I get whiny. I miss my son. I want to talk to him. I miss churching with him. He's the only person that would church with me in person. I could talk to him for hours on the phone about the word, and he loved talking about the word with me. So that's why you guys have to deal with me all the time, because Father plucked my son away from me, and nobody else would church with me. So he's the only person I had that would talk to me for hours on the phone. So see, Father hates me. So it's between me and Father, not me and you, or anybody on this ministry, or anybody in the world. It's just me and Father. So someday I'll know, but I don't know again if in this lifetime I'll ever get to the answers that I'm looking for. So I know I just spent a lot of time and effort to gain nowhere. I went completely backwards. So it's not an impossible task. I'm probably going to need to leave here, I think, to get to Mexico, down to Mexico, because I don't even plan on going to Ecuador right away. I'm planning on just trying to get over on the other side of the fucking border for a minute, just to relax. I'll be like, oh my God, I'm fucking out of America for a minute. And not like I don't want to try. I want to try to come back here. That's why I don't want to just bounce and leave and hurt my fucking dogs. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't know. I don't know if that day's gonna ever come. I might just be going to a jail cell, and I might get there, and they go, "Oh man, we've been waiting for you to get in here," and they're just gonna disappear me, and you guys are never gonna hear from me again. That is something, yeah, they don't want to talk about the magnetism, Darren. I totally agree. Nobody wants to talk about magnetism. Why, Darren? Why don't they want to talk about magnetism? They're idiots. They have no, remember magnetism, left brain, right brain, positive, negative, push, pull, polarity, perpetual polarity, negation of the magnetics or polarity. These people have no idea what magnetics are, but that's okay. They'll find out soon enough, left brain, right brain. All right, never mind. Oh, wait. They'll never get it. But thanks for coming in. That's a good conversation. I like talking about magnetism in here. Nobody wants to talk about it, but magnetism kind of all this was created, right? It was spoken into existence, push, pull, positive, negative, fission, breath, air, pneumatics, Rome. Oh, never mind. Show me the way to go home. Tired and I want to go to bed. Rife, yeah. We have many frequencies on this rock. I am a frequency. That's what I am. It was all spoken into existence. Remember Torah, wave, millimeter. Vibration. Like your larynx in your throat. Hello. Is there anybody out there? I can't see you because you're a millimeter wave. 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. That's just one frequency. Like reverberation. See, Darren knows. So like all the church of all those windows are just frequency of the different. Take sand and put it on a table, and hit it with sound frequency, and it'll form all kinds of different beautiful electromagnetic geometry, sacred, if you will. So, but Tesla knew the secrets to this time, place, and plane and space was 3, 6, and 9. But don't worry about it. Just stand on the ball and spin around at 1,040 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, the great dynamo, huh? Father spoke all this into existence. That's why everything's spinning, you dumbasses. We're not spinning. Everything else is spinning, if you've noticed. But if you're one of those spinning on a ball camp, I think you've got, it's electric. You've been statified, or static. It's like you were well, it's electric. Never mind. Polarity, push and pull, positive and negative. Reverse polarity, negation, cancellation of the polarity, magnetism. It sure feels like it's spinning. No, there's no time travel like that. I'm a time traveler, Void. I do. I travel through time, back and forth to the future. If you've been a part of this ministry before, you'd know that. I'm a magi, so I can appear and reappear, not like a lighter on the table, or like your channel changer, or like your socks that disappear in the, not a Mandela effect, but like in and out of prison or death. But yes, there is a doorway. And if you are not linear, then travel through time is something that they know how to do, because it is a cyclical in nature. Nothing new under the sun, Solomon said. Yuga cycles, great cycles, Heimrich cycles, Lachamp, you know, any of these cycles, Kali, going back to Kali, all that. No, there's no astral projection, but maybe out of my mind, out of body, because you're not going anywhere in the sky. But I know what people talk about, like their ashtray. Well, you can lick that. No, not you'll be as ashes under your feet. But no, not astral projection is just, I know what they're talking about, but you're pretty much supposed to live like that the whole time. But you're not going off the rock. You're not going to the sky. Nobody's going to the sky unless you got some sky daddy Jesus. The wire tabs are in the copper plumbing. Pull it out immediately. Nice. No, they've really changed a lot of it to Ian to PEX now. So there isn't as much copper in the plumbing as there used to be. They come in the sunbeam, all different layers of creatures, portals across the street. No, there's no, dude, where's my planet? Uh-oh. Marissa wants the planet. She wants, where's my planet of the apes? Marissa's like, hey, Princess Leia had a threesome with Anakin Skywalker, and had Wookiee with an Ewok, and they live on Planet of the Apes, so she wants her planet back. Who took her planet? Planet of the Apes, right? Or was it Planet of the Big Feet? Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok? Or did they have a threesome with Anakin Skywalker? Now we got Big Feet. Make him forget about the static field. See, Darren, I was trying to talk about that earlier, Darren, but they weren't getting it. Remember, I was talking about static. They weren't getting it, right? Like push, pull, positive polarity is all spoken into existence. Fusion, fission, you know, like pneumatics in air and Rome, you know, the compression, like a compression event. Like if you ever lived at the top of the ball, it's super electric on the top of the ball, because that's where the BZ, all the flying, all the energy comes. You notice that your toilet spins one way in the north and the other way in the south. Why? It's electric, baby. Oh. On the list. Yeah, I know I'm on the list. I'm not on the I'm not on the Epstein list, though. Wrong list. I'm not on that list. That's Trumpstein's list. So, with Joe and Billary and Hillary and all his buddies. What is it? JD, the Gemini JD, in advance. Trump Vance or Trump Pants. Trump Pants or Trump Pants, in advance or paid in advance. What the fuck is in advance? Trump Pants? Trumpets. Pence. That makes no sense. In advance. They're playing with you. They're getting close. Watch for them closely. Oh, bodies on top of bodies. Carbon copy. Illuminati. John Gotti. Body. Watching. I know they're watching. They're watching. I don't blend in with nobody. I guess I'm a scapegoat Bin Laden. Wreck the party. I'll find you in the other life. Wreck the party. Are you a party crasher? What about a wedding crasher? Metaverse already here. Police state already here. World War III already here. Yes. Glass or shake and bake. Oh yeah, no, we don't smoke brisket or cannabis, not meth. And the hardest part, smoking rabbit, keeping them lit. Keeping them lit, man. Keeping them lit. Remember we had that conversation earlier about smoking rabbits, right? Anyways, burning rubber. What do you want to talk about? I thought you loved Oregon. Yes, I love Oregon. I'm telling Trump sent troops to Oregon, and he's an enemy of the state. He's a domestic enemy and a domestic terrorist. We didn't have problems that needed the violation of the posse comitatus again. So lock him up, lock him up, lock him up. Donald Trump, lock him up, because he's violating posse comitatus. I know there were bloggers that were showing all the locations on most of the streets in Portland, and you know, there was nothing going on there. Oh, look, there's kids riding bicycles. Oh, there's a family. There's a guy reading a book. There was nothing going on. Now they're making a mockery. There's literally fucking people down there with blow up fucking unicorn and frog suits and people dressing up clowns and shit. This is the Gotham City war zone that fucking pedophile Donald Trump fucking has declared on who he is. Black Lives Matter. Donald Trump is Antifa. Donald Trump is George Soros. You know who needs put in prison is the fucking police that stood in Portland years ago and watched those middle class businesses burn to the fucking ground. That's who needs locked up, is the cops and Trump, because Donald Trump is George Soros. Donald Trump is Black Lives Matter. Donald Trump is the J6 honeypot. Donald Trump is all these things. He does these things because he's the man that dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can touch your fucking kids at the airport. He's a PDF file. I told you, it's Trumpstein Island. Speak the fuck up. You're going to go down in history and not say a damn thing about it. You know, like toroidal field. Like it was spoken into existence. They're going to bring you back under the Old Testament, the laws of flesh, Torah. Kind of like what Darren's talking about here a little bit on the other end of it. So, but you're okay. You're going to keep talking. You're just going to keep being okay. Joe Biden, we knew he was definitely a PDF file. You know? So why do you not speak up about this? Everybody knows he decorates his house with Satan, right? No, nobody cares. So nobody, that's why it's Trumpstein Island, not Epstein Island. EpiPen, we got to make sure we include the Clintons. It's Donald's Island. DuckTales, woo, remember? Jumping in piles of gold? No, jumping in island boys and girls club. They bring boys and girls to the island. But nobody wants to talk about that. So why the hell is it okay that the cops sit there and watch fucking Portland burn, as Antifa and Black Lives Matter could sit there and act like 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon? And those are the people who should be going to prison, not sending fucking military out in the streets because it wasn't needed. So fuck Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of Oregon. I don't like cities, but Portland was not a bad city. You can look at all the blogs. I just left there, been there weeks ago, months ago. Beautiful city, clean city, great city, love it. Great people, amazing city. You're not going to get everybody to like it, but there was no violence going on there with a fucking war zone, Gotham City, where the fuck he said. He is a absolute tyrant, and over Portland he should put in prison right now. Donald Trump is an enemy of the state, and I'm not afraid to say that he's a domestic terrorist. He uses his political gain to do whatever the fuck he wants. And he's also, no, it's not a piss puzzle, you dumb fucking idiot. See, that's what I'm saying. It's this dumb motherfuckers like this that never been there or have ever gone. And there were bloggers that were live streaming. So you can take this person's word for it, or you can go look people who are actually boots on the ground like myself, a blogger, man on the street video showing you what it fucking looked like there before the cops showed up. And this dumb motherfucker don't want to talk anything about the fucking Black Lives Matter. Okay? Yeah, never going either. See? Gonna run his fucking mouth. You guys, we did not need the National Guard in this fucking state. So I'm offended. Fuck this whole country and fuck all you dumb motherfuckers that support this shit. Congress ruled that he violated, or Supreme Court, 9-0. So it's stupid as fuck because Portland was not a bad city and we didn't need the goddamn National Guard out here. So fuck Donald Trump, and everybody supports this bullshit is a piece of shit. I fucking can't stand this shit. It's so hard for me to wake up every day knowing that I serve this country and that we have a fucking tyrant in chief, Joe Buddy Biden's buddy, both trades lightsabers at the fucking island in their ice holes, and nobody gives a fuck. They literally are, there's people out there in blow up suits, guys. This is how violent this shit. They're walking around and, but they, dude, the one fucking cop literally sprayed that dude in the back of his fucking, you know, the thing where it breathes the air so it blow up the sheen. He fucking sprayed the mace in that dude's fucking suit. Sick fuck, dude. These people are absolute terrorists. These ISIS thugs on the street now because they got ice there. These people are criminals. One day, you know what? People are going to have to answer. This is fucking brown shirts. This is worse than Nazi Germany, brothers and sisters. This is going to be and a lot worse than Nazi Germany because everything they did during World War II, you can take Adolf Hitler and Donald Trump and everything he's doing to his federalizing the police in Washington. Everything is going to the fucking T. He's doing the same thing. World War II is World War III. They're rebranding the seventh king as the eighth king. The seventh king is Adolf Hitler. That's the one he has his house decorated with, the seventh king. Not Adolf is the spirit Antichrist, somebody you've seen in your lifetime. I'm the only one doing it anywhere on the fucking internet. No special treatment. I just want to fucking die. There you go. There's your anti-spirit being revealed right in front of your face. Nobody's done this, brothers, sisters. Nobody has this tattoo. Nobody has all this tattoo. Nobody has all this. I have all this body. All of it. Except for this. That's the next tattoo. That's an extra fucking $500. I'm getting that tattooed in my armpit, so you know. I'm getting that tattooed in my armpit. Fuck yeah, that's gonna be badass, dude. It's gonna hurt so good. Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. But we're in the age of Aquarius now, so I don't have to sit there and worry about what people don't know now. This is already happening. This is already something that's in play. Kind of like David, dumbass David, claiming to be a victim. What are you a victim of, David? Circumstances? Are you a victim of circumstances there, David? Neely, what are you a victim of? Are you a victim of your own stupidity? Do you have a fucking job? Are you a mass murderer? Do you pay? Are you an accessory to murder at the time of your death because you paid to kill people and other money with your fucking Ukrainian tax dollars? Oh, I mean, Iranian tax dollars. I mean, Israel tax dollars. I mean, Yemen tax dollars. I mean, come on. Speak the fuck up, man. What are you a victim of? Circumstances? Hey, Larry, I'm a victim of circumstances. Why, certainly, Mo. I'm a victim of circumstances. What are you a victim of? What are you a victim of? Stonidity? You smoking too much of that space rocks? Getting that glass dick? Smoke fucking meth, right? Is that what you smoking? Smoke brisket, not meth. Oh, I'm claiming to be a victim. How am I a victim? Do you have a son and daughter that were murdered? Do you give a fuck about anything in here about anybody being a victim? How about people that are too fucking poor? We have more Congress millionaires than we do the populace. So don't moderate David, because I want to make an ass of David. I got to go out and feed my animals here a second. We're gonna get this dumbass come in and troll, think he can come in here and do something. We're gonna make a complete fucking. He's gonna step on his own dick over and over again. Watch. He'd probably just be best to keep his fucking mouth shut instead of getting a mat reach around. No gasoline, no Vaseline. He'd probably try to reach his own taint breath. So David, victim. How about everybody's victimized by the government that is fucking being made poor in this country by the 1,000+ military bases at 180 countries because we're out policing the whole fucking world. Do you have anything to say about that? Or you just been victimized, been frontal lobotomized because you drink too much fucking tap water. You got schooled and stung at the spelling bee when you were a child. They started cursing and spelling and curses at you. Right, so you go with the flow and you turn into be, you put your money in the bank. You be a good debt slave. You go along with the flow, right? Get old and never stung by the. So go ahead. What are you a victim of? What, you're a victim of what? You don't have a community, a loner. You feeling left out, like got left out of history. Shut the fuck up, loser. Victor gets the spoils. So what is your what is you be a victim of? You saying I'm a victim? No, I want to know why you come in here and think you can sit here and think that the whole country's been victimized by fucking Donald Trump, who's dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, and we never needed to have one single oil death because we have perpetual polarity, anti-gravitics, ether technology. So have you been a victim of that? Or did you get victimized by the COVID? Did you get the jab? Is that what's wrong with you? Did you get too many jabs in warp speed? Is that what's wrong with you? I'm asking you a fucking question. Are you stuck on dumb David Neely? Are you fucking stuck? You need tilted like bump like a pinball machine sent back to fucking zero? There's no such thing as zero. So what have you been a victim of? This government? I said there's more Congress millionaires than there is populace. We've all been victimized by the government. You don't think that we've all been victimized by the petrodollar, where they forced everybody in 1973 to pay for U.S. oil with the U.S. dollar? Oh, no, you got to fucking live the luxuries of all that, be here at your fucking, 3% of the populace and use 40% of this world's resources, while every other fucking nation had to be the threat and victims of this fucking largest military, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Army, fucking Coast Guard, huh? Oh, you've never been victimized, huh? You're just living the fucking dream, aren't you? As all these other countries have bombs. Afghanistan, the longest war we ever, decade after decade. But you've not been victimized, huh? You're living the perfect dream, aren't you there, David? The American dream, because you're probably sleeping. So how many jabs did you take, David? I think David fucking kicked rocks and pounded sand. I think he decided to take his 2 big feet the fuck out of here. Realized, man, I can't come in here and troll this place. This ain't going to happen. So go ahead there, victim. You've been victimized by what? By the petrodollar? Every other nation has been forced for over 50 years, whether they like it or not, by mafia behavior by the U.S. said, you're going to pay for oil or not, we'll fucking kill your women and children. We'll send military veterans over and rape your women over there, and you won't hear nothing about that on the news. Maybe some shock and awe, but that kind of shock and awe. They never did find any weapons of mass destruction, Saddam Hussein. Look at, then you got Neil, this fucking ignorant prick who say, get out of here. And then as soon as I leave, he'll call me a traitor. Neil's a fucking dumb fucking American idiot who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Look at what he just said. Look at, well, if you don't like it, leave. He won't miss me. Yes, he fucking will. I'm a veteran. The motherfucker standing up for this fucking dumbass wore a face diaper during the goddamn virus. Imagine being a veteran who, the right to choose, not freedom, the right to choose, that's the organic right to the people, victim, no crime. That's organic law, right? Repugnant, no victim. But look at this dumb fucking idiot. He'd forgotten that women, burqa, reveal their faces, okay, in the desert. And a veteran like myself, I thought I wore a face, mask, gas, full Dawn, fucking Mop 3, full level, so that people had a choice. But let me guess, this fucking Neil, like Neil and Bob, hey, need a job planting tulips there, Neil? You can Neil and Bob on these. Well, I'll give you a job planting tulips. Tulips up, tulips down. You want the job there, Neil? You need a job planting tulips, Bob? Neil and Bob? Or you bobbing for apples? Or you, who's taint? That's, you got something on your breath. I can smell some man chowder coming from your way. You gargling the goo? You goo gobbler? Man chowder? Come on, man, speak up. Are you choking up? Are you short of breath? Or you, I can't breathe, Eric Carpenter or George Floyd? The porn star, George Floyd. CIA trained operative asked to be taken laid out on the ground like every woman ever got laid on her back. She was fucked. So what happened to you? Why'd you go away? Girl, mad, don't go away there, Jezebel. What happened there, Neil and Bob? Bobbing for apples or slobber knockers? Is another one of your slobber knocker festivals? Hey, we're having a slobber knocker. Neil and Bob came in here. He's going to give a job, or I'm giving him a job planting tulips. $12 an hour. You taking the job? What happened to Dave? Is it Dave? Dave's not here. I think it was Dave. Was it Dave? I think it was Dave. Was it Dave? We got Neil. We got Dave. Dave Neely. Remember Dave Neely and Neil and Bob? They're both bobbing on each other's knobs. I told you it's a slobber knocker fest. We got Neely and Neil. Dave, Neely, and Neil. Look at this, guys. You could like 2 pedophiles in a pod. You guys been to the island? You guys island boys, you're on the list, aren't you? You're on the list. You guys are on the wrong list. Bobbing for apples, that's what I'm saying. It's a slobber knocker. Well, they're bobbing for balls. Remember their ball camp, their band camp? It's like this one time in band camp, they like to stick their Peter Pan flute in each other's American Pie. Imagine that, huh? Neely and Neil. Dave, Neely, and Neil, and Bob, and Jack. Take off your pants and jacket. Why resort to insults to show your lack of brain? Oh, Dave, it is speaking up again. Dave is speaking up. David Neely. So, Neely, are you an island boy? Now that you decided all that time to speak up, I bumped you like a pinball machine, reset you to 0, and now this is what you come up with. So, listen here. Why don't you go hang out with Dave's not here? Hang out with Neil, because you can Neil and Bob with him. And if you want a job planting tulips, I'll give you a job too. Tulips up, tulips down. You want the job or not? Nobody's insulting you. You're just coming here. You're the one who started this shit, not me. Remember, what was the first thing you said? An island boy's like Donald Trump and like Neil and Bob over here. Well, Dave, remember Bob is, slobber knocker bobbing on for apples. But these people, he says I'm insult because I don't have a brain, but he couldn't keep up like orange juice concentrate. Like if you find yourself staring at an orange juice bottle because it says concentrate, he can't keep up. Okay, so Neil's saying, let's see, Neil, you went against your own country and your opinion are radical leftists. Okay, now this dumbass thinks that I want 2 cheeks to the same hole. He's up his ass, right? 2 cheeks to the same hole. Neil and Neely, 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. See, they got the spread in the butt cheeks. What's the word of the day, Legs? Spread the word, right, Neil? He's got Neil and Bob. They got their legs spread, face fucking each other. Well, whatever. They're slobbering on each other's knockers, so whatever. They got gargle in the balls, the goo gobble, all the way down to the nuts. The man's nuts, grab them. You got to watch out for these 2. They're a pair, like pedophiles, like Donald Trump and Joe Biden. He said, I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. Like 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. So he thinks I'm left. He's already sold out. He's been frontal lobotomized, like let out of history, fucking idiot. Shut up, loser. The victor gets the spoils. He wouldn't know history if it was written in a book because he thinks history is in the book. He doesn't find the loser story that gets left out. So you don't have brains, and if you're sitting on, I'm sitting on my brains. Okay, well, Neil and Bob are a pair. These are the Bobbsey twins, remember? They're not going to win in here. They're just not. They're placing their bets. There is no such thing as luck. These 2 are vessels of wrath. They're goats, actually, so they're goat fuckers. Well, probably family fuckers. Can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. I told you they're slobbering on each other's knobs. It's a slobber knocker, a Bob fest. Neil and Bob. So, so I don't do left or right. Remember, 2 cheeks to the same hole. They're sold out. Left Democrat. Crips, whatever. They're on the rag or blood. Blood. They're on the rag. They're bleeding, so they're doing the donkey or the elephant. Remember, like Charlie Kirk? He's leaning a little too far to the right. He knew a little bit too much like an elephant, and then ended up acting like a dumbass and couldn't learn to lean to the left. Like Dave's not here. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. 2 cheeks to the same hole. Neil and Dave Neely. They're having a slobber knocker like Joe and, well, how about Mr. Warp Speed? I'm sure that Neil's doing the slobber knocker on Joe at Warp Speed. Well, Joe Biden? No, his buddy, Bobber, slobber knocker, Dave. Dave's not here, remember? It's just a bird, man. Dave's not here, man. No, I'm Dave, man. We're here to reprocess the furniture. You guys can't keep up with me. Go play with somebody else. You have not standing a chance in here. You're both PDF files in the same pot of file. So I zipped you and slammed you into another file. So you can go somewhere else, children, now. Go outside and play. Children are not meant to be seen or heard in here. This is an adult stream only. Come back when the lights come on. Maybe you guys are in darkness. Vessels of wrath. Goats fitted for destruction. Greatest of all time. Neil and Bob. 509-9000-999. Uh-oh. Weston's on the There's no zeros. Remember, Weston? Just take those out of there. Well, that's kind of they whack them off or add. So these guys are perverted. That's the word pervert. They warp and twist. They're doing the twist. Remember? I know some of you guys know what I'm saying. I'm not going to say that because that wouldn't be very nice. So, all right. And then we still got Darren in here talking about the electric coils in the magnetic field. Darren, you're getting a wrench. Being stupid. He's not being nice. So Darren's getting the, he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to keep talking about fucking Tesla tech, man. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. Let me, what time is it? Now we still got a minute. We probably got 20 more minutes here. We'll go feed those, get the birds. I got to actually get them all in the other kennel out here in the farm. So we were playing with Dave, you know, putting the golden carrot in front of Dave and Neil, and they were trying to get the golden carrot. Not aligning with established polarities. There we go. That's good stuff. I like that, Marissa. Yeah, they have their own. They got about an acre of Let's go out. We'll get up for a minute. Let's go out there and check out the ladies. Ladies, we're gonna and plug it in. Actually, where's some more of this little coffee? Hold on, I had some coffee over here. That I wanted to get some old coffee. About one of those. I don't know what it's called. It's crap. It's not very good. But get like 3 or 4 of those little, what are cappuccino, frappuccino? Don't drink that stuff too often. And so it's almost like $5 at the store. And this thing's like $4. So, oh yeah. Well, it's about 2 of them there now. So I think about 4 of those things. Whoa. All right, that's strong. Man, it's super hazy out here. It's gonna rain tomorrow. Oh well. Oh, see, they're all over here. Damn it. That's okay. No worries. We'll go in there and bring them all. They'll follow us. So you can see it's real hazy out here. And it's pretty hazy out here today. But we're gonna go over here to where all these ladies are at, and they'll follow me because they're like little puppies. This is the cabin that we're live streaming from inside the cabin here at Silver Rock Ranch. No, there is positive and negative. Can't say that, Darren. There is positive and negative polarity. That is not true. There is a positive and a negative. There always has to be a positive and a negative. That's the basics of how all this, exists. So electronics, electromagnetism, left brain, right brain. Start using it, Darren. Come on, you seem smart enough. Say something a little more intelligent than that. So I'll take that wrench away from you. Don't be a dumbass. Look at all my birds here. So they're all over here. What are you doing over here, ladies? There could be no light without dark. This is all created from the darkness. The light was created. There is a separator. So, and I'm saying grounded and all that. Oh, that's all right. Hi, pretty girls. How many we got out here? 2, 4, 6. I think they're all over here. Okay, let's go inside. We'll go inside inside the Rancho Pollo. This is where all our ladies, their hen house is in here where they sleep. This is the entrance, and this is So we spoil them. We spoil them, huh, girls? So this is where they roost up in here. This they're roosting, their nesting box, or this is not where they nest. It's where they roost at night. I shut this up, and this all gets locked up. They get locked up in here at night. This is the Rancho Pollo. We built this little small building. It's not very tall. As you can see, it looks like it's taller, but it's not a full-size building. It's kind of a false little front type of building. What are you girls doing? Dad will bring you back over here. I'll show you where it's at. Hold on. So, but that's where they nest and lay their eggs in here, and I don't let them roost in here. That way their eggs aren't dirty and shitty like a lot of people have. They're roosting in the same. So I don't let them go in there and roost in there. They only lay their eggs in there. This is where I raise the rabbits. I do rabbits. I don't have the other cages in here, and then they poop down on the ground, and the chickens will eat that and kind of recycle. So these are the nesting boxes. I can open these up and get in and get the eggs. And I built this because I used to have to come into this through this little opening right here and climb underneath there to get in there. And it was kind of a pain in the ass to get in there. I had to lean down. So I've took that and closed that off. And then I built this front so that I'd have somewhere. It's a lot of work just to do it, but to get in so I can get into a bigger area and move, and get the eggs out of there much easier. I still have to bend over, once they go down right there, but I just lean over and grab them and come right back out, take a step backwards or something. But these are watering. Oh, did you make it back in here, lady? Did you make it back in here, girl? The other ones didn't figure out you're the smartest one. I know you are. You're the smartest one. She's the one who lays the blue eggs. So, but anyways, these are these chicken nipples, which are pretty cool. This is a great way to water the birds because it doesn't get nasty. And you can tell they get plenty of water out of there that it, leaks out of there, but they drink all of that. It doesn't leak. I'm just saying when they, so it keeps the water nice and clean. Love to do it that way. So let's go get these ladies over here. Come on, lady girls. Come over here. Come over here. Come on, girls. Come on, all my girls. Come on, my pretty girls. Come on, follow Dad. Follow Dad. Follow Dad. Come on, like little puppies. You guys are like very little good poppins. Come on, girls. Come on here with the dad. No, go around. Come on. Come on, girls. Come on. Come on, girls. Come on, my girls. Come on, my girls. Hey, ladies. Hey, ladies, over here. Ladies. Come on, silly little girls. There you go. Good girls. You're the best girls I ever did have. You're the best girls. You're the best girls. You're the prettiest girls I know. You don't like to be touched a whole lot. You're so pretty. You're so pretty. You're still pretty girls. So this is the Rancho Pollo there. Shot at the cabin. You gotta come over here and... What are you pecking at me for? What are you picking at me for? You are super blonde. Come here. Let me see you. You are such a sweetheart. You want to say hi to everybody? Show them how sweet you girls are. Hold on. Show them how sweet you are. Show them how pretty you girls are. See, we're super healthy. We're super healthy. Dad feeds us really good. Okay, let me set you down. Okay. They're good birds. Okay, stay there. See, we got to shut them in there and we'll go around here. Put this on the... so they can't come out here. We'll climb back over this fence real quick. Watch it, girls. Hi, ladies. Hi, girls. Are you waiting for Dad? Are you waiting for Dad? Now I keep getting stuff in my socks out here from this darn sagebrush. What are you doing, pretty girl? What are you doing, pretty girl? All right, I'll get you guys a little more dinner. You guys already got fed 3 times today. You already been fed 3 times today. You girls are spoiled. You got more food in here? Let's go get you some more food. Let's go get you some more food. Watch out, little crazy girl. Watch out. Oh, give me a second here. Got more stuff in my darn sorrel. All right. I think we're good. Or let's get them more food here. This is their food. I don't have the bigger thing. We'll give them. We already fed them like 5 of these today. And the bigger container. They've been hungry though. It's a little colder, so I can keep them extra. Throw something out there and they'll like puppies. See if they'll go play fetch. All right, you ready? Go get it. Darren, we understand AC and DC in here, but you know what I'm saying? You got to understand there has to be in this modern, what are you doing out there, girl? I know everything's not grounded and they're getting ready to bring the whole system to because they have that overseas. Yeah, they eat a bunch. They get fed all the time. They love that bucket. I could fill it up 10 times a day and they just keep eating it, but they're spoiled. Remember, we're not in this alternating current over here in the US. They do direct current. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you're talking about, but come on. Because of the ground. So, oh, look at that. They just kicked everybody out of here. That shows nobody's in here. And I know there's still people in here. That's hilarious. Nobody's in here. But yet, look at this, all this sprayed in skies. Fuck this country, and they do it everywhere too. They're just spraying us like bugs. We're just getting sprayed like bugs. Nobody's a rat's ass. Nobody cares. Sprayed in clouds, all sprayed in. All this shit sprayed in. None of this is natural. It's all fucking condensation my ass. These are barium, strontium, aluminum, yellow mold spores. The fuck they hitting us with the yellow mold spores for? So let's go over here to the outdoor garden that I built. We'll go check on the ladies. It's a project, took me a couple weeks to build this, but here's the ladies. We'll go check them out in there. They're doing pretty good. So got to go in and feed the dogs after I'm done here. This is, oh man, I can smell that building inside there. It says 0 people in here. YouTube, you suck. You know what? YouTube's stupid, man. So let's go inside and check out the ladies. These ones turn pretty purple. Oh. This is the build out. I still haven't put the roof on it, but that's okay. I kind of got on strike out here. But anyways, let's go inside, check out these ladies. They smell yummy. They smell super good. Super good. Yes, it's my built grow house. See, I built this wall in here behind here. Steven, see this?
This is all full of rock. And see how this wood stove is built into the wall? The idea is when this is all done, when the ladies are all done in here, I'll still be able to grow food in here because I'll be able to heat this up with the wood stove and not directly heat in here. There is a hole going through the bottom that goes all the way out through the top, but I built this into the wall. It's all metal flashed or whatever, so I don't think it's going to heat up that much anyways, but I just do it as a precaution. I will eventually do like the front and put some rock and fill that and have, but oh man, it smells so good in here. Oh man. So, but anyways, the whole idea is to heat this whole wall up. So, but I don't know. See, Marissa, how I have this, I could heat this up, you know what I'm saying? And keep this whole, I've tried planted bricks. Yeah, see, this hole is the wood stove is right into the wall. This is all lava rock in here. Basalt, big lava rock up and behind all this block and brick here. So it's all encased so that when you heat that up, it will heat all of this and make a thermal mass in here and have a thermal mass. So I don't know if it'll work, but I'm going to try it. So anyways, let's turn on the smell-o-vision here. Come on. There we go. Hey, we got enough light in here. Almost not enough light, but come on, focus. Focus. Maybe not. Damn, this camera sucks. There we go. Turn on the smell-o-vision. So it's doing pretty good. This one's super purple. This one turned. These are Girl Scout Cookie Cross. Oh, that's going to be yummy. Look how pretty that is. What a pretty flower. Purple and green. I think she's got some trichomes on there, boys. They look a little medicinal. There's not much more room. There's no. It's just full of trichomes. Hi, Panther boy. You come eat some of the grass in here, Panther boy. Oh, Panther boy. Hey, Yasher boy. Are you eating the grass? You need to come in there and eat the grass that grows underneath the plants. Watch y'all. Come over here and eat the grass. They won't touch the plants. No, they don't touch the plants. They only eat the grass. See? They're not eating not even the leaves. They won't touch these. They only just eat the grass that's growing in here. Yes, that's good grass, huh? All right, turn on smell-o-vision. Come on, camera, focus. There we go. So pretty. Not quite as frosty. No, we're outside. We're outside. This is a garden that I built. It's an outdoor garden made out of cooler doors. I haven't even put the roof on it yet. I have the roof, but nope, these are all done with the El Natural. So they're pretty much done. They're just flushing them now. So these are their last 3 or 4 days probably before they're going to get taken and trimmed. They got pretty purple though. Look how purple this one was. Gorgeous. This one had oranges and yellows and all kinds of beautiful. So I only put them in little pots, not big pots, because I didn't want them to get very tall. I didn't want them to grow up to the top here. See, this one's almost to the top. I mean, so Darn it, man. Girl Scout Cookie Cross. Girl Scout Cookie Cross. And these are sativa back here. You can see how thin these leaves are. Well, I am not now, but I'm mulching it all back down into the soil right now because I'm prepping this soil. I mean, this soil's not bad, but I'm just putting them all back down into the soil right now. I've used them in past for different things. Make oils and salves and different things like that too. But anyways, they're coming into their own. They're done. It's got a little cold out here, so that's what we're going to get at them whenever we get. So I didn't want them to be big. I want them to be better quality than quantity. I wanted quality. So this one's good. This one turned out beautiful. This one's going to be good. Those are nice. They filled out. Everything looks good. They could have been more, but that's all right. I'm good with that. I don't want it too big. I don't want them to get all big and thick, and this way they're nice and airy, not larfy, but they're airy, and they'll have trichomes on both sides. So they did good. They did good for I didn't overdo it. All they've ever been growing was with chicken poop, the chickens out here, organic honey, and organic sugar. So they've never had any kind of chemical or anything like that in them. So they'll probably be about an ounce, maybe a piece by the time they're dry. So I'll get 4 ounces, and I don't care, whatever. I could go buy an ounce from a dispensary for I'm in Oregon, $50 or something, but I don't care. It's about having growing my meds, and this could taste better than anything at that damn dispensary. So I'll eventually put the lid on it. I've got really good roofing for it. In the ground, and the sky doesn't somehow dispel the concept of burning. You guys are awesome. That's it. Look at that. Frick yeah. Good stuff, Marissa. Good stuff. Yeah, I ain't tripping like that. Like I don't, I wasn't trying to do a lot. I haven't grown, Stephen, in 5 years. You know what I'm saying? I've been a medicinal cannabis grower and had patience. And so I miss growing, man. And this is almost how, when I'm finished in an indoor grow, this looks real similar to what I grow indoors. This looks real similar. That's about what I finish indoors. Looks just like that. I don't try to get them all big and fat and that, and they get mold in them and get, it just, you have issues with them. So I grow them out to about right there. That looks about what I grow, about the height that I grow to. That plant's about 4 feet. So, you know what I mean? So they're going to be awesome. They'll be yummy, and they'll work good. Medicinally, I'm sure this stuff would be good medicine. The trichomes. I grow the trichome. I'm a trichome farmer. It's the medicine that I'm trying to grow. You know what I'm saying? On top of the plant. I don't care what it looks like half the time. So yeah, but they did good. They'll have plenty of I think we lost our light out here. Oh, almost there, but yep. Let's just go for 200 out here on the average. Yeah, I know. Steven, I know it's different where you're at back east. Is definitely more, but I'm in Oregon. They killed the industry out here. You can still get $300 ounces out here. Okay, you can still, even from dispensaries, you can get $300 ounces. But this wasn't about growing a lot. This is about just to be able to grow again and have the ability, because I haven't done it in a long time. So, like I said, I got these cooler doors, and I built this frame, kind of a house for it, and then decided I want to added this wall to it, which has this, you can see it has this built-in wall behind it, so you can heat up this wall with the stove in here. So I'm going to try it. I will see if it works. I think it's going to be sealed up. I have good roofing for it. Look at the kitties over here. Hi, kittens. So I think it turned out good. I'm happy with the results, and then I'm going to end up building out here, whatever later. If we'll see. I don't want to plan anything, but hold on. We'll just shut this up. Look at this. I love that. It's magnetic, guys. What Marissa and Darren are talking about, magnetism. Look, guys, it's magnetic. These are magnetic doors. Love the setup. It's like got a vacuum, but it's not. It's magnetism. What a deal! That's the best greenhouse ever. Yep, there we go. Well, remember, Earth isn't under our feet either, though, Marissa. You guys are having an awesome conversation. I love it. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. Did you come sleep with Dad last night again, girl? Juniper girl. Juniper girl. Sweetheart. Sweetheart. We better go in and feed those puppies, guys. They're probably ready for some food. But anyways, this is the front end of it. And the whole idea is to be able to heat this wall, because inside, it's all, like I said, it's all filled inside with rock. There's a couple blocks that I put up towards the end just to fill it in to lift. Just these two. Juniper girl there, and Yasher boy. These guys keep all 40 acres. They go over there and mouse Kevin's property too. They mouse this whole property. there are rodents and mice everywhere out here. This is the desert, so there are all kinds, tons and tons of different kinds of rodents. Sage rats, whistle pigs, prairie dogs. I don't have rats, but there are rats out here. Little chipmunks, all kinds of squirrels, all that. There is no signs of mice anywhere near this house. These cats keep this place spick and span from any activity from mice here. So they do a good job. But there's the we don't have a name. I didn't name that, but that's the outdoor garden, which is a pretty nice setup, I think, for the time that I have spent in it in a couple weeks. I think it took me to build it. I'm happy with the results. It's a nice building. I think it'll stand for a long time. It'll be out here. And eventually, if I stay out here or whatever, and I'm going to put an outdoor kitchen out here with a outdoor grill and a pizza oven and a place to set out and do a full outdoor gazebo out here. And this is where I've decided to do the outdoor kitchen. Put the outdoor kitchen right here. Put a big gazebo up over here, but this will be, you can come out here and burn a fire out here and hang out, put some tea light candles, on some of these ledges. I put some, ow, man. I got something in my foot. It's that sagebrush over there. But you can put tea light candles on some of these edges and stuff. I made it so that can, you'll be able to put some tea light candles out here too and light this up and have a fire. Just be real tranquil out here. You know what I'm saying? During the summer months and stuff. So hoping people will come out and enjoy it. I'll probably end up painting that like a rusty color, but kind of to make it match. But I think it's a pretty neat little setup. I just built it out of, it just started with 2 cooler doors. You know what I'm saying? It just started with these 2 sets of cooler doors, and then I built this frame and framed it all in and put the trusses, whatever. I built houses. So, but the whole idea was to build this in behind. See what I did here? 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 I want this to heat this up and create a thermal mass during the cold parts of the first 2, 3, 4 hours that it's cold, that it'd be frozen, that it might freeze. This will keep that warm enough so maybe I can grow food in here year round with the lid on it, So the cats love going up top. They like to stay up here. And so kind of a neat little addition to the property. So Yeah, the return side of the battery, the negative. Ah, shit, that's good stuff. So, but not a bad building. Again, I think it'll be here for years to come. And if I ever have any issues, I'm gonna probably protect it with um. Oh, I have the roofing material. I bought this stuff here from Home Depot, and this is garbage. Don't buy this stuff from Israel. It literally stuck together. Look at what it did. Look at this. You see that? Look at that. How am I going to get that to stick together properly? See what that did? It all melted together. I had it sitting on top of each other, and they all melted together. So I have the roofing out front. I put the clear. I spent more on it, and I had to pay for it twice by being a cheapskate. So I didn't have the money at the time. I had borrowed some money from Kevin, and then AdSense didn't pay me, but I paid him back because I eventually got some money. But so I had to go with the cheaper stuff, and it was both, whatever. So I ended up going with because I didn't know if I needed 4 or 5 sheets of the corrugated, and so I bought the others because it's like $75 for 5 sheets. But then that stuff melted, and it's garbage. So don't buy that stuff from Home Depot because that's where I got it at. I'll take you up front here. Then we'll go inside. I'll probably end the stream for a little bit and gets a few things done around here. But this is what I bought for it now, is this corrugated, and this is what I should have bought to begin with. This was $26 a sheet. The others were $17 a sheet. So I went and got the clear for it, So hopefully this will go on there nicely, and I don't want a nice building like that with a bunch of shitty roofing on it. So false teacher. Can you say what a false teacher is there? Yaldala. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. But I got to get these. Look, guys, I bought tires for this, and I'm going to have to get these put on there. This is the vehicle that I'm trying to get fixed. So they're not perfect. Shut up. You don't know anything about Christ. There's no such thing as Christ. Okay, listen here. It's pretty apparent. Now, don't moderate this person. Let's get this person can speak any kind of. Tell me where it says Christ in Scripture. Yalda Both. Yalda Both. Yeah. Okay, we'll call you Yah. Where does it say the word Christ? You use the word, and in Revelation, he said don't add a jot. That would be a period. Period and punctuation. So a pretty parent. Where does it say Christ? Where does it say Christ? Yeah, just y'all, okay? Y'all. Where does it say the word Christ? Because, see, you're already an antichrist if you're going to use that term, because that's never written in the text. So you're a Satanist, you're a Nephilim, which means bully, and Satan means adversary, because he said don't add, and now so where does it say Christ? Where does it say the word Christ? Y'all, you're going to come in here and cash some kind of shade bullshit. Where does it say Nephilim does not mean giant? Now, this is a Satanist, brothers and sisters. Y'all is a Satanist. He doesn't have a lexicon because Nephilim has nothing to do. Look at this. Look at this lying piece of shit. Nephilim has nothing to do in Nephilim because he's pushing his bullshit on you. If he had a lexicon and even used an eSword app, now you can give the correct definition of the word Nephilim. So you are the word Nephilim. You're a Satanist, y'all. You're a Satanist means adversary because he said don't add a jot. I asked you where Christ was at in Scripture. You went off with some other sense. So, yeah, get a better internet, chump. I'm out here. Look, I got no neighbors. You don't see a fucking neighbor in sight there, dumbass. This is society, brothers and sisters. This person wants to come in and call me a false teacher, but when you put him on front like this, look, he ain't doing nothing but talking in circles now. So y'all you're an ass, and you can't learn. So you can't define. You are a Satanist, a Nephilim, a bully, idolater, and a demon by definition, and they call that now devil. That's what they say, devil. devil. You're a devil. You're a grasshopper and you're a Nephilim. No, a Nephilim is a bully. I know you're a Nephilim. You are a Nephilim. You're a Nephilim. You're a bully. You're confusing the word Anunnaki. Anunnaki, the land of Anak, or Anak was where the giants were at. You are mixing, perverting, marrying truth to a lie. And you're showing how ignorant you are. You couldn't even define, you gave the wrong definition of the word Nephilim. That's the word Anunnaki. Anunnaki. Anak, the land of Gaza, you fucking idiot. You're reaching such negativity. It's actually hilarious. Oh, here we go. Negativity. Look at this person. This is one of these jack up S&M pukes, guys. Deriving their pleasure from other people's pain. And actually, it's funny. It's funny. I know you got what you wanted, huh? And no, you didn't, because I'm trolling your ass and you're tasting the golden carrot and you ain't getting it because you're a Nephilim and a Satanist and a devil and a demon. By definition, you're a liar. That's what a demon is. So thanks for making an ass of yourself, because you're an ass and you can't even learn. You're talking circles. Grasshoppers, no, I know what to talk about. I know what scripture you're referring to, but you're marrying truth to a lie, y'all. So you're an idiot and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Actually, you do, because you've spoken up, and it just means you're a complete ass. You just don't want to learn anything. So don't tell people that a Nephilim is a giant. That is the word Anak. David slayed an Anunnaki. You don't know anywhere where it says anything on the map. Gaza is where, remember, they were told to go into the wilderness and sprout out, and they came out and said that we were like grasshoppers. Those scripture you're referring to. You twist and marry truth to a lie. That's what you do. So you are what the definition calls a Satanist or an antichrist. Not the antichrist. The word demon is the word devil, and that's one who distributes fortunes or lies by definition, but you don't have any definition in you. And that's why you are your sources. I told you, ass. See, this is an ass, brothers, sisters. This is an ass. See, it's even written by Hebrew, because I can speak Hebrew, I can speak Greek. See, that's the word scorpidzo. See, he can't define anything in the scripture at all. That is the word scorpidzo. He's not using English. He's using English. He's not even using the well, if he had a lexicon or study with his e-sword and could study one word at a time, he'd give everybody the definition of hell here. And you might be able to biblical scriptural definition. Okay. I just said you're perverted, froward. That is the Hebrew word to twist or warp or change. You are perverted. Froward. That's the Hebrew word, froward, but you don't speak any Hebrew, so you don't even recognize when I'm speaking Hebrew. Right in front of your face, it just said it, and you couldn't even listen. So you're definitely an ass. So now you're going to have to define everybody in here. Look at y'all. He's made a complete ass because he can't learn. Now tell everybody the definition of hell. Otherwise, my moderator is Marissa is waiting to moderate you out of here. We're just letting you chase the golden carrot, and you never grabbed it once. You never got a bite of it. Although you tried. So tell everybody the definition of hell. I'll give you a hint. It's in Revelation 9:11. We'll wait. Okay, doom, doom, doom. Do you like to phone a friend? Use a lifeline? Y'all, you're pretty slow. Was that my panner boy? Yes, your boy? So you don't have the definition of hell, huh? Because you're already in hell. So if you knew what the definition of hell is, you'd be putting it right now, wouldn't you? So you can go back to your own little hole you crawled into or out of, but you didn't fit in here, huh? You could take your little square peg and stick it in somebody else's round hole. Okay? Thanks for letting me toy with you. You never did get the carrot, did you? You kept trying and biting at it, but I kept taking it, and you kept, like a puppet on a string, you kept trying to grab it. You never did get it, did you? And the trolls, they come in here and we grab them, fish hook them, and then troll them around and yank them around by definition. So let's go inside and feed these puppies. Dumbass, man. Couldn't learn, couldn't listen, couldn't teach, couldn't do anything but make a complete ass of himself. Asinine, ignoramus, idiotos. That's what this idiotos, that's what they are. And actually given the benefit of the doubt. Idiot means they don't know. Obviously, this person has all kinds of mixing truth to a lie. Talk about Nephilim and false teachers, but doesn't have any idea what the hell he's talking about because couldn't even define hell. Now he's stuck on dumb. So stuck on you. I got this feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't do. I'm on my way. I needed a friend. Till the end. On my way. I didn't get any lungs. I surely can't sing. So you're probably jacking off now. Oh, listen to me, can't sing, you can't sing. Did you say anything? Oh, he still is too easy to troll. All right, so he hasn't said shit. He just shut the fuck up, didn't he? Real quick. Couldn't define the word hell. And we lost him. He ran off like a little bitch. Girl, don't go away, a mad Jezebel. Just go away. So. Never did define any, nope. Yep. All right, well, yeah, they missed the chat. You received me talking about Christ, so you gave me what I want, but no, you didn't get anything. So still yapping. Oh, you use the word yap. Okay, how do we know you're going to put yap? That's hilarious. Show your books, false Christ. There's no false Christ. There's no such thing as Christ. So you are definitely adding, and you can never show me your proof that you have the truth. Oh, yeah, I got the Project Blue Book. Ha ha, y'all's a liar. So y'all, check it out. You never did define the word hell because guess what? You're stuck in it. You can't even define it. I didn't even told you where it's at. So they banned my chat. So we put it back. I see that you're doing yap. That's funny you say yap because that's like a little dog that barks. You're my little bitch. Okay. So you can go away now because you couldn't even define the word hell. You could not define the word hell. I gave you every opportunity and you couldn't even take it. So you have nothing in you, and that's fine. And then, like I said, I'm just showing you, how much of an ass you already are, and how much everybody in here witnessed how much of an ass you've been. Probably been that way your whole life. Nobody's upset. See, look at this shit, guys. You see this? For you guys that have been here for a long time, you see how these people, they want you to get upset. I know, and he's fucking hooked on phonics. It's Marissa, you've been here long enough. Can you believe there's people out there that like this? They come into these things. These people probably do it every fucking day. Try to get people pissed off, upset. I interrupt them, la, 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 LOL, all that, But see, now, thanks for giving me, ha, 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 here it comes. What a jack off, right? What a jack off. He's finding his pleasure from other people's pain. And that's what they want. They want the fucking attention like a child, right? So we went ahead and trolled him and gave it to him because we know we know how to troll the trolls in here. You know what I'm saying? It's hilarious how many of these people get their fucking thrills off of other people's pain. It's a sick called sadomasochism, brothers and sisters. It is a disease. When other people's pain brings you pleasure, that's a sick fucking human being right there. And people come in here and tell me that I got a fucking problem, right? That is crazy to think that that's like kicking somebody and laughing at them. That's what they're doing, basically, right? I mean, how can you be any more fucking of a savage? I'm a veteran. I know it's it's shit. Holy crap! But to have some purpose, the purpose is pain, 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 pain. They are getting off. They probably have somebody next to them going, "Look at this." That's a kind of a crazy kind of mentality. Instead of trying to actually go help people in the world, contribute to society, maybe, create something amazing, you know what I'm saying? Do something with your time. They come in and want to interrupt, remember? Ha, 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 LOL. I got you mad. I never see you. I gave you. That's a sick fucking individual. And I know that come judgment time, Father will just completely destroy these people. And he created people like this to be like this. And they're programmed. Remember, they're trying to get their rocks off of somebody else's hurt. They've been programmed to do this.
Remember, most of them don't even realize what it is that they're doing most of the time because they do this on a regular basis. I know that the internet has that on there. I know when I come on the internet, not everybody's going to be nice, but people who come in and actually try to hurt people, and cause divide. That's because they came in. I think they said the same thing. That is called the scorpizzo, the false teacher, the one that causes the sheep, right, to scatter, the flock to divide. That's what he accused me of when he came in right out the gate, right? Right out the gate. See what I'm saying? Accuse me, but that's what they were doing to begin. They're trying to cause the sheep to scatter, the false teacher or the ghost. So they're doing exactly the same thing, right? Doing the same thing, right, that he accused me of when they came in. So they're doing the same. Remember, if you, right, the horizo, I'm the one that causes this divide. I am the horizo, right? I am the hados. I am the separator. The scorpizzo is the false teacher, the one that causes the sheep to divide. And that's what he's trying to do. That's a sick fucking person that God created from the foundation of the world to be sick, okay? Sick, to go out and try to cause division. It's a mental disorder, brothers and sisters, and they don't realize that they have it because it's not right to kick somebody. If you kick somebody and laugh at them because of that, you have a fucking serious mental disorder. I have been certified because I'm a prior law enforcement officer, prior military police in the Army. I have first responder. I have on how to identify people with mental illnesses. If somebody actually looked and we pulled this back in a setting where we pulled this person in and say, we're going to put him under evaluation and we think he's a danger to himself or society because he's wanting to cause pain. We know that he could go do something probably far worse because of the obviously ability to want pain and to cause calamity, chaos, and evil, which Father creates that. So Father creates that, but that's a sickness. And I know that because I've been counsel, law enforcement, education, and trained. That's a narcissism. It is a form of narcissism, brothers and sisters, whether this person realizes they're a narcissist or not. Okay, I've been certified on disability, on how to identify illnesses and disabilities. So this person has a mental illness because it's not right to want to see other people in pain. I mean, you don't need a fucking degree to understand that, right? And there's no innocence to it. There's no innocence to what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? There's no innocence. It's sheer pleasure from pain. And like I said, if something's in pain, I'm a soldier. You put it out of its misery. You kill it or you help it. You don't keep fucking hurting it and kicking it. That's like here, you kick it more, laugh, kick it more, laugh. And that's what they do every time. See, I got him. Ha ha. See, it's always the same thing. They're just keep kicking and kicking and kicking and then waiting for the reaction from people in the room. See, he wants you in the room to react to him. He wants a reaction from me, obviously, because he's a fucking child, and that's what children do. They scream and holler and kick and fucking make a big scene until somebody or throw a fucking fit. And that's basically, but he wants the reaction out of the people in the room. He wants you to join in on his fucking S&M behaviors and become fucking sick just like him. It is a disease, brothers and sisters. I told you, I have been certified on how to handle and identify mental illness, and you don't need any degree or be certified to understand that when somebody is trying to cause pain, because he didn't come in here with the intentions of oh, you're a false teacher. He came in here to cause pain, calamity, chaos, and the evil that he speaks is easy to see. So I just remember trolling people like this. Dangle the carrot in front of their face, keep trying to let them find it, but they don't have any definition, so they never come to the word aletheia, truth. And they're just vessels of wrath, but it does show the kind of sick society where we live in, where, the internet's kind of an entertainment thing. I understand that, but you can't come out and just start fucking kicking people when they're down. Or just because you don't agree with somebody, you turn a fucking label on them because you don't have any definition and you disagree with their definition. That doesn't matter. The definition is truth. It's settled. You can't change it. That's why people are sick. It says there's a pestilence and disease of his word, brothers and sisters. And so this person has the obviously disease. The word that he speaks is disease, cancerous, if you will. It's toxic. He's mixing, marrying truth to a lie. And this is exactly what Father told us not to do. So people like this don't take refinement very well. You know what I'm saying? See, and they're still using that word, probably the stupidest fucking word ever that I've ever heard on the internet, brothers, sisters, is the word yapping. I mean, I've heard some stupid fucking words, but yapping is something a little small dog does. So this is their dialect, like a little fucking chihuahua, like a little chihuahua, like a chihuahua. Yap, 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 yap. See, and they all use the same dialect. They always use the same fucking dialect. They've been programmed. So, sick individual, irregardless of what the hell they're saying now, they're trying to backpedal on the fact that they tried to cause pain in here and it didn't work. They got the attention they wanted, but they didn't get the troll, didn't get the pain that they were looking for. And then when they couldn't define, they backpedal. Because I remember I already said define hell, and they still won't listen to me. They just keep going on and on and on, but they're not actually, you can't be reproof this person. They don't want corrected because they're an ass. They go, oh yeah, you got, because remember, we've had trolls come in here before and go, yeah, you know what, you got me, dude. I was just trying to come in and troll you, dude. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, and like, oh, that's cool. Whatever. It's the internet, right? It's you expect it. But when somebody just keeps kicking somebody, that's a fucking diseased person. They have a mental fucking disease in their head. They're sick in their head. And anybody who wants to see people in fucking pain and thinks that's funny and laughs the LOL and wants everybody to join in on it it's just a sick society we live in, brothers, sisters. This is what the internet does to people. When they sit in their fucking house all day and they really don't do much else, they get kind of an ego. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They get an ego and then they think they're all that, but they're just not really producing any fruit. So their day will come of judgment. But it's kind of hilarious, again, how society thinks it's okay to fucking, beat the fuck out of somebody. Even if you do it with your words, it doesn't matter, to cause somebody else's harm and then laugh at it. So thank you there, y'all, for letting me make a complete fucking, example out of what kind of society we live in. And you are the kind of person that Father creates in Isaiah 45:7. He creates evil, calamity, and chaos. And you go out trying to spread that darkness. And so we just make an example out of people. I actually have no personality, so I know you don't have any personality at all. You are like dry as fuck. I mean, you have no humanity. You have no humanity. You would seriously keep kicking something when it was fucking hurting. It's called, you're a narcissist. Okay, I don't want to go into all your disease. I'll just give you that as a start. You are the prime example of narcissism. You're gaslighting people is what you're doing. You are trying to gaslight people to get the result that you want. So, okay, so here we go. Finally, the same things that they always say, brothers and sisters, the sick fucking shit they go into fucking, I told you, he went into sex. It's about sex for him, guys. Listen, if I come back and you're still talking about me, I'm going to come on myself, brothers and sisters. I told you. I fucking told you, man, it always comes. So this person is probably going to touch kids. And I'm not saying that in a sense, but if it's okay to fucking take somebody who hasn't done anything to you, kind of an innocent person, children are innocent. So this person's probably got child porn on their IP address. Y'all has probably got child porn and probably does things and lures children in as a probably child predator. I don't want to be an accuser, but I'm seriously, if you think about what I just said, when these people like about sex now, I already knew that was coming. Remember? So it's crazy how many people are like that in this world today. You guys, I understand it's entertainment. People are going to come in and try to get a rise out of people. Whatever, it's funny. Like, oh, look, guys, but there's a difference between doing it in like a smile. You're on candid camera, with some innocence about it, but there's no innocence. It's just sure sadomasochism. It's I want to see this person hurting, and then that makes me feel good when they're hurting, and everybody else do you feel like me? Do you feel like me? Oh, he's hurting. Please feel the same. Feel the hurt. Oh my God, I got him. I got him off of I got her off of her channel. Now she's talking. Look at all the time. We could just ignore him, right? Sure. You do that. But we'll go ahead and feed the trolls. This is a channel where we actually feed the trolls. Give a little taste of their own medicine, if you will. So I'm sure it works on every other channel they go to. And I'm sure people do this over and over. It's what they do all the time. It becomes habitual. Because they all say the same shit. And I know that some of them are bots, but there's a lot of them who are not bots. This is how they fucking act. Probably on some fucking benefit, food stamp card. Don't fucking work. Don't do it. You gonna tell me a grown-ass man that's going and has a construction company, has a fucking business, gonna come on YouTube and fucking cause somebody else fucking pain? You know, somebody works for a living? That motherfucker probably don't do shit. Don't make his own power. He don't have any fucking, he's on a Wi-Fi router. You know? I'm not saying he lives in his mom's basement, but fucking people just don't go anywhere in life. How was your dinner? Was that good dinner? Was that good dinner for the boys? I had to go make sure the ladies are all put up for the night. Nobody's ranting about the Nephilim again, dumb fuck, Gimp. Nephilim means not giant, you dumb fucking idiot. There you go again. We got another liar in here. Gimp's a fucking peg leg, fucking limp dick motherfucker. What's up, limp dick? Nephilim does not mean giant. That means Anunnaki. You're a bully. You are a Nephilim. And a demon, Gimp. See, once again, look at this dumb fucking wants somebody to be upset. See, they're doing the opposite. They're doing the same thing, brothers and sisters. They want the upset. I'm not upset, but they want me to be upset. See, same shit as fucking y'all. Same thing. Same thing, just in a different type of. It's just the same fucking shit. It's going to lead to the same place with these people. They do the same fucking thing. Program a little bit different, but it always ends to the same result. So, right, it's probably y'all under a different account or something, right? It's fucking fuck you, y'all, you stupid fucking idiot. I know a lot of these people too. They got multiple accounts. That's hilarious. We got these people multiple accounts to come back onto this channel. Man, we must be over the target, eh? When they keep coming back. We got return customers, baby. Return customers. So, Gimp Dick, y'all, you know, it's the same thing. So get out of here, Gimp. Get the fuck out of here. Go away from me. Get away from me, you limp dick motherfucker. You're not welcome in here. Don't come back here ever again. Moderate that person every time they come in here. I don't want to hear it. I don't hear nothing from you. That coffee's pretty good. Let's see if we got any. Civilization cycle. David Devine started. Nobody's getting upset there, Gimp Dick. You're never coming back here ever again. Goodbye. I want to deal with you. I can't report my son or daughter murder, and I got to deal with Gimp Dicks like you. Go fuck yourself, stupid motherfucker. It's called a lexicon. It's called a dictionary. Learn what the fuck you're talking about. Don't ask questions. You play stupid fucking games, you're going to get stupid prizes. So. That's okay, Sabrina. I moderate him out here. That's right. Thank you, guys. This ain't no echo chamber, brothers and sisters. We don't have an echo chamber in here. People are not producing fruit. They can get out of here. I don't care. We're not repeating our own. No, we will not allow you to pervert the word of God, period. You don't like it, go somewhere else. Go somewhere else, period. So you guys are, I see Marissa and Darren, they're talking about some differences, even things I don't agree with, but that's not scripture. Okay? They're talking about magnetics and negativity, polarity, and they're having really good conversation between the two of them. Like I said, they're both obviously very well studied in the in the subject, you know. Yes, there's lots of coyotes, Stephen, here. So I've sat there and watched these two go on, and they have some difference in their conversation, but they're having a fucking conversation. That's fine in here, but not when it comes to the word. You're not going to change the word. Ever. In here. Ever. So if you got some other definition, then you're not welcome here. That's called translation. So that's the one thing we're super tight on. So anyways, appreciate Marissa, you talking with Darren. You know, you guys are back and forth, and no, it's not a banter, and there's some disagreements, but they're having a conversation, and that's what I want to continue in here, because we can continue to have a conversation about preparedness, all these other things that we need to still be in this meat suit while we're here. But I won't let anybody come in and change the word of God, period. That's it. That's where I come in as the pastor going to bring this channel up. I'm not going to let somebody give their own translation of something we know that we've already transliterated, definition, defined, not changed, that we're going to say, come in and change it. He said, don't do that. He actually said, guard my commandments. 2 John, if you love me, you'll walk and follow my commandments. And that's what he commands us. Don't add or take away from my book, even a single letter. So, not on this property. I have a property that I get water from a well, but I will eventually dig a well. If I had another person out here, like I asked Kevin, he just didn't get to it. He's just not motivated like that. And that's okay. I still love him, but it takes 2 people to drill a well. I bought a well drilling kit today. I was actually in the, storage, behind me in the garage, and pulled that out to the side because it's something that yeah, I know people do that all the time. It is a ram skull. That is a ram skull, which is Aries ram. Some people, oh, that's a goat skull, but no, you got it, Bronze. That is a ram. I use it as a teaching, because David declared Christ the Lamb of God, and that would make Father the Ram, which is Aries, the tabernacle, the place of rest in the celestial firmament. So when he said he's going to go to where his Father's house is at, he's talking about Aries in the tabernacle, in the celestial tabernacle, in the firmament, the place of rest. So, but it's a good study tool. But I'm always going to be like that in here. I'm not going to let anybody change what I've defined. So, well, I've hunted before, but I raise my food. I'm a farmer, so. But I've never heard of a recall on venison or moose or caribou. So, are you doing okay, Tuggy? What are you tripping about, buddy? All of a sudden, you're getting all weird. Why are you acting weird? What's bothering you? What's bothering you? Do you want to go outside? You have to tell Dad you love me. Tell me you love me. Tell us, say I love you, Dad. You don't love the dad? Oh, I love you. Okay, I love you. You boys are the best guys I ever did have. The best puppies in the whole world. Easy chance. Oh man, I love those puppies. Nice. I like that. I want to fish. I haven't fished in a long time, Stephen. I want to fish so bad. Just want to go up to one of these. We got some of the best fishing in the whole country right here in the High Cascade Lakes. Some, if you could look, and it is unbelievable. But some of the High Cascade Lakes you can hike in, and you can catch brook trout, brown trout, cutthroat trout. You know, native trout, not planter, not that rainbow aren't amazing, but not these planter stalker. You know, farm raised type of their meat's different. If you do eat them, and I wouldn't eat a brown trout ever. I'd always sport fish brown trout, and I don't normally ever my last year's fishing. Yeah, I know. It's fine. Thank you, Marissa. We're catching that. That's why I stopped for a minute and talked to him. Whatever. Sometimes we do that in this channel. Can you imagine what this channel would be like, guys, if we never trolled the trolls? If we just silenced all the trolls and we didn't address the trolls? It's like Jim Brown does. He learns off of people calling in and asking him questions, right? Or internet things. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just doing it live. We're addressing the trolls, and the channel wouldn't be the same if we didn't troll the trolls, or at least address the trolls. I think it'd be different. It would be okay, but I think it's a better channel because we can learn from other people's foreign dialect, you know, when they come in here and use something that's not aligned with scripture, straighten it back out, because that's what he tells us to do. So it's not like what we're doing here. Like I said, we're not creating an echo chamber in here. Like, we're just what we want to hear. Father said, don't change my word. Don't change my word. That's not an echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure. Yeah. That's insane. Marissa, this happens too. This channel is so awesome like that. And I don't mean like it's better than, but this channel is so awesome. I think it is that it really gets people. They want to come back here and troll. This channel is heavily trolled. I know there's trolls all over the internet. I've had multiple, you know, I didn't get trolled like this at all on TikTok. I mean, not nearly at all, you know. But we didn't throw as many people out of that channel, you know, as we do here. Now we make this a pretty big thing. I do think that there's times that we have thrown. Can you imagine, Marissa, how many people get thrown out of here? You know what I'm saying? How many people do you think you've thrown out of here personally? I love it. Sometimes we throw 20,000 people out of here a day if we're streaming all day. Sometimes I put, like I've streamed almost all day today, 18 hours, sometimes, we'll throw that many people out that we have on the channel. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, I appreciate you guys that, bring this channel to what it is, because the moderators are a huge part of this channel that make it what it is now, so that we can just moderate the nonsense out of here. There's no reason to sit there and people, they're almost all of them say about the same 3 to 5 things. They come in pushing drugs. They want to tell you have to do a mental disorder so you can push on drugs. They come in and pull some kind of other false, religion, or some kind of, or they hit the whole political crap, and they just lose their mind and they can't even, have a conversation. Flat around. That's the other one, right? The whole shapes. People got to talk about shapes. Oh, I got to talk about flat around. Yeah, see, you got to produce fruit and well, no, I mean, it's like I said, it's awesome. I'm glad that we don't. I should have done this before, because I'm putting a big burden on you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when you come in here, it's just me or one other moderator, and we'll get 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70, and there's always going to be trolls in this chat. It's like people come back regularly, and I do think 100%, guys, that we live in a time where there are bots in here. Now, you guys know how to identify those. I can't get in here and open up things while I'm doing a live and look and see who's what. I'm not a computer. I'm not on a laptop. I don't have it on some 4G potato phone, right? Everybody's just bitching about the quality, but it's just it's somebody. I'm a conspiracy theorist, so somebody, it's a Simpsons bong, because they, I'm 420, none of that either, but yeah, somebody said, man, you're the biggest conspiracy theorist I know, and I know you like that term, but this bong is definitely, did it, it's got, it's a little worn out because of the, I don't even has. There used to be something right there where you can't even see it. There was a Marge, look, because that's where I hold on, grab it, and a Homer right there, and there was a Homer right there. He's kind of gone because of where my hand goes. There's a Homer in the top of his head. It's kind of gone. So all the Homers are gone. Looks like it's got a Lisa and Bart and the dog. And then it's got like the radio towers back there, the radiation with the green spring Tucky. So I've had it for a while. It'll break someday, and I'll have to go buy another one, because glass is meant to be broken. So that's all I say with pieces. So I never get mad if I break a piece. It's just part of it, is what it is. So thank you so much, Sabrina, coming in again. Yeah, somebody's like, dude, you're a conspiracy theorist, dude. This bong is so you, man, because the Simpsons always put out everything ahead of time. So yeah, there we go. Adapt and overcome, right, Marissa? Adapt and overcome. Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Thank you for coming in, Sabrina, too. Appreciate the continued support of the ministry, and yeah, appreciate your skill set in here and how you bring a lot of diversity to the channel. We need that. We need everybody. So we're all one race, the human race, but we're also different and have come from all. As long as we're in the same narrow way, we're fine. Yeah, not in the broad way, but thanks for all the, like I said, what you bring to the channel. Yeah, that's how you have to do it. You have your lexicon and you study one word at a time, Gary. That's how you study. Absolutely. Because when you're studying, now you're going to go back and read passages of that one word in your concordance, because you get the definition first, or your eSword lexicon or eSword app, and then you take your interlinear concordance and you take that one word, repentance, right? Well, that's going to be in the New Testament. That wouldn't be the Old, because people couldn't repent for sins. There was no repentance. But you're going to look where it says it. It says it 5 times. Here it is in, once in Matthew and in Luke or whatever, however many times, and where that's in your concordance. This book right here. This has every word one time, A, B, C, D, E, F, or by the number on the inside that you look up. That has all that sentences of where that one word is said in this book. So you don't have to do the hassle of looking through all the books, but you should go through all the hassle and don't shortchange yourself and go back. And now you know where that's at and use it as a cheat code to go back and, oh, here it is. Now read 2 or 3 passages before. There's the one sentence with the word you were studying, and 2 or 3 passages afterwards. Now you're getting the context because it said 5 different times and you've read it. See, that's a different way to learn. Stop reading it like a book. You don't read this like a book. It doesn't work like that. I used to think I could learn it like that, but then you're sitting there and try to translate everything that you're reading, and you don't translate like that. You know what I'm saying? You have to go one word at a time and then bring it to the definition first, study it in the sentence, who said it, study it in the context 2 or 3 passages before. There's that sentence with the word 2 or 3 passages after. And after you do that 3 or 4 or 5 times, that word comes to life. And every time you know that word and somebody says it, they'll never come against it, because you have the transliteral definition, not a change, a jot, well, to punctuation, or a yod to a letter. Or literal transliteration is not translation. Translation is not you changed. That's your own version. That'd be like the train. There you go. Hey, you don't read it like that, Gary, and that's why it hurts. Because see, when I read it like that, it doesn't matter what you read, Gary. You know what I'm saying? It does. You have to read the interlinear. There's no other thing. It does matter. But even if you're reading the interlinear, you're still reading it wrong if you're just reading it like a book. It doesn't read like a book. What you probably need to do is, to me, when I was reading it, it was because I could start getting it and know, because in Revelation it says I can't change anything. I have to get it right. I start getting to Charlie Brown. Well, and it won't go in anymore. And that's a blessing. That is a blessing, Gary, because then I'm not having to go unlearn and relearn. Or actually, unlearn is a big process. What took me over a decade to unlearn. I was still studying and learning, but it really took more time to unlearn all my bad self-teachings, other people teaching me the wrong definition, or me just not sitting down and being lazy and not studying. The definition is the words I'm speaking in the book that I love so much, but I wasn't being definitive. I wasn't defining. I was making up my own version. So you can never pick it up and read it like a book. I mean, yeah, you're reading those sentences again when you're reading those passages, but you better be careful if there's this word that you're reading in those passages that you don't know the definition of one of those. Like when I'm saying your one word study and repentance, you better go back and study that one word in that. That's how this word is going to start to come to life. That's why nobody can come in here and I'm not better than anybody and tell me anything. You're not going to not tell me what I've defined. I can be learned. Can be reproofed. It says reproof the word. That's what we're supposed to go back and refine it with each other, because it can be reproofed, but it's make sure that we're not going back and making up our own translation, and we're sticking to the transliteration, to the literal text, not changed, undefiled, unadulterated, unchanged. Perverted means forward, warp, twist, add, or take away. And he said, do not do that. Not even a period, or I'll blot your name out of that book. People do not know who Father Shiloh is. He said one sin under the Old Testament was death, whether venial or mortal, right? At a jot, death. One sin, death. At a jot, death. At a thought, death. At a tittle, death. You can't add or take away, death. I'll blot your name out. So it's very important that when you read it, you just slow down and try to don't understand too much. Actually slow down and just try to understand one word at a time. And then it will start coming to life. And that book will start meaning more than just piece or numbers or letters on a page. You are understanding the literal definition of every word that you're studying. It makes you don't know what you're talking about if you don't know the definitions of the words you're speaking. Correct? Anybody disagree with me? Put a 1 in the chat if you disagree with me. If you don't know the definitions of the words you are speaking, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're speaking in slang, you're speaking in translation. That's what most people speak, brothers and sisters, when it comes to the scriptures. It's not my fault they don't take the time to define it. He does not choose it. Many are called, but few are chosen. OLIGOS is the word. A fraction, a puny number. Your book says few. My book says OLIGOS, oligos. Oligos find the straight gate. Oligos, Father only loves oligos, a fraction. His bride is a teeny, tiny, tiny, little tiny bride. Most people go to hell because they're in the wide, well, they're on the broad way that leads to the wide gate. That's the gate that leads to hell. That's the word of the abyss. The abyss is the word no knowledge. Okay? The one that I have is the Henderson version, okay? The Strong's Concordance. It's the same one that goes to the Hendrickson. James Strong, remember there's the Young's Concordance and the Strong's Concordance. They're both concordances, but they both do the same thing if you know how to study with it. So, and they match the Hendrickson volume. Hey, see that? See that logo? That's Hendrickson volume. And this is the updated. So thanks for asking. I know it's try to get the best study tools you can get your hands on. There it is right there. Look for that, Hendrickson. See that? Publishing, So there's 2 concordances. Obviously, I think the Strong's or the Young's is all in one. If you can find that, there's nothing wrong. That's what Brother Jim teaches out of. His is all in one, but he has a massive collection of books. I'm not 70, almost 80 years old. I'm only 50 some years old. So Brother Jim's got like a lot more. He's devoted his whole life. I mean, Father has given most of my life he drugged me to him, not knowing I'm trying to give my life to him, wondering how come I can't give my life to God? It's because he was drawing me to him. I was just an idiot. But you want to have the best study tools that you can get your hands on so you can just slow down. And my brain races. If you've been here for a minute, people will, how do you even learn anything? All you ever do is all over the place. I can't learn anything here. Well, imagine when I'm trying to read shit. I have 5 other things going on in my head. And I really need to know that word because it's really all that matters to me. So always my brain is on overload, right? And so when I can study one word at a time, Father this is a blessing because I know I have to study it that way or I won't get it. My mind just races too much. But when you start to understand it and then you get defined on it, you really start to understand this book and then it comes to life. And then that's why I don't study anything but the gospel anymore. I don't care about anything else. I don't give a flying about anything but the gospel. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about anything but the gospel. If it's not the gospel, I don't even talk about it anymore. It's a waste of my time because that's the only thing I need to know to get to Father. That's through Shiloh, and that's through the 13 apostles and through Paul's writings, and that's it. I studied all these other books for decades, but they don't do anything. I almost get the want on them now. I don't want to hear them. They don't do anything for me. I love the gospel. That's all I need. I don't need anything but the gospel. The only way to the Father is through the Son. He said, come out of her, my people. Be in this world, but be not of it. So the apostles all had a life, brothers and sisters. They all gave up their life, possessions, whatever it is, they knew it. They picked up the book like Christ is the living word in flesh and followed and did what he did. And that's all I want to do in my life. I just want to share the gospel. I don't care about anything else. It doesn't excite me anymore. Nothing excites me like the gospel. I get all kind of crazy about the gospel. I'm in love with the word. Father is the word Hokadesh, flesh, and spirit. He is the word Shiloh. Well, I am. He said before Abraham was I am. He said, be comforted, Peter, I am. So He is the Word, and He is the Word in flesh, and there's nothing else excites me more like the gospel. I almost get like retarded when it comes to anything else anymore. I love talking about the sun and the magnetics, and I do talk about things what people would think are political, but nothing gets me like the gospel. That's why when it comes to scripture, I have all of it right here. I still dabble and go into the rejected text, but it's because I'm trying to chase a piece of gospel that I thought I found in there that is hard to find. The gospel can be found in the rejected text, but it's not definitive. It lacks definition. And that's why there was 22 books that were not canonized, because they are not aligned with the gospel. You know what I'm saying? And they're not aligned with definition. And people don't understand. Father did that. Father made Constantine take out the 22 books that were rejected. And Father did that. Whether you agree with Constantine, just like Nebuchadnezzar, like many people throughout Scripture, people can't figure out, because they can't. It's like Peter. He was one of those people who struggled with the phileo. We are all a Peter, brothers, sisters. We are all a Peter. We all suffer. He says the man's enemies be the one of his household, and that is Peter. He couldn't figure out that this world has its laws, but Father's law is not this world's laws. And I don't mean to go there, but we've all been there. You know what I'm saying? But I love this gospel, brothers, sisters, and that's why I stick to that. Now, Father's given me a blessing to understand the celestial gospel above our heads. You don't need that, brothers, sisters. You need the gospel that's in the pages, that's written on your heart, that he wrote on fleshy tables of your heart. But this is like Timothy, the celestial gospel that he wrote about back in the time when he was here, about this marker, so we would see, and Paul said we would see the day approaching. Remember Matthew, signs, star, sun, and moon, Genesis, Old Testament, times and seasons, helps add to your faith. So somebody like me feels confident I can push through these hard times when I know that I don't care. I saw the Star of David. I can be killed, tortured for the rest of my life. Go, fuck you. I saw the Star of David. I don't care. Nobody knows about the Star of David. Remember, I love it so much that I even tattooed it on my body, so that when Father returns, and no matter how much he said, yes, you are listening. And he says, well, wise and faithful servant, because I've fallen short of the word. I still daily have my own issues. You know what I'm saying? But he will know when he returns that Shiloh is the celestial gospel. He said, I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. David declared him the Lamb of God. That makes Father the Ram. Aries, that's the tabernacle. Remember the 1939 conjunction to form the nation of Israel? Probably not. Right? Remember the star in the stars, that this is in Aries? You probably don't know that. See, just knowing that alone, I could die, guys. Knowing they formed this fake nation of Israel off a triple conjunction in the tabernacle. Do you realize the only people who probably know that are probably some of the most evil people on this rock? You probably can't even comprehend what I just told you. Well, the New Jerusalem is the cubits, Stephen. It's the spiritual Israel. It's the spiritual Jerusalem. It's the spiritual bride. That's the Jerusalem. They're going to form their fake, physical everything. It says that we are not to wrestle against flesh and blood. That flesh is what makes this mammon and all these idols, traditions of men, women of men, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same thing. It's idolatry. It's the same reason why he divorced his bride. He wants us to word, not the dirt. So this New Jerusalem is talking about this new covenant, this new testament that he made with his bride that does not involve physical in any way, shape, or form. And if you fall for the physical, then you rip the Hamashiach down from the tree he hung from and put yourself under the Noahide laws, the old days, the Old Testament. Consider it to be right. Okay. Right. See, so I'm saying, Steve, I mean, I hope you can answer the question. They're going to create all the physical. You understand? They're going to do everything in this scripture in the physical. Okay, you want that question? I'm going to answer you. Gary, why? Do you know what the halo is? That's right. This is the halo. The halo is the serpent in the garden. Okay, Gary? The halo is evil. Anytime you see a crown, he said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly like a thief in the night, like a woman in labor. I come quickly on 3/11, March 11th, Donald Trump declared the coronavirus, the crown virus, like Corona beer. So he knows what's going on here. So listen, angels, you see a halo, that is Satan, that is the viper, that is the hood. That's called Nakash. Nakash, the serpent. Nakash, like Nike. Well, I'm just don't mean to go there, but you have to study the Greek. You have to study the Hebrew. The pictures of that angelic beings, as you're calling angel, angelos is the word messenger. No such thing as angels like you think, with this imagery, with wings, and that's not what an angel is. I am an angel. Angelos, I was born in the city of Angelos, Los Angeles. I have concrete jungle. Here I am sharing the gospel, the message, sharing the message. That's what I do. Sharing the celestial gospel, some things I put on this, marked on this rock that no man has put on this rock since I've been here. No man will. That's okay. Father made me do it, not I. So a messenger is the definition of an angel or angelos, so we can uncover your idolatry, the things you see, is the word messenger. So stop thinking angel. Now the halo is, yes, like pride, like it has that, like, look at me, look at me, look at this crown, look at me. You notice Saturn has that ring around it. It's like that pride ring, you know, that the outgas at the firmament. But let's not talk about that right now. So yes, that halo represents the serpent, or Satan, Leviathan, the cobra, the strangulation. That is the head of the serpent that he crushed, remember, with his, he will come back. That's actually the scorpizzo in the celestial firmament marker, but it still represents the serpent. I am a scorpizzo. I am a false teacher according to the celestial gospel. I was birthed on the 13th day in the 9th month of November. Oh, wait, I'm in that weird time. Okay, it's 11, 9/11. 11 December. No, 9/11. Sorry, I'm not bad. I have one of these Gemini numbers because 13 is lucky. 13 is also unlucky. He just gave me that life. This weird. Yes, you can. Absolutely. So, decided to. Stevens, don't talk about robbing the AutoZone. You don't need anything at AutoZone. Steven heard the commercial. I'm going to blame it on fucking AutoZone, not even Steven's fault. Remember the commercial is like, get in the zone, AutoZone. He's like, I got to get in there, man. It's not even his fault, guys. He's been programmed. Look, it's the commercial. Please don't blame it on Steven. Steven, you've been watching too much TV, man. Go fishing. Come out here if you need to, Steven. Oh, wait, you can't go anywhere. Damn it. He's got you tied down like me. Steven, don't go into the AutoZone. See, that was, these commercials do it to you guys. You got to be careful. Steven, stop it. It's just a commercial. I know you want to get in the zone. Get in the AutoZone. What do they got in AutoZone? What do you do? Build a Model T or something? What do you got? Some spark plugs? You gonna be selling spark plugs on this corner? Okay, well, look, I'm not going to stop you, but don't worry about it. You're not going to do that, Stephen. I know you won't. But if you need to vent here, keep venting. Just keep venting. Let it out, brother. Let it out. I know I'm going through a hard time too. Remember, I can't even report my son and daughter fucking murdered right now. Or man, they won't listen to me. They keep throwing me in jail, Stephen, or arresting me, you know? And now I'm going to go through 18 months for nothing. I spent $100,000. I don't even have firewood. It's going to be cold as fucking here tonight. You know, it's crazy. You know, I'm going through some shit too, man. I know Sal sometimes help. Like, I know why you're saying what you're saying. Like, I don't want to try anymore. Don't just go lay on that bitch and eat 3 fucking hots and eat soup and fucking somebody will hopefully put some money on my books. If not, fuck it. You know, so maybe somebody will throw down or something with me. But that's not the answer, man. You serve a better purpose. I want to tell you this right now. And I'm not, because I don't want to tempt you. But Father needs people on the inside too, Stephen, just so you know. Father didn't hang out when he sent the Hamashiach, didn't hang out with people in high places. Remember, he hung out with a tax collector, a murderer. Paul was a mass murderer, church, a Pharisee, and a prostitute, a woman of the night, right? I mean, so I'm not, if you're there, it's not the end of the world, man. I might go there too, not by choice. Remember, I don't want to go there. Okay, remember I told you I'm not going to try to change you, Steve. I don't try to change nobody. My dad told me it's not right, but can't you something come up better in the AutoZone? Seriously, I don't want to be accomplice to whatever the hell you're doing, but can't you come up with something better than the AutoZone? I don't want to talk down to you, Steven. I mean, you haven't been here that long, but I'm going through shit. You're going through shit. Can't you come up with something a little more creative than the AutoZone, man? Like, isn't there some kind of, oh man, I don't want to give you no idea, Masonic temple or something around? Never mind. I don't want to give you no ideas. Don't listen to me. Don't be knocking over any Georgia Guidestones. Did I say that out loud? I did. Yeah. Silver's like gold, baby. Some of us have more power than you know. It's a directed energy. It's a red kachina, blue kachina kind of thing, but you wouldn't know nothing about that, would you? The Hopi and the Yugi, and going back to Cali, because we were talking about the celestial gospel and the celestial firmament. So, Stephen, just so you know, I never were worried about going to jail because Father needs people in jail. I don't want you to go to jail, man. It's not fucking fun in there. If you ever been in jail, you've been to prison, how many times? How much time have you spent behind bars? How many times they throwing you in a cage? Meet some good people in jail, man. There's some fucking good motherfuckers in jail. People who need to hear the word too. So not everybody thrown in jail is a criminal. You know how many people are in jail without a victim? That's repugnant to the Constitution, remember? Organic law, no victim, no crime. So, but what you're doing, what I want to know what you're doing, federal prisons are better. Absolutely. Marissa knows you don't want to get locked in some county motherfucking jail. You'd hate that. Fuck yeah. There you go. Marissa, you're a fucking smart ass woman. You know that? Super smart. I dig your brain. You got a huge brain. I like your brain. But it's true. I remember telling my son when he was going to get in trouble, I'm like, dude, you don't want to sit in county, dude, another year, dude. If you're going to go, you're going to go. You need to go to fucking federal prison. Let them give you a fucking bigger sentence if you need to. So you can go federal. You can get out sooner. You're not going to sit in county. And you got better options to get out. Just like, okay, so you're cool. So you know what it's like. So it's, dude, Steven, you could do it on your head, right? It's a little bit different. Listen, Steven, when you go to prison, if you've never been to prison, and I've never been to prison, I've worked in a prison, they rank and file you a little bit different in prison than they do in the county. County's okay, but most people ain't hanging out county for do a stint long enough to fucking start rank and file you by, I believe in you locked up, you only friend in there, Jesus, like him, destined to die at the hands of my enemies. I'm in drop tops like John F. Kennedy, but they're going to put you into a file color rank, whether you like it or not, because there's a different law in prison, Stephen. And what you're choosing to do before you make a horrible fucking decision is you're going to allow them to rape your fucking bond number, just so you know. And you're going to allow them now to take your extra money and send it to fucking Ukraine when you get locked up. So I think that's a very poor decision. Because the minute you do that and you're in the confinement, you're letting them fucking take money from that merchant number. So you know, Stephen. And I don't like that. I know you're weak, but dude, you saw how easy it would be to get the fucking locked up. I could already fucking smoked every one of these motherfuckers involved in this case because there's just such poor security. But I was telling Kevin, I was telling Kevin about this. I'm telling you, I'm not thinking, I'm just thinking this is a very dangerous town for people who could be victimized on how lax of fucking daisical. Well, it's not about how you see the money. It's your money is killing other people in other countries, Stephen. So you know. You go get locked up in jail. They are taking money now. They're living the lapse of the luxury with it, and they're killing people with your money, and you're going to be paid back by that measure that you pour out. I'm not saying if you don't, but remember, when you go get locked up, okay, that's why I'm trying to not get locked up, because I don't want to give my fucking money or any of the money from my merchant number to this fucking government. So I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink fucking, soda, because I don't want to give my money to the system. Big tobacco, big soda. I don't eat fucking fast food. I don't give my money to big fucking fast food. None of that shit. So think about what you do before you do. You do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, I know. uh, okay, I can find another program. Okay, but just hear me out. Okay, you're gonna feed the system is what you're gonna do. You're gonna do what Christ tells you not to do. Okay, I mean, if you can stay out of jail, stay the fuck out of jail, Stephen, or you're allowing them to fucking rape your merchant number, and you're gonna pay to kill fucking you people in Ukraine, and when you die, you're gonna be an accessory to murder. Because I just told you now, you're gonna be held accountable, and you've been in here long enough to know that. So when you go to jail, they take money from your bond and they send that to fucking Ukraine. And that war is getting bigger and bigger. Okay. So if that's what you think you need to do is go fund the fucking V system to go get 3 hots in a cot so you don't have to try anymore, fucking go for it. A lot of people want to get locked in jail because it's so much more comfortable. It's so much easier. You don't have to have a fucking job. You can exist, and there's some cool ass motherfuckers, like I said, in jail. I do fucking jail time standing on my head. Jail ain't shit, Jail's a fucking vacation. It really is. The little fucking responsibility. If you keep your shit clean, keep your cell clean, you know what I'm saying? This shit ain't nothing. But why give your money away, not you, to them, and let them fucking take it and give it to people? So just keep that in your head. Maybe you never even thought about that. Okay, so I hear you, but is it? Is it really for what you're going through right now? So you're telling me what's right now is better, but what about when you heard what I said? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, whatever. But now that you're going to get more, you think they're going to get a lot more money when you go in that jail cell than you make on the outside. I don't think you make that much money, and that's fine. I don't need to get in your finances, but think about what you do before you do it. I'm going to leave it at that. Okay. And I told you I wouldn't try to change you at all. You do what you feel like you need to. If you go get locked up in there, Stephen, and Father will cover you, man, because that's part of what he covers us for. So, hear me out, Stephen. He covers for shit like getting locked the fuck up. He does. If you're doing it for the reason, you're just trying to check out because it's easy for you to check out. So you're not even doing it for the right reasons right now. If you're standing up to the system, and that's why you get locked up, then that's fine. But if you just want to go get 3 hots in a fucking cot, you know what I'm saying, to go, make your life easier, you're not doing it. That's not what Christ did. He didn't make his life easy. He suffered because he stood up too. So if you can find a cause for that and they throw you in there, shit, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. Go stand up and share the gospel. Every time I go in there, I'm sharing the gospel anyway. I do the same thing inside that I do outside. I don't ever change. So I'm just going to always share the gospel. But thanks for talking to me. I know you're struggling a lot, man. You've been struggling all fucking day. And me too, man. I've been struggling after day, week after week, month after month. And for 18 months now, I just can't seem to go anywhere but backwards, man. I can't even report my fucking son or daughter. And now their dead corpses are rotting the fuck up there and there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it. You know what I'm saying? That's different than being missing. What if they're still suffering? And I know where the fuck they're at. So I know we're both going some difficult times, but oh man, you sound like you're losing your faith. Stay anchored in faith. Okay. Father, let him make the plan. Stop trying to make fucking plans. Father will crush him. It probably won't turn out like you like anyways. Kind of like these motherfuckers came out here to try to kill me. That didn't turn out like they thought, huh? Father had a different plan that night, May 29, 2024, didn't he? Grenade to the face didn't even knock me down on the ground, didn't it? I should have dropped like a sack of fucking potatoes and they should have hauled my ass off to the emergency room. But somehow I am still here to talk to you. So I'm not going to get in your way, Stephen. Do whatever you feel. But you better have a good cause before you go get your ass locked up so people could be fucking killed for your fucking convenience because you want to give up. Okay? Don't give up yet. It's not the time. You got a lot more in you. I can already tell I have good days and bad days. Okay, we have good days and bad days, but don't let one of these bad days actually be off the prize. Remember what you're here to do. Serve God, and if that's what you think that you need to be behind bars, I sometimes wish I didn't have these fucking dogs and go lay down and just do that too, man. I don't feel like I got anybody out here, Stephen. Nobody. Even this ministry sometimes it feels so isolated because I don't I just can't be with you guys. You know what I'm saying? I got all these eggs. Nobody will come here, and I just feel so fucking alone in this world, so isolated. I got no friends to even contact me. Are you doing okay, Tracy? I know your son got fucking, nobody ever calls, nobody comes. It's just fucking, it's a lonely ass motherfucking world when the system beats you. You ain't got no family, you ain't got no friends. But remember, you are here for a purpose. Father didn't put you here in vain for no reason. Some of us go through more suffering than others. The just measure that he pours out be the measure that you pour out when he returns on others. So he pours out that just measure. So I don't want to get in the way of your thing. I already told you I ain't going to try to change you, but I'll try to lead you back to what we're here to do, and we're here to serve God. As long as you feel like what your purpose is girded in his service, go for it, man. Send that motherfucker. Don't hesitate. You hesitate, you're going to fucking fuck it up. You understand? That's how fucking criminals get caught, because you're acting like a fucking tweaker. It's like, tweaker 19, motherfucker, walk right in there and take this shit and walk right out. People didn't even notice. He didn't even bat an eye. His heart rate didn't even go up. That's how I'm saying you can have confidence in what you do. You hear me out? Okay, Steven? If you have any fucking intuition that it's not 100% send it, don't do it. Because if you're doing it and you know it right, it'll feel fucking perfect. And it won't stop. There will be nothing can fucking stop you. That's how beautiful Father is. Because he wrote all things. He'll give you the pep in your step. I'll be that break. He'll flip you around 180 degrees and rebuke you right there in the moment, like Paul's on the heart, on the road to Damascus. He rebuked his heart. Never was he the same man again, was he? It was a long walk in that being rebuked into repentance before. I'm sure Paul, even at his death, was still suffering with the, being in repentance. And I know I am. I want to have issues too for the stupid fucking shit that I did. But try to, you know what I'm saying? Don't do anything now that's going to have a permanent, you know what I'm saying? Permanent effect. Remember, and I'm not saying like you're going to go hurt yourself, because you're not. You're not, oh, Tracy, I'm going to fucking whack myself. You're like, nah, you know what, dude? I'm going to go fucking knock off the fucking AutoZone or something, go eat some candy bars out of there, wait for the cops to come throw me in jail so I can't fucking do this anymore. Can't find a job. I'm fucking broke. I can't, fucking lost everything. I mean, they've taken everything from me, and what the fuck else do I got? I got nothing else. Nothing else to lose. Oh, can I ask what you're facing, Stephen? Is it for some domestic stuff or something like that? And I don't want to, if you don't want to disclose it, just say, I don't want to talk about it. I won't bring it up. I don't give a fuck, because I'm not going to judge you. As long as you didn't touch a kid, rape a woman or something like that. I don't care what you did. I don't give a fuck what you did. Don't matter to me. As long as it hurts anybody else. That's what my dad told me. You can do whatever you want, son. Just don't hurt anybody else. That's the stupidest thing he ever told me. Probably the best thing he ever told me, too. He said, that includes yourself, son. Don't think I wasn't just talking about other people. I know you. You fucking are always in a cast, and your brothers never broke a bone or body had fucking stitches, but you're always in a cast. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Drugs, huh? Yeah, I don't know, man. You saw me grow weed. I don't grow weed. Yeah, and remember 17 months, like Marissa said, you're going to get out on an early like that, maybe 8 months out or something like that, 10 months out, you'd be out. You would have less than a year. If you listen to Marissa, especially if you go to prison, because she was talking about some of these programs on prison where you get out sooner. But remember, he don't want to get out. He wants to go in. He wants to go take a break from society. Quit trying so hard. He could probably be just fine in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't grow marijuana either. Marijuana is a negative term. So, James Holmes, sanitarium. I told you to tell them that you work in a sanitarium, not sanitation. Hey, I'll give you some Al Pacino here. Yeah, I got this motherfucking big gun right here. You want your tickets to the gun show? Ugh, fuck off, dude. Quit asking me about firearms. Who the fuck cares about firearms? Why would you insinuate cannabis and firearms? You are a stupid motherfucker. Oh, you must be 12. Just speaking into the existence. Yeah, I know what these people are idiots, so don't know what they're talking about. They don't have any idea where they're coming from. So, Stephen, you got this, man. You do whatever you feel like. Just sit down with Father, talk to him, have some face-to-face time. Don't make any plans because he'll probably crush them for you. You know what I'm saying? If he's like me, he'll just crush them, whatever you're doing anyways. But you got this, man. You seem strong enough. I've seen you in here, and I know you're feeling weak right now. You're a Freemason. No, you're a pedophile then. All Freemasons are pedophiles. Get the fuck out of here, you pedophile. Were you on Trumpstein Island, too? This guy's probably got kitty porn in his fucking IP address. Feds, check this guy out. I think he's one of these kitty porn people. Got some probably in his... yeah, get this sick fuck out of here. Masons touch kids just like Catholics and Muslims. So get the fuck out of here. The Catholics wrote the Quran. So get out of here, fake fucking Mason. George Washington didn't... Fuck George Washington. He was a 33-degree Mason. 33, huh? Like to mock Christ, you know that? All right, so man, I don't want to ask you a situation, Steven, but that sucks that they're pushing fucking a drug charge because I know that's not hard for them to do. Cops plant drugs. You know, I don't know what your situation is, but, you know, I just have to take your word for it. In this case, I don't know anything. I don't want to know. Don't disclose anything on here. You know, that yes, they gaslight and gang stalk. I know that's what they do. That's who they are. They're all on the same team. So you know that, Stephen. So that's who you go support, though. When you go to jail, remember, you're supporting the Masons. You are. Just remember that. Just try to keep that in mind. When you go to jail, Stephen, you're supporting the Masons. They're stealing your money. You're allowing them to steal your money when you go to jail. Even more money than you probably make on the outside. And just try to keep that in mind. You know, that's why I'm going to try to avoid jail at all costs. You know what I'm saying? But you got this. Like I said, I'm not going to try to sway you one way or the other. At the casino. Yeah. Huh. Fucking sounds like, yeah, sounds like some crazy shit to me, Steven. Not that I'm then just it sounds like at the casino. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds pretty right to me. Gambling, drugs, fucking, you know, sure. Fuck, that sounds like government work to me. You boys are the best guys. All the single time. Holy shit, dude. We have so many fucking eggs. No, what they plan on most people, again, is that most people take a deal. What are you doing, big old guy? Hi, Biggie. Hi, my boy. You're the best guy that I ever did best. Oh, you're my best guy. You are my bestest boy that I ever did have. I gotta stay out of jail for my puppies, man. I don't want nobody to hurt my puppies. My dogs have a right. You're right, Marissa. They do plea out a lot of drug charges. No, he doesn't need to rage in jail, Anton. Fuck off, man. Don't tell him to rage in jail, cocksucker. Stop that. Or go eat some cock meat sandwiches yourself there, Anton. Go get your fucking self locked up. Snap your pants or something. Go get fucking butt fucked by Big Bob's buddy. Get double stuffed like an Oreo. Don't tell that to Anton. Fucking tell that to Steven. Not my lover. Billie Jean. It's not my lover. She's just the girl
thinks that I am the one. The kid is not my son.
Yeah, then they offer all. God damn, you're smart, Marissa. Are you sure you're not a Fed? No, I'm just kidding, Marissa. I'm just fucking with you. He's not. He's just struggling, Anton. Don't fucking try to get him in trouble. You can go fuck yourself, Anton. Once again, double stuff. Fucking maybe you'll get double stuffed in the back. It'll be a threesome on your asshole. Well, 2 in front or 2 from the back and 1 from behind. Stop fucking trying to be a fucking cocksucker in here, all right? I know what he said. The dude's struggling, man. Do you know his situation at all? You gonna point that out? You know anything else that he said that's going on in his life? No, you just came in here for a country minute, decided to run your fucking mouth. So shut up. Or you got to get double stuff. Fuck, get a quadra like a fucking, a fortle or what? That's what my dad. A quad like In-N-Out burger. Well, not a triple. You got a double stuff like an Oreo times 2, Anton. How you like that? Getting face raped and ass fucked. Don't come in here and try to be a fucking dickhead. The dude's struggling, man. I'm trying to help him out, so. Guy's trying to figure it out. Yeah, talking about Christ, which is a pagan term. Fuck Christ. Fuck Jesus. Fuck Lucifer. Fuck planet. Fuck devil. Fuck all your stupid words. You don't know anything about the text. Christ is never written in it. So go fuck yourself now and go somewhere else. You're not. I'm not paused. You're stuck on dumb. Now get out of here. Don't even write anything, Anton. People are savages, man. Listen, he's kind of right there, Steven. Don't be talking about breaking into AutoZone, man. Come on, man. I know you're struggling. So that sucks. This dude doesn't even know. It's like me coming on here and doing this shit. Nobody knows I haven't had all your history, and I only know just a little bit of it. But you told me struggling, wife, he didn't consider none of that before he tried to throw you under the bus. Oh, he said he had to break into an AutoZone. No, I told you it was the goddamn commercial. The commercial got fucking Steven thinking he needed to get in the zone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. He just thought that's where he was supposed to be. The commercial fucked him up. He never really meant it like that. Remember? I got your back, Steven. Come on, man. I'm trying to have your 6 here. Fuck Anton up. That's pretty shitty. People do stuff like that, though. You know what I'm saying? Just gaslight people right out the gate without even knowing their situation. I don't know too much of your situation, but you told me enough to know that you're struggling, right? Seen you in here, having a bad day. I have bad days, I told you. We all have bad days, so fuck Anton. Double stuff like an Oreo. Cock meat sandwiches for Anton, I guess. But no, Father's in control, and then people try to come in here and think I'm some kind of religious. I hate religion, and I hate fucking government, so... Christ stood up to both of those. If you want to use that pagan term, means anointed in oil, but it was never written in the text one single time. So, be like a hotel vacation. Oh, Ice Ryan's in there singing Hotel California. He is, aren't you, Ryan? Where you can check in, but you can never leave, huh? Good, funny a room at the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Oh. Any time of year. I got it there, Marissa. I think he was singing Hotel California. Kind of like the 15-minute work city camps where you can check in, but you can never leave. The Age of Wonders. Oh, no, Amy Whitehouse. Steven, I'm calling the feds. All right, fuck off, Anton, you piece of shit, fucking narc bitch. Get out of here, little bitch. Anton's a little bitch, little narc. Fuck off, you little narc. Snitches end up with fucking stitches and ditches. That's what happens. Like little bitches end up in fucking jail and end up getting fucking... Not like a pedo. They take care of themselves. Nobody likes a fucking rat. Put them in a trap. You know what I'm saying? Put them in a rat trap. Kind of like Terminex. Maybe get them they get poisoned or something. Not me. I'm not. I'm just telling you that's what they do to rats. I work for Terminex, so I know how not Terminator. I'll be back. So is this the same? Is this y'all? Marissa, is this y'all still in here? Is it y'all? It's y'all. It's y'all, isn't it? Marissa, you're badass. Marissa, you have a good. Thank you for being. How long can I ask you? How long you been here, Marissa? You've been here for a minute. How long you been here for in this channel? A year? Longer? I can't remember. Some of you guys have been here for a country minute, and appreciate your. And the eighth, y'all. So, yeah, I'm trying to remember when for about a year and a half. I think I'm trying to remember when the first time. Because you've been a moderator for a little while. So it's okay. Hey, Anton's calling the feds. Fuck the feds. Hey, hold on. Don't moderate. Don't moderate Anton. I'll moderate him. I want to have him call the feds on me. Let's see if he'll call the feds on me. Let's see if he'll call the feds on me. Hey, Anton, did you know that I killed my son? Not literally, but I got my son killed. That I'm responsible for my son's death. If you want to call the feds, you can call on me. Because I got him killed. And probably my daughter too, because I didn't mean to, but I got my daughter killed. If you want to call the feds. I'm not fucking with you, dude. You want to sit there and fuck with people in this chat when this guy's struggling and have a hard time, you can call the feds on me if you like, and let them know that fucking, that if I were to fucking, just listen to my son and taking the gold and silver, went on the road, Marshall wouldn't have killed him. So, but it was me that got him killed because I didn't listen to him. So. Oh, okay. Well, now you can fuck off. Now get him back out of here. Get this prick out of here, fucking rat. Get out of here, you rat. Anton's a fucking rat. Fuck the feds. Fuck the feds, some alphabet soup agency. You're a bootlicking little bitch. Get out of here, Anton. Okay. It's like J.G. Wentworth. It's my FBI and I want it now. Fucking Ryan, too, man. Thank you for your long time subscription to this channel. I don't see how you guys put up with me and my damn potty mouth, Seriously, you guys are amazing people. And Ryan's been here for a long time too, and I hope maybe one day to maybe meet Ryan, in person. I know not exact location, but not disclosing. But another of you guys have been here for a while, and God, we spend a lot of time here. But it's worth it, man. To me, this is a better place to sup than, like I said, I try to get people to come out here and be with me just share the word, and then rented the hall. And I've always just had a thing, but you guys are, just that you allow this to be gospel based. And, we know, I think you all know that's what we're here to do. Fellowship. This is about a fellowship. It's about a family. I feel like you guys truly are. You can't make up for Elijah or Adriana being gone, or even if they're here or not, if I ever get to talk to him. But you guys have been a big part of something that was taken from me, and Father gave me this abundance to fill the gap, and I appreciate that, because this has been a really quite the struggle. And, knowing that I'm going to have somebody on the other side, I don't think you guys taking me seriously. I only had Elijah. I just haven't connected with anybody in this lifetime. I just didn't connect with anybody. In 50 years, I couldn't find somebody I knew that I would be with. Even my own dad. I don't think I'm going to be. My dad dressed up as Satan, and he died celebrating Christmas. He killed him. Christmas killed my dad, remember? So I don't know if I'll be with him. My mom, she's a fucking viper. Everybody, I don't know. All my family, they're just a bunch of fakes, and I don't have anybody like friends from high school or nothing. I don't have anybody that I ever yoked with other than Elijah. And now, is he so mad at me now? He doesn't want to talk to me. I mean, I'm not even thinking about that. I mean, right now, but now I know there'll be other people, and it's so badass that if I never meet, Ryan, you know what I'm saying? Well, in a sense, yes, Black's night, because I didn't listen to my son, and take the gold and silver and go on the road. Take this ministry on the road. Like I told 18, I was going to go on the road. So, uh, man, I hope that fucks with you daily. Yeah, it does every day. Every day. If I didn't take, enough precious metals to go on the road, and like he told me to go on the road, I didn't. And he's like, Dad, I have silver. What the hell you have gold for, Dad? We're silver bugs. So yeah, I got him killed by not taking this, and I think Marshall Radonich killed him over the silver and gold. So that's what this person said. Man, I hope that fucks with you daily. It sure does there. You got that right. So you got what you wanted. You asked for it. You got it. Toyota. So all I'm trying to do is get my Toyota and get out of here. I can't even go find. I know where my son's dead. Possible, maybe he's alive, but probably not. Body, and can't do anything about it. So that fucks with me too daily. Yep, I'm going to be judged by Father. I know that. And Shiloh, hopefully he'll cover me for the sin. So, yep, I should have taken the gold and silver and bought the double cab Tacoma. And maybe his wife, my daughter, be alive too. But I think she got raped or was something. I don't trust Marshall in any way, shape, or form. So my daughter got killed too. Maybe Anton, or your Anton, you go report me to the feds like I told Anton. But then I told him to fuck off because he doesn't have to live with the fact that the rest of my life, if I'd have just taken the money, my son would probably be alive. He might be in jail, but I could go visit him in prison. Like we were talking about, Steven was, getting ratted out by the little bitch snitch Anton that was going to call the feds. But so God bought your child's lives with gold and silver. God bought my child's lives. What the fuck does that mean? Now, if you start twisting the word, Knight, I'll fucking fire your ass right out of here. I mean, I'm willing to have righteous judgment for what I did. But if you start twisting the word of God, I won't have you in here at all. The Most High, Shiloh. So don't be a pervert in here. God bought your child's lives. God didn't. Do you even know what the word sozo? Because you're using a term that actually I think you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. See, he already purchased his bride. So do you even know what that means? Because now I think you're just being fucking facetious and an asshole. Kind of like fucking, Dave in here earlier. All these pricks that come in here and try to poke at people to God took your lives in gold and silver. No, he didn't take their lives and gave me. I already had the gold and silver, and I didn't go spend the silver and gold to go on the road to share the ministry. Instead, I kept it because I was trying to pay this land off, give some to my son, and have enough to go on the road. Because I know at the price it is now, I would, but he told me to take it because it could get stolen from me. Like the last 25 pounds, that 5 of it was his, that my brother and his uncle stole. So, cursed gold and cursed land. There's no such thing as curse. All right, get the fuck out of here tonight. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. So, did you have fun toying with me? Did you get your rocks off there, idiot? Goodbye. Thanks for peeling the wound again. That's all right. That's what Father does. He created you to be a vessel wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So we can't have you in here if you're going to be a bad apple. So you'll know them by their fruit. Cursed. When they started cursing at you in cursive, when you got stung by the spelling bee, start knowing the words that you're talking about. The dialectus glossa tongue. He said, when we must be refined as gold and silver, put through a fiery trial for long suffering, but you wouldn't know anything about the words. So don't start talking about curses or spell casting like you're going to pull some magic trick. Gee, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my ass. Listen here, Alice in Wonderland. You're not a knight. And you're black. That's not a color. You know that? Negro is a color, but not black. Fuck you. You're not black. What are you, black nigger, white nigger, brown nigger, red nigger, or yellow nigger? No, there's no cursed. You don't understand about cursed. You're an idiot. See, where does it say cursed? How am I cursed? a pseudo Job. No, there's no pseudo Job, dude. There's no physical here. You're a fucking idiot. Now leave. If you write anything else, moderators, moderate this fucking idiot. Take your pseudo science somewhere else. They're fucking Top Gun. Your PDF file, whatever, rocket, Top Gun. Do your footloose somewhere else. Slide on out of here. I've heard enough. Come on, Tom Cruise, get the fuck out of here. Take your boat, take your ship, take your fucking vessel and leave. I'm trying to be nice to you. Eh? No, I'm not. Fuck it. You're stupid and I'm not going to have it. So, pseudo. It's okay. We've heard enough. Thanks for coming in. So, anyways, I have to live with that, brothers, sisters. He's not wrong. I have to live with the fact that I had made that decision. And I'm going to have to live with that for the rest of my life. So that's why I'll take the torture, because I'm going to have to go through this for the rest of my life. And maybe there's a chance he's alive, but why would he have already not filed the lawsuits as well as my daughter? So I wish I had something to cling to that they were both alive, but I just have to figure it out and have a court date coming up, and we'll see what the fuck happens. So Father always beats the people he loves. That's what he does. But cursed? No, they're not cursed. They're called destined, and cursed is cursing and cursed under laws and not under the law. So no matter what, it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid. Hell isn't below my feet. So hell is a place that exists where you're stripped of this aletheia, this gospel, this testament that I share with you. So I'm sure I would miss it if he took it from me, but it's not eternal like you think. We get our flesh back in the little season. So I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid to more suffering, just staying alive. You know what I'm saying? So yes, black nigger, white nigger, brown nigger, red nigger, and yellow nigger. Yes, I said the word nigger because that's an attitude. You're a racist motherfucker if you have a problem with the word nigger because you don't understand that Father didn't create anything but one race, the human race, and I don't see color. And I don't like racists. And I don't like people who have an entitlement attitude that have a chip on their shoulder like they're owed the fucking world because of some past bullshit that they can't get the fuck over. And, we're supposed to move forward, right? I suffer with too, but I don't take it out on the world because I had some of my past, or I've had a bad example. So children don't see color. That's taught to us. Racism is taught. So if people are offended by the word nigger, then they're probably offended by somebody burning a flag or like a Karen or a Ken or whatever you want to call it. Sticks and stones will break my bones. So I grew up in Los Angeles, California, around all ethnicity, cultures, just concrete jungle, kind of the mixing pot of the whole wide world. So I don't like niggers, no matter what, how much melanin, red, black, white, brown. What do you got? Blue niggers now too? Oh, we got some avatar niggers. Hey, it's a Smurfette. Hey, you know what you call a Smurf? A smigger. A snigger? Smurfette? I don't know. Anyway, come on, guys. Grow the fuck up, man. Over words, you're going to sit there. Oh, how about alien? Oh, you're an alien. How about you're an illegal alien? You can't be here. You're an illegal alien. You're a slime creature from outer space. You're Marvin the Martian. Oh, you're a green nigger. Now we got green niggers too. You mix red and blue niggers, you get purple niggers. Are we seriously so offended over a word? That's an attitude. That means you think the world owes you something. I grew up around people like that. There's a bad apple in every bunch, brothers, sisters. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So I don't understand why people are so offended by that word. because they act like a fucking nigger. Doesn't matter what kind of melon is in their skin or not, or the shape of their eyes. They got some kind of offended over what father is. It's not right to try to put somebody down, like I said. But you see, you're taking something that is just a word and you turn it into something bigger than it is. People grasp at that and then take it and blow it way out of proportion. So, right, there we go. That's what I'm saying. I just don't know why people are so offended by that word. Like they're so offended by the word, like the image of a swastika, brothers, sisters. You should be more offended by being called black than a nigger, because nobody was ever called black. Black is derogatory. Like, oh yeah, your wife is white in that white dress. We know that you nailed her and laid her over the frickin' car last night before you came over here and did this little ritual you're doing in this house made by hands. You're innocent. Oh, she can't commit a sin. She's white. He's white. He doesn't commit sin. He's black. He's sinned already before he even opened up his fucking mouth. See? Or her. See how that works? Well, I know people, you have a hard time. You want to write it down, Marissa, but you don't want to say it. But why are people so offended by that word? They call people crackers because they would whip, remember? That was part of the slave. People lost all their culture and words and get caught up in dialect. And it's very important. Remember, dialect's very important. He said don't add or change, but that's what I'm saying. White, black, brown, red, blue, and we're all niggers. We're all niggers. We're all fourth shore of the world, and sometimes we think the fucking world owes us. We've all been a nigger. How about that? We'll just say that. Haven't we not all been a nigger? Put a one in the chat if one time in your life you didn't think this fucking world owed you something. And like you were entitled to something shit because you had some kind of hard time or your family's past or some kind of shit that this world owed you some kind of, when that's not how this world works. You get your reward after you die. See? I've been a nigger too. I've had that out before, whatever. Oh, I'm a veteran, so I get to have a fucking voice and I get to speak up and, oh, you can't tell me. But, guilty, 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 guilty. See that sign on me? Nigger, 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 See, there you go. Thank you, Marissa. Calling somebody black is more derogatory, almost like calling them African Americans. They're not from Africa. They were from the original 12 tribes of Israel, but then they were scattered to the Africas, remember? So they're not African American. I'd say, fuck you, ain't no African American. Come over on a boat like you guys, make all that bullshit up. Fuck all that. People came over here willingly. You don't understand the history of slavery, all this. See, then it makes all this bullshit fakery. Like we haven't all gotten along before. And we haven't all been slaves, right? Before, yes, we have. We were talking about that earlier on the stream, about how people wanted to be sold into slavery. But then you start mixing slavery. And see, this is just a big mix mashup. You take one word and people just get offended. Then they don't want to have the conversation. It just shuts down the whole conversation. So I just, damn it, we didn't have that person in here earlier that was an Army brat. Who was that? That was Brenda. I think Brenda was in earlier. That was an Army brat. But anyways, let me tell you a little story. I was telling a little story. I have a friend, because I'm a veteran and stuff, and he was talking to me about, he was overseas. Yeah, Rebecca. Okay. About being overseas. And that he's we'll say black, right? Because you guys, whatever, we use this term and it's so nice to just call somebody and nobody gives a shit about that anymore. And I don't care about it. Remember, it doesn't count about, I don't see color. But he was telling me, because he's a veteran like myself, he goes, it's crazy how when in America, I am black, right? Now, hear me out. He says the same thing. In America, I'm black, right? Because I'm an American, I'm black, and that's how I'm looked at. And doesn't matter what state I'm in, I'm black. And he said, but he says, you're a vet because you've been outside, you've been outside the country and he says, listen, He said, I think it's so, because he was talking about when he was over in Germany, right? He was over doing some time over in Germany. And he said, it's so crazy. I go over there. And he said, and then somebody who's from that other country, when I'm not in America, because I'm speaking English, right? They're like, oh, hey, America, you're an American, apple pie, baseball, American, American. They associate him because he's speaking, right? He's speaking in America, he's black, no matter how he speak. But outside this country, he's like, oh, you're an American. Like I said, I'm kind of overblown it, baseball, apple pie, all this fucking French fry, oh, you're an American, right? He said, but when I go back to America, I'm black. I was like, dude, that's fucking legendary. I love you, brother. Thank you for sharing that with me. You're a badass motherfucker. You know that? He goes, I know. He just thought you'd want to know that because you're that kind. I just know you're like that kind of guy. I say, dude, thank you so much. I'm going to share that for the rest of my life. And I should have shared that with you earlier. But he shared that with me, and it kind of shows you how, in other countries, over there, he's an American. They're not looking at him because of the melanin in his skin. It's because of he speaks American. He speaks English, right? We say, oh, you're an American. They don't even see the color of his skin. But as soon as he comes back home to this country, he's black. Yeah, melatonin. That's fucking stupid, huh? Who cares how much you have or less in your skin? That doesn't make us a color. Doesn't make us a race. We're one race. We're all one race, the human race. And if you don't act and you see color, then you're a racist. I already told you, 4 children, how much melanin in their skin is not have anything to do. They don't see color at all. We teach racism. Racism is taught. So that's why I don't matter to me. We have niggers. I've been a nigger. I told you, that word doesn't offend me. If somebody's offended by that, then they're just, that's silly. Shows you how childish they are, how sold out to you're offended by it. That's like somebody getting offended by somebody burning a flag. I mean, you're offended by a flag? Just shut up. Get away from me. I don't even want to hang around anybody like that. So, if that makes sense. Oh, is it Anton keeps trying to come in here? The Fed caller. Hey, fuck you, Fed. Little bitch. Little snitches end up with stitches and end up in ditches. Anton. So, remember? Like pedos in a file, you put them in the prison and they go bye-bye. Because they get dealt with. You put them in a box, in a cage. They don't like pedophiles in general pop. They go pop. Like they're grape. They're like splitting the wig. But all right, anyways, let's continue this conversation about Marissa's like, dude, I'm so on you like white on rice, there's another one. No, I got you. That's that. And thanks, Maris, for doing your job. I don't mean to go there, but you've taken over kind of the moderator and the lady in red. She was an awesome moderator, but she's a little over sometimes. But anyways, no, I appreciate doing the hard work. Sometimes you can do some of this stuff. I just can't see in this. I'm on a 4G phone, and I don't have the tech phones that you guys and some of you have a lot better to access some of this stuff, and I can't even open up. It's like right now this whole channel is squashed. I can't even hardly see your profile picture. I can't see there's all this stuff that's over here. They do this sometimes. They have wrecked. I used to be able to put an image up on here for a little while, a background. They took that away from me. Well, they really crushed this channel a lot, but that's Father doing it. So I ain't tripping. Remember, too short? I ain't tripping no more. Really ain't worth my time. To squash it all, I kicked on back and wrote you all a rhyme. Benzos bent and Beamer beat and caddies keep on dipping. You keep talking all that crap, but I ain't tripping. Too short? Oh. Melatonin. That's right. Not melanin. Melanin is what's in our skin. Melatonin is what makes you sleepy. Ricky, you're brilliant. Marissa, I'm not coming on to you. Are you married? Do you have a spouse? You must have an awesome, like Elsa, man. I dig her. She has probably her husband. We were talking about her husband and her sound like they two are a team, man. And they rock it, you know. That's so cool. I hope you have a team player that somebody gets to enjoy your brilliance, you know, your abundance of bliss, you know. Knowledge is amazing. It's one of the most powerful things. Oh, I want to let you know, maybe you can vibe with me on this since you're kind of in that. Some people on the same energy level. I keep talking about this World War II equals World War III, and I was really thinking about that before when I, I was up pretty early today, and nice. Okay, cool. So, they're going to at one point in time. He came in and said he was going to call the feds. Los. He said he was going to call the feds on Steven because Steven said he was going to break into the auto zone. And I think Steven just listened to too many commercials. I don't know what happened to Steven. He might still be in here, but Steven's just been listening to too much TV. Remember the commercial? It says, get in the zone, auto zone. I'm just being silly, trying to cover for Steven. Steven's having a bad day, right? He's serious. He got some charges and he's got issues with his family and kids. And, it's a lot of drama in his life. And he's kind of venting in here. And Anton coming here like being a little bitch. He's a snitch, going to call the feds. He said on right out the gate on Steven for saying he's going to, get in the auto zone and get into the zone or go get whatever he said, And so, I know they do this a lot. Okay, Marissa, so this is badass. If you think about this for 1 second, I'll go back to what I was saying. People come back to this channel, guys. I don't know how many other channels where people come back because we kick so many damn people out of here that people will make multiple accounts and keep trying to come back in here. Right. See, you got people like Marissa that can pull this shit off. They sniff them from a mile away. So this is badass. You bring a lot to the channel. You guys see, that's what's so amazing about what this channel now Father has created organically has become. The moderators is what makes this channel now, guys. Obviously, my talking little stupid nonsense, babble. People come here to hear me, but there is a lot of people who are coming back in this thing because of the comment section. So I hope you know that. And I've tried to tell you that multiple times. Some of the best learning I ever got was from the comment sections where somebody was talking about something or studying a subject or something about a blog or an article or something of that nature. And then somebody comes in the comment section and says something off the cuff that was not brought up in the main portion of whatever video log or whatever I'm watching. And then I get these insane, like, wow, I would have never seen that if I didn't go through the comment section. So I have learned probably almost as much now from comment sections as I have of all the years, because how we can do more live and interaction. I mean, since remember web TV, guys, some of this goes back for a while. So we've been able to go and chat, and that's why I know people have been trolls. I used to troll people, guys, when I was on the internet and I was younger when the internet first came out. Not like that, because I just, just get a rise out of people. You know what I'm saying? Get a rise out of people. I was a troll way back then when the internet first came out. Fuck yeah, I troll people just for fun, just a couple times and leave be. I didn't just keep poking at them and poking at them and poking. I didn't have that kind of sadistic fucking mindset. And ain't no different than prank calling people. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Back in the day, it's fun a little bit, whatever. But these people overdo it now. They, like I told, they do this for. It's gotten a lot worse. The internet's been around a long time, or web TV or whatever. I'm just saying. But these chat rooms and these chat logs and these things. So you guys are the cream, of the channel. So you know what I'm saying? You're the cream of the channel. Really, the cream always rises to the top, man. It really is. I appreciate what this channel has become, Father organically, that we throw so many people out of here that people try to keep coming back in here to troll. It's just kind of because that's what we do. We feed the trolls. There aren't a lot of people who will throw people out. They'll just do it for the clicks and the channel will grow. Can you imagine how big this channel would be if I came in here and said, okay, hey, are you Easter when you were here? When you were the last pagan, be one of these lollipop religious channels. This channel would be at 500,000 in a couple months. I know how to stroke the algorithm on that crap. I don't want people here. Remember, did it earlier. We broke the algorithm, but I don't want to do that. I had like 300 or 700 people in here. And I'm like, I was like glad that I clicked the channel off. Did you guys see that? I restroked and restarted the channel. I know that would do that on the channel. The screen went black too. I was like, yes, could you guys still see it? I couldn't see my screen. So, frick yeah, Father help me there. I don't want no 300 people in here sharing with my family. You know what I'm saying? That's too many people eyes in here. And if that's Father's will, be done. But you know what I'm saying? This channel, people come back because we troll the trolls. Yes. Listen, Marissa, if I just went under a different IP address, Marissa, if I just like went under your IP address. Now, listen, I'm certain of it now. I got to talk about this too now, Marissa. Listen, this algorithm now knows who I am by voice. Your IP address is old fucking news. I'm seriously now. Marissa, if you hear me, I really think we're this far in a tech. I think you're advanced enough in your brain to understand what I'm saying. I don't care now. I come on and it knows who the fuck I sat here back and forth on this channel and we get up and down where it shuffles me in or out, or, I'm saying that it's a very complicated game that you play as a blogger. I can around a lot of this stuff and fluff this channel, but I guarantee you, it would always recognize now my algorithm, my voice. So, so I would have to contend with that. Now I could probably come on and content create with a voiceover like that, like Marissa's saying, and come in and create another channel and blow up a channel. Like, for example, if Marissa took my SWAT video, the channel SWAT video, it's not mine, but whatever happened is the SWAT video on the playlist, I guarantee you could probably have 100,000 subscribers in a month just off that SWAT raid video, not on my IP address. Just hear me out though, Marissa, because you could do a test. Watch, you know what I'm saying? You could do a test, Marissa. I've been trying to tell everybody this, and it's okay. You guys don't have to, you know what I'm saying? But you could take my SWAT raid video. That is content. This channel doesn't give there's a certain amount of content that the algorithm's looking for. That's because it's attached to my IP address. But if that went out as a separate chunk and you broke that, it does know that it comes from my IP. It's not stupid. But if you broke that and you put that to Brian, Impact Flicks, or whatever, or you, Marissa, just started a channel that had that on there with my IP address, that video would blow the fuck up. It'd probably be one of the most popular videos on YouTube. But I can't do it under my IP address. And that's why I've been asking you guys for fucking 6 months out and take that video and go make yourself $2 or $3 grand a month. Just off the one video would bring in a revenue stream. Don't spark the algorithm. Do it in the way one of these other people would do it. Just take this content and create a whole nother channel with it. And I guarantee you'll probably have 100,000 member. This went from 300 to 17,300 in 2 months. 2 months. 2 fucking months, bro. It's just almost 18,000 subscribers in 2 months. Then we sat for over 2 years to gain 2 more thousand subscribers to the channel. 2 months, 2,000 or 18,000. Then 2 years, 2,000. Because it was done. My son's the one who explained this to me. I guarantee you, Los, you could. I guarantee you that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to do that, and I can't. I have sent this video to Brian at High Impact Blogs, Lackluster Television, try to get a hold of Long Island. I haven't given it to Chile, but I've sent this out. It doesn't go out. I can't send the video out. It comes back to me. I can't send the video out. Even the audit on TikTok, if you just audited Josh Bezel and take the TikTok video and attach those two, Dude, you've got an audit channel now. Auditors are popular right now, brothers and sisters. Auditors are and auditors are Christ-like. You know what I'm saying? So I'm certain that you could take this SWAT video, because not too many people get a chance to film a fucking SWAT raid, brothers and sisters. Do you realize how abundant, that you would be, because that's such a little thing that ever happens? Most people don't get to film a SWAT raid. They have it on their body cams, but normally you don't get the other one because they break in the middle of the fucking night and try to catch you with your pants down. Get you sleeping. So even uploading a fucking SWAT raid video would be a fucking very rare thing that you would see. So I know this fucking SWAT raid is worth millions of dollars. It is and then some people wanting to come interview me and shit. This shit would have blown up all over the fucking internet if it wasn't under my IP address. This is a $25 million grenade pin. Here's $50 million right here. 5 of these. These things could be $10 million a piece that they lobbed into this fucking thing. Somebody ever got this story ever broke? The feds ever got a fucking hold of this? They found out that my son was fucking murdered with this whole thing with a SWAT raid. Listen to the SWAT raid. They shoot him with his hands up. Somebody should be going through this SWAT raid video with a fine-tooth comb going, oh my fucking God, look at this, guys. We need to go interview this guy. Your channels would blow up. I can't do it. And I've asked, just so you know. And nobody's ever done it. So I'm not asking right now. I'm just telling you. It's a crazy world that I live in. So... And I haven't gone and filed the lawsuit, so I'm not going to. Not yet. I'm going to. I know I will. I said if they took me to court that I would, to trial. So crazy life that I have here that Father has made for me. So I have tech nerd. I don't have the faith you do. Yeah, no, I like I said, honestly, Marissa, I've tried so many times and asked you I was just kind of lightheaded thinking about how many times I asked, kind of just overwhelmed me. I've asked people, to upload this video, and it's because Father doesn't want it to. I think this shit would have blown up and been one of the most popular videos on YouTube, that it did memes and shit that I said, and, because I said a lot of things and they would make memes of me and all that. I know how fucking insane it would be. It would really be a monster video on the internet. They don't get too many SWAT. Look up SWAT raid videos. There's not too many people filming it. You see it from the other side, from the body cam footage, but you don't normally get to see a lot of people who film a SWAT raid. So, and especially how they performed this one. This one was fucking out of control, man. This was a crazy fucking set of circumstances, so I'm kind of blown away on how someone, like I said, if somebody needed some money, they could just generate a stream of revenue, not even try to become a millionaire or anything. But YouTube, you can make a living at YouTube if you don't spark the algorithm and you don't give a fuck about how I don't care about getting subscribers. I could make another channel probably and put a voiceover on it and, or go on to somebody else's alternative account or something and create another account, do puppy dogs and rainbows and butterflies and Christianity bullshit and make money off of it, or audit. Because that's what I was going to do. I want to audit. I really wanted to do that. I want to audit all over. I'm going to audit everywhere in America. If I stay here, I'm going to audit police officers. It's Christ-like to audit police. Stick a camera in their fucking face and hold them accountable. How are we going to know they're fucking up before we don't film them? So you guys, I just don't, like I said, I'm just blown away how nobody's jumped on this opportunity to make a few $1,000s probably off of a month. The channel would just feed itself. Content creating is not an easy job, but if you spend time at it and you work it, I have 6 fucking channels, man. I've been doing this a long time. I never did it for money. I never monetized. This channel is not monetized. So I demonetized the channel. I only have the super chat because there are people who want to make donations. And I never did have a Cash App until one of the subscribers from TikTok wanted to make a donation. That's the only way they could. And then they wanted to donate to the channel. So I'm not going to refuse people who want to make a tie, you know what I'm saying? But I never did this to gain money. And I already would have filed these, lawsuits a while ago, but I don't want to do it because it weighs heavy on my heart that the taxpayer of Oregon is going to have to pay for the criminal behavior of their cops. So, or anyone in this case, it all comes out of the taxpayer. Lake counties are the poorest county in the state, so this just make the taxpayer have to pay more. But I'm over it. I'm going to file them now. They'll probably be after I leave out of the country. I was hoping somebody would do that too, where I was cut somebody in on, say, hey, take the SWAT raid video, like you could take it and upload it to YouTube and make thousands of dollars a month. You want to make more money than that? Here, I have a way for you to make even more money than that. Be a fucking secretary for me. Spend an hour or 2 3 hours of your time, and it would be so much better if it was in another state, because this involves the state of Oregon. You take it to another state and you show them the SWAT raid that you would upload to the internet. Don't even upload it to the internet. Just take it to that civil lawsuit attorney and tell them that I have not filed a tort claim or have not filed habeas corpus on my son or daughter's behalf, and they're going to see fucking dollar signs. They're going to light up and go, you haven't, he hasn't, they're going to see the video and realize all the civil rights violations and want to fly a team of fucking people out here to investigate and take all these bonds that are out here with all these people. Because when you file this on the civil side, it's not like you're putting a criminal case against them. It's a civil lawsuit. So it's a whole different animal where you can actually get them to pay and see. Remember, this isn't anything I wanted to try to do, but I was like, man, if somebody would just take this SWAT raid video for me to look at Father's peeling anybody else, make sure there's nobody in there, because I'm not asking, and go take it to a civil lawsuit attorney. I'll cut you in on a percentage. I was saying, right? 2-3%. That'd probably be $3 to $5 million. Nobody in this ministry needs any money. Everybody's so fucking rich in here that they don't. Now, remember, I'm not going to do that, but so I'm tired of trying to beat myself up like this, trying to have somebody help me or help my son or daughter. So it's okay. Everything is perfect. Father's timing is impeccable, and he wants this to be exactly the way it was. If somebody was to pick it up, they already would have. So, but it just seems so strange that, somebody couldn't help me, help my son, or help my daughter by making themselves a few $1 million. In this case, it probably gets settled within a month or two. This ain't like some big. They look at the SWAT raid video. They go, yeah, they grenaded him and his daughter. Oh yeah, no, that they can't do that. They have to serve this in right of due process. There's a way to, use of force regulation. They can't come in. There was no threat to either one. No swept out. They violated. That's battery and assault in my son and daughter right out the gate. So everything from there, they're going to know. And I actually do feel very confident that right now that the attorney is going to overturn this, and there will be a wrongful lawsuit, you know what I'm saying, filed against the no, hey, you don't have to do anything, Thomas. Yeah, seriously, don't look at all I'm saying, guys, is just I only think that the people need to be held accountable for their actions. You know what I'm saying? And it just seems like somebody could use this money right now. I don't want to take it from anybody, but Father actually kind of, again, told through, yeah, you need to hold them accountable, Tracy. You have waited a long time. You've let the process do what it's supposed to do, and you're not getting anywhere. And you have a son and daughter that's missing. I feel very liable that I probably should have done this sooner, and maybe because I can't get my attorney to look for my son and daughter through his help, through his investigators, I keep getting thrown in jail for trying to report my son dead or missing, daughter dead or missing, and now I can't report their bodies dead or missing to the state of Oregon for the people who shot him. So this really needs to go out of the state, and I feel like I just whoring myself to this ministry because I'm trying to ask somebody to help me, and it's fine. I can't change what God is doing here, because I have for quite some time now said, please, somebody help me and take this and get a civil lawsuit attorney so we can get this started, because you'll force my hand to do it, and I don't want to. But it is not like I'm filing vengeance of things. It's called accountability. These SWAT team officers, how many other people did they do this to in the last 18 months that did not get to film a SWAT raid? See, it's just so weird. It's like, how is that don't take any of this, Marissa. I don't know what you're saying. Don't take any of this personal. I'm kind of ad-libbing here about what I was saying. This is like, there's a SWAT raid video and its father doesn't want it to get out. Maybe somebody's going to get killed again over this or something. I don't know, brothers and sisters, why father is holding this back. Why will they not go look for my son? They had a warrant for his arrest, 7 years. Imagine how hard it was as a parent to call the cops. We had this fucking Anton snitch bitch in here, probably still in here fucking jerking off, trying to create accounts. But I had to call the cops on my son because I thought my daughter was being fucking hurt, raped, extorted. He was a completely innocent party in this case, already grenaded, put in jail, released. And then my stupid ass had to sit there and open up my fucking mouth to Marshall and say, hey, one day, Marshall, this case is going to be completed and I'm going to talk to my daughter. I just want to get my daughter. So I probably got her killed. None of this guy is on you. You know what I'm saying? On anything. This is father's perfectly how he wants this. But my mind is very perplexed. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know what I've done wrong here, how I couldn't even get people to look at this before the SWAT raid to prevent the SWAT raid. I have all the evidences on this stream. How's the feds not come out here at least once and say, all right, dude, we need to talk to you. This is some serious fucking shit going on out here. I mean, you really have a massive fucking case. It's like father doesn't even want anybody to hear me. It's like I'm talking to you guys and none of you guys even hear me. Do you know how many times I've had people tell me, I'm going to take this to Brian. I know these auditors. I work with these auditors. How many times people are going to say they were just going to take the video to the auditors just to get them to help them blow the video? Who cares about them making more money? They already have big channels. I don't care about making them more money. I wanted people to see what the fucking state of Oregon has done to my son, my daughter, and my fucking animals. I don't care about me. I don't want to be here anymore. There's nothing that has happened to me that I give a shit about anything who's done to me. I am more heartbroken and my heart is shattered in pieces that they've done this to other people. This has been done to somebody else. This has been done to somebody else again. And I feel responsible. Like I should have done something different. I want this to get out. I want the state of Oregon is in jeopardy, and they have been for 18 months. Remember, I can't even leave the state. I asked Kevin, will you please go with me over to Klamath County? Because I don't want to run like a bitch, but let's just go enjoy the woods. And we're not too far from them here, but let's leave this, just get a little bit different, and I say, no, I'm not going to let these people just run me out of my own fucking backyard here. And, I've spent a lot of time here. And I'm not going to let them, remember that it's still running over my driveway at the marker and just coming out here and completely making my life a nightmare. And I told Kevin, we could go down there, but I'm locked into the state of Oregon. So it don't matter. We could go to the tip anywhere in this state. I'm fucked. They can come get me anywhere. I apologize for asking, and we'll figure it out. We'll still make it work here. But see, I realize I can't go nowhere. Father's got me pinned down. So there's nothing I can do, about this rogue gang of thugs. They can come in any night, and like I already told you, tonight could be the night. I have to live here every fucking day now, and it is what it is, knowing that they can come just shoot this fucking place up and plant a gun in here and say he got all crazy. We came out there and we don't have any body cam footage. It's got to get swept under the rug like this case. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay. I know Father's timing is perfect. I don't know if he's saving a life or sparing a life or waiting for life to be taken or whatever it means, because I'm not trying to get in the way of that. I just know that I've held off filing these I'm so different when I found this second grenade pin, brothers, sisters. I never knew that Adriana and Elijah were grenaded. That changes the whole case. Do you fucking understand how much that changes this case? I didn't find this until like 12, 13 months or something like, I don't know, about a year or something like that later. I found this one, the first one, pretty quickly because it was out front, right? I knew that guy was standing right there. And I think I know the guy that threw the fucking grenade at me was the same guy that had the fucking gun pointed right at my face. You can see me looking at him at the live stream. So, maybe there was somebody behind him. I don't know who hit me in the face with a grenade. I think it had to come maybe from the side, and there were 20 some of them out here. So there was a lot of them out here anyways. Multiple fucking armored vehicles. And so this changes the case, brothers, sisters. This is why I think they're covering up for this grenade. I don't see how they didn't police up all their brass. It's called like policing the brass, because I only had found one of these. Now, I had asked this. See, this is another thing, Sabrina. Please make a mental note of this. Yes, this was a grenade launcher. This was hand thrown with a concussion. These are hand thrown. These are, grenade launchers. Okay, so I want you to make a note of this. Hold on, I lost my thought here first. I'll get it back. I don't smoke crack or meth. I'll figure out what I was saying. So, see, they came in here and hand grenaded my son and daughter, and I didn't know that. Okay, and it shows the intention on how that changed the whole SWAT raid, because they never gave a chance. So take a mental note of this for me, Sabrina, okay? Because now I got it back. I apologize. I've got so much going on in my head right now. Sabrina, I asked, and you guys, Marissa too, because you're on it. You're on this shit. You guys take a note for this. I asked where the rest of these fucking grenades were at. And where were the bullets that they shot Elijah with? If they missed him, did they hit him? I wanted to know where those fucking bullets at. They're gone. I asked Marshall that, guys. Or I asked somebody that, and please take a note of this because I need to remember this. It'll come back to me like now, where and who and how, and I've just got a lot on my brain. I mean, it's been a long 18 fucking months almost, or 17 months. Somebody told me, I think it was Rick or somebody else that was here. There was another person involved, and now I'm remembering. I'll call them. I asked them where the rest of these were at, and they told me that Marshall picked these up. Marshall came and picked these up. That he had the remaining brass. Marshall did, guys. I have never made a mention of that I don't think I did. So please make a note of that. Marissa, Sabrina, please, ladies, if you could for me. Marshall picked up the remaining. Why did Marshall pick those up? I've always wondered, what the fuck did he take those for? These were they back? Because these, I thought maybe they would leak tear gas, in here for the animals. But then I started thinking about, why would he take those? And then where's the brass for where Elijah was shot? See, there's no accountability for any of this shit. Does that make sense, though? Where are these fucking pieces of brass, and why would Marshall pick that up? What's your opinion on that, Marissa? You guys are brilliant, and I like that you're coming from different sides, and you're both very brilliant. Because you'll see something. That's what I'm telling you. This comment section is where it's at, brothers, sisters. You guys are this shit, you ladies and gentlemen. What I'm saying? We go through this stuff and we game this out. This is how war is, won. Ahead of your enemy. Got to think like a criminal to catch a criminal. These criminals are criminals, so we got to figure out what the hell, So why would Marshall take that out of here? And where did he take those? And why would he take that brass? Because I asked. I'm not fucking stupid. I'm like, where's all the, because I'd only found one. And I know they shot 2, 3, 4, 5. You can hear them Why would he take these? Now, first I thought because of the smoke. But then I started thinking about why, and then where is the other breast? And then why didn't he take, where the fuck and why would he take these projectiles from this property? Because I'd ask, where did, like where's the canisters? Where's the tear gas canisters for these? Where's the other end of these motherfuckers? See what I'm saying? Where's the one that was in the motorhome? Where's the one that was in the motorhome? They hit that side of me with the screen. I was right up against the screen, but it's still right in my face. Didn't matter there's a screen there. You don't hit somebody in the face. Right. There we go. Start asking questions, Marissa. What the fuck is this guy allowed to police brass for? Now, did he take the canisters? Were those here? Was there one outside the house? I didn't see it, remember? I went to jail. If they're sloppy enough to leave this, they might have just left it all here, brothers and sisters. Why would Marshall take this? Okay, now I remember who I asked who it was. Who I asked. I asked the person who picked me up from jail, and they told me who took them. Marshall. Dude, this fucking sick, how has nobody came and invested in Marshall Radonich, Sabrina, Marissa? How many times have I said, remember at my time of arrest, I mentioned Marshall Radovich Snitch, So everything keeps leading back to this guy. Nobody's ever investigated him ever. I've said this at the time of my arrest. This is insane. So when I found this grenade pin here, this is the game changer. This is why that I'm so perplexed at why Father will not allow this to get out, and why nobody has taken this SWAT raid to a civil attorney for me and helped themselves out to a couple $1 million. No, Marshall didn't pick me up from jail. No, Marshall didn't pick me up. Yes, he picked up Elijah and Adriana. Oh, wait, I think Adriana got picked up by her parents. See, hold on a second, guys. Then why would she fucking bail out Elijah? See, his story don't add up because he said that she had the gold and silver and went and bailed him out. She's the one who went and traded it in at the fucking shop when her parents picked her up, guys. Her brother picked her up from jail. Marshall didn't pick up Adriana. See, there's even more fucked up, guys. Oh my God, man. Fuck. Nobody will investigate this shit. Nobody will look into this, guys. Adriana got picked up by her fucking family. She wouldn't have the fucking gold and silver. She wouldn't even have come here. Maybe, but she didn't have and know where it was at. Bullshit, see? That motherfucker stinks like a mother. See what I'm saying, guys? Brothers and sisters, this is insane. It's not a pawn shop, Marissa. And I asked the attorney, Paul Palmer, to get a hold of the shops because they have a record. Because if you sell gold or silver, they have to take your ID. I've already asked for this to be done, Marissa. I've already asked for this to be done long ago so we could have got to the fucking bottom of this. Because if we wouldn't have known Marshall came in there, or he did or didn't, that he still has the gold, that he had the money to begin with, he just went and bailed the money out, Elijah, and kept it. All of it, the gold and silver. He had 12,000 cash. He was just fucking with me. He could have bailed Elijah out from the beginning. He was just fucking with me. He's been a plant from the beginning. On to me because I've been doing this YouTube shit for 6 fucking channels, and sorry, my nose is dry out here. And 12 years later, they put people onto me like this. I guess that's probably maybe what he is. So, like I said, he knew my son before he knew me. So you're right, Marissa. In order in the state of Oregon, if you sell metal like over $2,000 or $3,000, and it was $130,000 bail, so. Oh my God. Thanks for hashing this out with me, ladies. This is so hard to go through this because everything points to Marshall. I don't keep to make it about him, but everything points to this guy. And I have called for them to go to his. Remember, I had to call the cops and tell them, please do not shoot my son. When you go there, you've already shot him once. Please do not shoot my fucking son. How have I not had a major fucking heart attack, guys? How have I not gone into a full fucking bout of depression? Just overwhelmed. I don't know how I'm doing this anymore. I don't know how the strike to do this. I just feel so overwhelmed. My heart is in shambles and pieces, and I can't seem to. If I'd have just taken the silver and gold, this never would have happened, and bought the truck. And everybody gets to go on and have their normal lives, like all these SWAT officers and marshal, I guess, whatever, and everybody gets to just have a normal life. You know what I'm saying? So it is what I can't change. It is what it is. So it's okay. I'm all right. I'm not. I'm on my right mind. I'm just. My heart is in fucking shambles, guys. So trying to keep it together. You know. Right on. Thank you again, Sabrina, for your testimony. So I'll work through it. It's just I got a court date coming up, guys. It's just gonna be so hard knowing that nothing happened in the last 17 months and that these people might get away with this. You know, if I can't get anybody to file it, I bet you that I won't file it. I have to put that on myself. I just bet you I won't file it unless one of you guys help me, and I don't want you to help me. So I'm just kind of figuring that just either maybe if I leave the country, I'll change my mind if I'm not here, and because I really need somebody to go either pull Elijah's body off the side of that hill and my daughter's, or go fucking find him. I go up there, I'm gonna get killed. I think that's why Father doesn't have my vehicle race ready right now, because I'd really need a vehicle that's worthy to get deep into the woods where that's at. Good tires, good suspension, and I just don't have that with the 4Runner right now. So I think that's why he's keeping me, you know, so chained down, because he won't let me leave. He won't let me go anywhere. I don't have firewood. You know what I'm saying? Just all these things are just keep adding up. And all I want to do is just get some kind of answer, whether he's alive, dead. Somebody start looking for him. Somebody please help me start looking for my son, but nobody does. Nobody will. You know, nobody will help him. Nobody help my daughter. And so I feel I don't want to be desperate, you know, and I appreciate just let me talk about it, you know. I'll be all right. Just, you know, if I could know he was alive or dead, you know what I'm saying, or get somebody to look for him. But I have nothing. Father will give me nothing. He won't give me anything. I just have to be tormented and tortured every day. I guess maybe till after the case. I don't even know how that works at this point. What do I do? You know? So, and it just breaks my heart that they may be out there doing this to other people that don't get to film the shit. They get talked by surprise and, oh my God, you know, and just kind of lose it and don't do very well under a high stressful situation. Because if you actually, you know, when I've gone back and I watched that SWAT raid, all I did was de-escalate. It's like all my instincts just kicked in. Nothing but pure instinct in the video. You see it. There's nothing but I don't mean to go there, but a fucking soldier who's just doing exactly what he's trained to do. and a law enforcement to de-escalate the situation. That's all I kept trying to do was get them to de-escalate, and they just kept escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't want to de-escalate, remember? They already assaulted Elijah and battered Adriana in their sleep, came in and 45 seconds later, hit me in the face with a grenade. No, there's no justification for that. No use of force. And I told them I was coming out. I would not be armed. I already made it very clear for 250, and they still put 5 of these. They wanted a firefight, brothers and sisters. If the feds ever came out here and they investigated the locals here said that they were bragging that there was going to be a firefight. That's why they had so many fucking armored vehicles and so many state police out here. It was like an army. This was a massive fucking SWAT raid. It was probably one of the biggest things ever been done in this fucking valley. The resources they put out. You know what I'm saying? Was a shitload. They had drones flying over this place, brothers and sisters. Fucking drones. They were wasting taxpayers' money using drones. The Ted Martin signed all the bells and whistles, special weapons and tactics, anything they wanted. It was at their disposal out here. So they brought, I think, at least 3 armored vehicles, 20 plus 5 men by the county. This is a fucking army of men that came here to kill me, to shut me the fuck up. Stop talking about these fucking farmers buying meth from the cops or paying off the cops getting the meth because they want to go in circles and have anonymity and act like they're straight as a fucking whistle. And I don't give a fuck what they do, but don't sit there and then the rest of it trickles out into the fucking community. So cops deal drugs. How do you think all the goddamn drugs get in the prisons? It's the prison guards. Who deals more people than the drugs than anybody else? The government. So I'm not afraid to point it out. And that's why they hate me in this town more than anything, is these cops are paid off by the farmers and they all get a free pass out here. So intimidation goes a long way, but nobody in this town has ever intimidated me. And I told them that your money doesn't fucking talk to me, you motherfuckers. You realize you do not intimidate me. I come from a very wealthy fucking background, family, wealthy actors, all that bullshit. Your shit don't shine to me. You don't know shit from Shinola. Let me come out to this valley and leave me the fuck alone and stop fucking intimidating everybody like that's poor like me. And let me live the American dream here, or I'm going to be the biggest fucking pain in the ass you've ever had. As soon as I came out here, brothers and sisters, I sat on the Chamber of Commerce. So, you know what I'm saying? And told them, you're not going to intimidate me. You're going to stop fucking telling people they can't come live out here and control this fucking town. I've done my research. This is where I want to fucking be. This is a gem, and you're not going to hide this anymore. I know what the fuck you're hiding. It's scriptural out here. It's biblical. You've got all this underground shit underneath your feet, and you guys think you're going to go jump underneath in the ground and come out here and hold this fucking valley down. I'm onto your ass. I know you guys got all these. I know you bring fucking children down in these caves too, you sick fucks. They don't like being told this, brothers and sisters. Oh, yeah, we're going to have fucking pot dispensary and a strip club in this fucking town. But not in the town limits, because pot dispensaries and strip clubs do better on the outskirts of town. He said pot dispensary. He said strip club. They were losing their fucking minds. So I knew I had a battle when I first came here, okay? Remember, then I held protests against the sheriff. I have been fucking with these people since I came out here. So no wonder they SWAT raided my fucking house, but I never thought they would kill my son and daughter. I thought they may kill me, but I never thought that they would go after my son and daughter. So I've been active. I have 6 YouTube channels. I'm not afraid of the government. I've been visited by the government. The government detained me and my son. Okay, the top so I'm not I'm not afraid. My son, and that's why I'm afraid now that something's happened to him, because I've already had a visit. My son has already came here and told you when they detained me and my son, and came when we were living out in the middle of fucking nowhere. behind a locked gate. So these motherfuckers know where you're at. When you think you have your bug out spot where you're in the middle of nowhere, they will come fucking pay you a visit. So I've already had the people, but since then they won't fucking touch me. They won't talk to me. They won't call me. They've left me alone since that day. And so, they know who the fuck I am. And I want to go back to talking to you about this too. Marissa and Sabrina, since you are brilliant, that Operation Paperclip. What is that, brothers and sisters? What is Operation Paperclip? You remember that? Because we're there. This is the other thing that I keep telling you, the 923 ritual. We're good. Thank you, Sabrina. The 923. Because they're afraid of me, Gambino, because what I just said. Operation Paperclip. They know who I am. If you do a little more research and get over the surface shit about who I am, my last name and all this shit, you'll find that my history has pretty deep rooted in fucking historical record here, whether I like it or not. It's just my blood, genes, kind of like, so like Donald Trump says, good genes. So it's because of who my family is, as you want to say, but not by, by blood. That's not my family. So it's my background. It's who my dad was. It's who my grandfather was. It's through my grandfather's grandfather, who Werner Bron Bron. It's all, look at my last name. Look at where I'm from. There's a reason why Father has me here. So what I'm trying to bring up to you, ladies, is that, like, Marissa, and the brilliance of your mind. Remember Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip. You want to make yourself, ladies and brothers and sisters, more valuable alive than dead. And what's the most valuable thing? I figured this out 30 years ago. Is knowledge. They won't kill you, brothers and sisters, if you're too valuable. So maybe something that day, again, and that was only the armor of God. Maybe there's something that, again, that they're going to do this 923 ritual, whether you like it or not. It's already happening. So as I saw Operation Mockingbird, Operation Paperclip, Operation Nanook, all these things I keep telling you, you better expect an Operation Paperclip. Them to come in and pick off the best of the best in this fucking country, brothers and sisters, and put you up in big fucking houses, because that's what they did during World War II. All the top scientists, revered chemists, physicists, doctors, all got taken and treated like fucking royalty. So Operation Paperclip, don't forget it. You better be more valuable alive than dead. What the fuck do you mean? No, mate, don't make it. They don't want to kill you. I want to pick your fucking brain for the next 20 years. Use you. Use your brilliant mind, ladies and gentlemen. Marissa, you was saying some shit, early with, Darren in here stuff. People like you are going to be hard to get rid of. So you understand what I'm saying, Marissa? They're going to pull people from the whole world under this next 923 Project Blue Book. I hope you're jiving here, because I really wanted to talk to you guys about this earlier. How they're going to do this. That's part of the ritual. Like the Nagasaki, Hiroshima, how I told you, I think they're going to relocate whole communities by dropping not atomic, but hydrogen, so they can clear out whole areas wherever they want. You better expect too. Nagasaki, Hiroshima, everything they did during World War II, they're doing and rebranding during World War III. So I expect to see an event where they come in, and whether it's via robot, your metadata, or whatever, it's going to take people who they want. That's why they want your swab. They want your DNA. Anybody that gets your DNA, they want it because they want to know who's who and who's royalty and who's related to who. Okay, so you see what I'm saying? Do you want to see? I've thought about it though too all these years. Do you want to be one of these people that get put up, when everybody else is suffering? I don't think I'd want to be that, but it's still going to happen. Cool. So hope you see what I'm saying. Brothers and sisters, they're going to not, if you're too valuable and your brain is worth more than anything on this rock, brothers and sisters, your possessions don't mean shit. Try to remember that. And I'll give you a little more hint, okay? Seriously, what makes some of us a little bit different than the others? Not better, not above. Brothers and sisters, you can have all those brilliance because, like, there's street smart people, and then there's people who have, went to school, you know, and have know just about everything that you can know, and that's very important. Okay, I mean, even street smarts are both going to have value. See what I'm saying? They both, wherever they consider value, but some of these things are like some of these mystery secrets that I've shared with you. Not too many here that I keep locked in my brain that I don't share with you guys. Okay, because again, I think if you're more valuable alive than dead, they're not going to want to get rid of you. You're going to be too valuable. They're going to pick your brain for the next however long and know what it is that and some people will say, well, that I think that might be a threat, to them. Well, not so much. They want the brilliance. They know, if you know what they know, and I've tried to share with you guys, there's things I've shared on this channel that no other YouTube channel is covering. So you've been given an abundance abyss, in this case, and I hope they wouldn't come after you because of your knowledge. What I'm trying to tell you, I think it's going to be quite the opposite. And if they did an Operation Paperclip during World War II, you better see it happen in World War III. You know what I'm saying? Like Eugene. Guys, so this is what they're going to be looking for, brothers, sisters. They're going to, listen, please, just hear me out. You're going to try to do a master race again. Did Hitler not try to do a master race, brothers, sisters? Yes. See, I don't think people realize what's happening right now. Everything that happened during World War II is now happening. The greater minds, and I don't mean better, but the greater minds, and then built their new system off of that. Okay, they obviously don't want you to hear what I'm saying now. So, but I would expect that, okay? Just like you're going to hear everything that happened during World War II, they're going to do it again. And they are doing this again. That's why they reset the monetary system during that time. Everything. It just, so. Fallen Angel technology, guys. That's your Project Blue Book. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate it. Thanks for, what I'm saying? Are you seeing this, guys? This is happening right in front of our eyes. Right in front of our eyes. They are not turning this back. You know what I'm saying? Okay. One of the things that I heard that was super brilliant from somebody that was actually made it during Nazi Germany and waited through that whole era time, they were talking to somebody about, hey, here. But if Christ told us we have to endure to the end to be saved, we have to do whatever we can, you know what I'm saying, to stay alive. We can't just cop out like Stephen was in here earlier, right? We can't cop out. We got to figure out how to stay alive. So I heard this when I was watching this video blog about Nazi Germany and how this guy he was talking to, I think he was, they were killing all the Jews. And the old man said, I became a Nazi. And now I didn't like the answer, but it is brilliant in a sense. And I wouldn't go over to the other side, but it's called adapt and overcome, brothers, sisters. I said, that is freaking brilliant. He's still here talking today. Why? Because he was a Jew, but he became a Nazi. You got to bend like the wind, like a willow tree, brothers, sisters. So to speak, to make it through these times that are coming. They're very turbulent times coming. And if you're not willing to bend a little bit like an oak tree that may have worked for a long time and you might have cracked a little bit, you didn't break, you run the risk of breaking off at the half and dying. You need to be able to bend in just about any direction, brothers and sisters, like the willow tree. So how do you survive Nazi Germany when you're a Jew? You become a Nazi. That was like, that's a survivalist right there. You know, blend in like be a chameleon, right? So adapt and overcome is what they taught us in the military. But that's a brilliant, it's just like that's badass, man. That um, some people have a pretty damn strong instinct to stay alive. So that's kind of the point that I'm making with you. He tells us we have to endure the end. So I'm not saying sell yourself out to this, but whatever you have to do to stay alive until Father's your day of death is already written. So only who can take your flesh, only where you can take your flesh and your soul, right? So make a mental note of that too. Because the day's going to come, brother, sister, where you kind of almost got to put your neck out there, maybe even a physical sense on the line for him and his word, so you got to have to think about where you're, what you're doing here. And yeah, so what a crazy time to sit here and watch this rebranding of World War II be played right out in front of our eyes. So I don't know any other channel right now that is talking about these operations as we're covering them in such detail. Jade Helm, all these warp speed operation, all these things lead to this, event that they've been planning since thousands of years ago. I talked about, they know the cycles. They write the death cycles, the Yuga cycles, the extinction cycles, the super cycles, the Heinrich cycles, the Lashab. All this is just part of cycles that they're very aware of. They have all these, remember, farmers' almanacs and all these things, farmers. So, yeah. So see what I'm saying, Sabrina? Operation Paperclip is part of this, big portion. Remember, Operation Mockingbird let them take over the media, control continuity of government. So they always have control of the narrative. So they can sway the public's, they have the legal right to do that under this Operation Mockingbird, take over the media because of national security. These people are fucking brilliant on how they've done this. So they're going to walk this event right back through again, guys, whether you realize that they're going to do this, people are happening or not. They're going to walk every event that happened during World War II because they have to. The reason I hope you can understand, the reason why, is the seventh king of Revelation is being revealed as the eighth king. And we know that that was Adolf. We know that. That's why Donald Trump decorates his house with Apollyon, Satan the sun god, Mithra. Now the Mithra is the Antichrist of Adolf Hitler, the seventh king of Revelation, somebody we've seen in our lifetimes. That's why it's not somebody from thousands, and you're not going to see a physical return. It's the physical spirit of the Antichrist, which, as I'm showing you, is already being revealed through the swastika, through the Molochs, through the bell, through the equinox. It's already here. We're already seeing the seventh king being revealed as the eighth king. They're already doing this pit ritual and opening up of the pit so Christ can come back. Remember, 2 kings, 2 crowns. They know the scripture so well. They know it better than all of these religions combined. So that's why it's just been such a blessing to hang out with you people who have not fooled. Remember, it says the elect will not be fooled. It's not possible. Only by self will they have their name blotted out of the book of life. So there's nothing that the deceiver, the demonion, the devil, their Lord, their master, is going to do that's going to fool the elect. That's why it's not hard for me. I don't make predictions of things that are happening. I've been studying this for decades, and I got Project Blue Book right here, right? They're doing it by the script. So every jot and every tittle will come to pass. That's why it's easy to see what is coming. And if you know what's coming, then you can get the hell out of the way. Like a sign that says, hey, swervy road ahead. There, dumbass, get ready. Slow down, curve ahead, right? It's a warning sign of what is to come. So most of the time, I'm not making any prophecy. I'm not claiming to be a prophet. I know these scriptures. I know their signs. I've studied a lot more than most people even had the time to study. And that's why I think, again, that if you look into what's happening, I really want you to focus on your possessions ain't going to mean shit because I'm going to go back to what I said. I was saying it earlier that, see, you can know everything. You can know what I know. You can know everything they know, brothers, sisters. Okay? You can know everything they know. You can be, like I say, you be one of these people who's, you're not living the testament. You know every scripture and quote it and this passage and that, and whatever, but you're not a living testament. So you're not a walking and living in Christ. So let me tell you something, because I come from the sickest of the fucking sick, my family, whatever, and all it is, and it is what it is. I'm not them, but I know because I have people, family, they're in all this nonsense, and I know because I've seen it since I was a child. Okay, it's just what it is, brothers, sisters. They don't care how much you know. You can know everything they know, and that's not a problem for you. It's They don't know how much you know. They care how much you care. That's the deal breaker, just so you know. It's like, how many people are you really affecting? And it's not so much how much you're affecting, but it's, are you affecting the right people? And not you, but with the word. They don't care how much you know, brothers, sisters. They care how much you care. Now, you're a threat to these people when you, so let me tell you why some of us stand out in the fucking crowd. Because you could be a know-it-all, but you ain't making no impact on anybody. You're just some head knowledge idiot. That it's not an idiot because you're head knowledge. That's kind of an oxymoron, my bad. But you're not, you just have head knowledge. You're not executing it. You're not walking in Christ. Then sure, you know all the scripture, but you don't know the gospel, right? Same thing, brothers, sisters. When it comes to these elitists, I used to tell people this when I've been in this, because I've been doing this for decades. As long as you stay in the light, they can't get you. People are like, what do you mean? I said, never mind. Never mind. You got to stay in the light. You can't shut up. You can't go in the dark. They'll come get you in the dark because you don't have the light on. Like a thief in the night. Stay in the light. They don't care how much you know. They care how much you care. Stay in the light. You'll be fine until the end. Don't worry about it. They fucking hate it when you stay in the light. They want to get you in the dark, try to cut you out, and then they'll snatch your ass up when you're in the dark. Don't fall asleep. Christ said, do not fall asleep. Stay awake spiritually. Remember, don't go get rest. So think about what I just said. This is how this is going to come down next time. So when it comes to Operation Paperclip, remember, they're not going to care how much you know. That's important. They took the top physicists, chemists, scientists, top. They're going to care how much you care this time, brothers, sisters, and what you know. It's not so much about what you know. So please remember that. That's why Father created us so different than the others. Many are called, but few are chosen to do this. So I think I'm with people in here that are precisely just that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? It is different. You can get everything taken away from you, brothers, sisters. You don't got a skill set. You ain't worth a shit. Remember? So your mindset, your skill set, your knowledge is going to be far more superior than your monetary value or your possessions. And that's where a lot of people think that their worth is in what the fuck they own. Do you measure your wealth in dollars and cents or ounces and acres? But when all that's taken from you, now what do you got? So can you skin a buck, run a trout line? Could you put in an IV? Do you know how to do first aid? Can you do, any kind of respiratory? Well, let's not go into there. I mean, I don't know what your skill set is, but how well do you stand up? Well, there you go. That's being a Zabrina. That's a little bit different, right? Somebody like that is fifth dimensional. I've been talking to you ladies earlier. I think I was talking about dimension. That's part of being fifth dimension, mastering your time and place and space and people, and having an army. Remember, I don't have an army. Yes, I have this ministry. I love you, brothers, sisters. We do. We got our own army in here. Thank you, Father, for providing this army for me, so I can put on the armor of God. I got others that'll have my back, have my six. So, but it's being a master. He or she a master of their time and place and space, and I mean master it. Even other people, if they can have, because many, like David was given the armies. I mean, there's certain people that were bred to be certain Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You guys are my soldiers of God in here. You know what I'm saying? Pizza bones. For hurting the president's feelings. They got the feely police out here now in America, right? So, oh my God, this world is an apostasy, guys. But it's okay. It'll all be over in, sorrows, long years. We've got a lot of years to go. So don't think you're getting out of here tomorrow or next year or the next day. This whole the end of the world shit. That's long. Remember, the computers are not going to turn to zero. We're all going to die, and it's the end of the world. Oh, by the way, hey, let's take a look at this, guys. Did you see the price of gold? Gold hit 4,000, brothers, sisters. Silver's touching top 20 or hit that $50 mark. Gold's an indicator of chaos. You ever go look out through history? Gold and silver are a safe haven asset. People always run to an asset. I don't want to talk about school, I get myself, but I just want to say this. Did you guys see that? Gold is an indicator of chaos. The higher the chaos, the higher the price of gold. Gold's at an all-time high. Stop telling yourself nothing happened out there. They got military on 25 states in America. Gold's at an all-time high. Silver's breaking, the top. Nothing's going on in America, huh? Nah, nothing's going on, huh? So, nice. Good stuff. Yep, that's what he said. Remember, he threw all his fucking followers under the bus. Marissa, he did. Remember, he threw them all under the bus. So, yeah. Oh, comp user, all glory to Shiloh. It's not me. He made me do so many stinking things, so I can share this abundance with others. But I give all thanks to him. It's been hell, not like but it's worth it's worth the struggle, man. We all need to, we life hack each other. That's what I like about this channel too, guys. This channel is a hack, man. Like it was this many days old when I learned that. That's what the comment section, that's why I try to bring to this comment section. We're like learning stuff from other people's, they're not compromising quality, but they're cutting corners in time without compromising the quality. That's what we need to learn from each other's mistakes. Like, oh, I don't do this. This is what I did. That didn't work out for me. Oh, shit, okay, I won't do that. But this worked. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I don't have to do what they did and go through the same. We got to go through hardships. These are the things. These are life hacks. So this is a ministry hack. It's not no religion. We're covering things that are going to help us in our future, so we can help other people thrive, not just survive. Imagine some people are just going to be hanging by a string. You'd be the one lifting that person right about, and it's charity goes both ways. Father likes charity on both ways. You're helping that person out and that person's ability to help another. The Father loves that. That's Shiloh's favorite thing, brothers and sisters. When I've studied Shiloh, and I love Shiloh, I love Shiloh, I love Shiloh, I love Shiloh so much. It's more, I'm in love with the word. That's the wedding. But charity was what really made, and I didn't mean to say that earlier. I think I let that out. I don't think I've ever said that before. I've always thought it in my head, but I never said it out loud. But Christ is not a female, but Christ, if it was female and he had a G spot, I apologize, it would be charity. And I don't mean to be rude or like lewd about bringing sex into this, but we all kind of have that certain spot, that the feel good spot or whatever. But what it is for Christ, and I apologize again, but it's charity. That's what makes him tick. That is his favorite, about all the things that we do. And the charity that we're with now is the gospel, brothers and sisters. It's not food. It's not money. It is this gospel that we share. So that's why I give all glory, comp user, to what he made me, and he drew me to him so that I can share my life hack experiences, and that we all here can share together so that we can get through this really intense time where it's going to get a lot worse before it ever gets better. That's what the scripture says right now. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out. So you should be prepared for what is coming. So the greatest thing about this ministry, though, is that it brings all of us together under one house. So it is kind of like a prelude to the wedding feast. We're kind of waiting, the bride to tarry. We're sitting there, tarrying and knowing that he's preparing that place where his father's house is at, and he would come back and receive us when he is done preparing that place. So if that makes sense, but most people don't remember, it's not about a wedding to them. They're all about the world, and I'm about the word, So thank you, Father, for sending eyes and ears to hear, and people can glean from the ministry. It's awesome. It makes it have purpose. So thank you, Comp. It really does give me a little bit too, because I'm struggling always, just like we all do. But this is worth the time. I spent a lot of time. I should have worked today. I just don't want to do anything physical right now. It'll all take, I don't care if that stuff gets rained on. It already got rained on anyways, like 5-10 times. So I'm just overwhelmed with too much to do. And I put my time somewhere else because I was trying to get the other place, and then that didn't work out. So it's not the end of the world. Appreciate when come in here and people give this, ministry purpose, that we're not in here. It's not just me. This channel isn't about me. It's about the comment section, like I was saying, these life hacks and learning from each other, so that we can, make it through these. And just like I said, the scripture says things are going to get worse. So people who aren't preparing right now are completely wasting time, where there's no bombs falling in your backyard yet. You haven't had a bomb cyclone, hurricane, tornado. It don't matter what if it's nefarious or if it's weather. Preparedness is a good thing to have no matter what. It's failing to prepare is preparing to fail. I'd rather have and not need, or it's better to have and not need than need and not have. So you want to fail? Don't practice. Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. You want to see somebody perform like a failure? They won't even try. Yeah, there we go. Speaking of that, I think I'm going to probably wrap this up. I think I'm going to make myself something to eat before I go to study a little bit more. I've kind of been on here all day. So thank you for the ties to this ministry, brothers and sisters, through the comment section, which is more important than any monetary tie. I do appreciate people who have any extras. I don't want to refuse your tithe. I won't waste it. I don't waste, I'm not a wasteful, I'm a minimalist. So I have a large bill ahead of me, which is probably going to be a couple thousands of dollars. And I'm going to get my vehicle fixed before I get firewood. And I probably should get firewood to stay warm, but I need to have a vehicle to drive out of here. So I want to focus on that, not worry about anything else right now. And Father will bring it all to me. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm not willing to meet him halfway, that we're supposed to be girded, but I don't want to force anything, because he keeps crushing everything I set up. He just, like a house of cards, he just keeps knocking them down. So I appreciate it. I hope you guys don't feel any way obligated to come here and tithe in any other way than just comments. Nobody gains in this ministry because they gave any kind of monetary tithe. It just helps, the ministry to keep operating here, so I can spend more time with you guys too. So I don't, Marissa. That's why I'm spending the $300 to bring it into the Toyota dealership. I thought it was the CV axles, but they say they don't think it is. They think it's something maybe like a tire on end, and it could end up costing me more. It can end up costing me less. But I know that taking it to the Toyota dealership and not second guessing it, and having them tell me exactly what's wrong with it, even if it costs me a little bit more, is going to give me some peace of mind. So I think it's about $300 is what it's going to cost me to have it. They need it there all day because they don't know. They want to go through kind of all of it. And it is what it is. I'm going to give them the money that they, like I said, because to me, it's worth it to have the peace of mind instead of going to some other shop, whether they are familiar, but they're not the industry leader. So I like to pay for things when you get what you pay for. So even if it costs me a little bit more money, I'm trying to drive this vehicle to South America, or at least to Mexico to start. So I need it to be reliable for me. and I don't. It's not even an expensive vehicle. It's like a $3,000 to $5,000 vehicle. Spending a couple grand on it seems kind of weird, but I don't care. It's my piece of shit. So, um, but it is what it is. So I have this. I have a lot of. I have a lot of. I don't want to say faith, but this Toyota dealership is probably one of the best Toyota dealerships in all of the U.S. It really is. It's probably, I say that Bend is probably the Tacoma capital of the world. There's more Tacomas here than anywhere I've ever. I mean, it's unfathomable how many Toyotas that this place. I have to wait 10 days to get in, just to get looked at, guys. Just to get my vehicle looked at, it was 10 days out. So I don't know how many more days I'll have to wait till then. So that'll give me a couple, maybe a weeks to try to come up with it. I'm sure it's going to cost me a couple $1,000 from what I just don't see myself getting off any easier than that. Father never does me anything like, I just never get off easy on anything. I got to do the hard, the long, the most expensive. Something will lead to another. But it is what it is. I'm going to go have it looked at. And I know that the Toyota dealership is the better place to take the vehicle. That way you're getting the right tech to look at it who's totally familiar with that vehicle and will have all the right tools. And then if I ever did sell it, and I don't plan on saying, hey, it was serviced at a Toyota dealership, so that goes a long way when resale. So I don't plan on selling the vehicle. I'll probably just donate it to the ministry later down the road, and because I want to eventually get something nicer than this. Okay. Uh, my mechanic told me I never has to take it to a mechanic to the side and ask his possible to get work done by them after hours. Nice. Cool. So, yep. I don't care about the cost. I'll figure it out. It's just something will sell out here. Like I said, I think I'm going to take the flatbed and drive it up to the end of the road because that was a ministry vehicle, and somebody will buy it for the. I'll probably sell it for. I'll put probably $3,800 and take $3,500, and somebody will be just tickled to death. They're like, "Dude, I stole that from that guy." Can't get the transmission and the motor for the price he just asked for the whole thing. So I hate to give it up, but hopefully I can get myself motivated enough to clean that vehicle. It'll take me a whole day to get that vehicle prepared. And actually, I can't even. Well, never mind. I'll deal with it my own. I forgot there. Damn it. Okay, it is what it is. Thank you, brothers, sisters. Appreciate it. Thanks for all the ties to the ministry. And I'll see you guys on the next broadcast here. We'll sow some more seeds here. And thank you for your brilliant comments, ladies and brothers and sisters. And stay in the word. Anytime they could decide to do something nefarious, and I hope you have all the things that you need. If there was like a lights out, grid down, SHD, who knows? Prepare for the worst and hope for the best, right? So don't fall for the hopium. Okay. Thank you so much, Marissa, Sabrina, everybody that joined us earlier and gave us a ton of good comments. And Comp, appreciate you being in here. Thank you for making that mention. That does gives tons of purpose. That I'm like not in here just beating my gums, but it's okay. I'll put out channel content, even if just one person hears it. It's totally awesome to just have the platform and just to be heard. If one ear hears me, it just feels like this is not vain. So you guys have enjoy the rest of your evening here, and we'll come back. Lord willing, I think I'll probably be on here tomorrow because it's going to be raining, and I'm going to be upset that I let all that stuff get out and soaked in the rain again, and just whatever. I won't care, and I'll get over it. I'll probably come back in here. We'll do some more content tomorrow. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you for the 71 people who thinks that this is not the, I don't try to push anybody for the thumbs up, but I appreciate the people who organically thumb the stream without being asked. That's awesome. It's like, hey, there are people who really think that this is not some joke. What we're doing in here is God's work. So let him use your brothers, sisters. Be girded in his service. Have your lamps trimmed and have extra oil. So go out and get those things you need. You don't go to the store and buy toilet paper or your lady thingies when the store's closed. You buy them and have extras when when the store's open. Go get your stuff you need. Okay, and I'll meet you guys here. Hopefully, we'll be back before the end of the day. And yeah, I'm gonna go probably cook myself something to eat and sit down and kind of decompress. It's been a long day, and um, you guys made it that much more enjoyable. So thanks for taking the chicken tour, or do just what we do out here and just kind of hanging out. It's kind of more of a hangout day here, but we did produce some good content. Thank you for everybody who did, and this was not vain in here at all. This was worth all of my time. I hope that if you spend any time in here, it was not, you can't make it up. It's pretty hard to make up time, and you can't print time. So I cannot thank you enough for time that can't be, you can't make it. You can make money. You can print money if you're these central banksters. They're the counterfeiters, and they did, but you'll get in trouble for that. But anyways, you can't make time, and I appreciate you spending it here because it's so valuable to me. It's something that I can't thank you enough for because it's something you can't put a price on something that you can't pay for. So your time is more valuable to me than anything that's been brought into the ministry to monetary. So the comments too, guys, that's the meat. That's what I was telling you. You guys are those life hacks, and you guys are putting in awesome comments. So appreciate for all the moderators. Hopefully getting more moderators in here is helping to relieve some of you guys' mad fingers, which make it a little easier for you to learn and stay with me on what we're talking about when we're not having one or two moderators moderate 30 or 40 people or 50 people in here. It gets pretty tough. It's probably hard for you guys to learn anything when you're constantly moderating the whole time. And I know because I've done moderating, so it's not easy. I appreciate you moderators. Love brothers, sisters. We're all going to be moderators here, right? As part of the channel. So if you got a moderator wrench, it's because you got it for a reason. You know what I'm saying? But yep. Hopefully Ecuador. Wherever you think, Marissa. Ecuador is the only place I plan on going for now. Just Ecuador. Would you be more if you want to, Marissa? You don't have to. Your time would probably be more useful, and I'm not telling you what to do with your time, to take it to a civil lawsuit attorney as opposed to taking it to somebody else, because I need the civil lawsuit to start, and then I can hand you some millions of dollars if you want some millions of dollars. If that's what you want, I don't want it. I don't care. I don't want money. I want experience. I don't want money. But if you can help me out, and I'm not, just there's no obligation. If you're willing to do that, I think your time might be more spent where we can get this civil lawsuit attorney, which will kind of force my hand to need to do it. And they'll tell you, yes, we want that. We will be flying out to his location. Where is he at? And then let me help you out with something you need, whatever, your house, millions, money, 2, 3, 4. We'll put it on paper and stuff too, so you can cover whatever taxes or whatever. So we don't do anything illegal or totally legit. If you'll try that, if not, Ecuador is the only place I know, because I don't even know where I'm going now anymore. I just don't. South America is not the worst, but it's not the best right now, and it's not the worst. So I think that's probably where I'm going to start, and where I planned on. But it's just getting pretty rough down there with the cartel. It's not that; it's what we're doing down there. So that's the only place that I have. But if that makes sense, if you can help, if you want to help yourself out, Mercy, you're not obligated in any way, shape, or form. But man, I sure would like to get this civil lawsuit attorney so somebody will start looking for my son and daughter, or at least go there, because that civil lawsuit will kick a huge team of people to come out here. Investigators, Marissa, think about what I'm saying. You're a smart lady. There'd be a lot of team. They'll probably send multiple attorneys out here. Multiple attorneys, a team of investigators. When we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars worth of lawsuits, they're not going to have any problems flying out here and from another state or something like that or anything. But you do what you feel like. You don't have to do anything. Just come back and keep producing content. You don't have to do anything at all. Okay, Mercy, you don't have to do anything outside the ministry for this channel. Just be a part of it. Okay, so you know there's no obligation whatsoever. So you know. Okay. Don't feel obligated. I don't want to ever make anybody feel obligated because I don't deserve anything, just so you know. I don't deserve anything in this life. Nothing in the future do I deserve but pain. That's what I'm planning on in the future. And that way, if I have any pleasure along the time, it'll be gravy for me. So that's, and I don't deserve pain, but I know that's probably what I'll have in the future. So I'm not deserving of any of your time. You already spent enough here. You want to do something, that's because you feel like that's what you want. So let your instinct, no, please don't go with mine, because look at where I'm at right now. Go with, you are a very bright, you know, light in this chat. You really have, today, you've really shined a lot, not above others, and that's awesome. So go with what your gut is, you know. Yeah, trust your gut. They're right on time, Sabrina. Look at that. You too, Sabrina. You got instincts. You're an Inuit. You got instincts that some of these people, and I'm not pointing, but you know, as a native, you have, use them. Use them, use them, use your skill set. Plus, you guys have women's intuition. Remember? Damn, you got more instincts than a guy. Like a bird does not need to be told to fly south for the winter, right? It just knows when it's time. So, you ladies are very wise. You know how much I love you ladies so much. You know, um, God, you guys are such a huge part of this ministry. You know, um, ladies really bring it. You're the salt of the channel. All right, Pastor Revelation, guys. Thanks for the support. Thanks for making me smile in a really tough time, and we can laugh and giggle and talk about music and some other stuff that we did in here too. We're not all business all the time, right? We can still life. We're not missing the boat. We're not, you know, taking time to stop and smell the roses. Are we doing that too in here, guys? I mean, no, we're not missing, you know what I'm saying, missing life because we're so, you know, no, we're not. We're laughing, we're giggling, we're talking about memes and trolling people, and we're getting it. We're living the dream in here, guys. If anybody's Father's created such an amazing place to come fellowship. Thank you, Father, for this ministry. Father created it. He brought you guys here, ladies and gentlemen, right? He brought us all here together. He's the tie that binds. Yeah. So no matter, brothers, sisters, the gap between us, you understand? He's the one who keeps us yoked together here as this ministry. I don't care how far, where you're at on the other side of this rock, we are together because he has bound us through this ministry as one tide, you know, and if there's a distance, either time nor distance, he fills that gap. That's, you know, what's so beautiful that I love about being yoked to this ministry too, that I don't feel like I'm wasting any time. You know what I'm saying? Any time. I don't feel like any time is wasted at all. I feel like this is, I neglect all my worldly things and I get all straight, whatever. Who cares, man? This is where it's at. My treasure awaits, and I'm going to be with you guys after this death, man. That is, I had nobody before this ministry, brothers, sisters, but my son. And I know there will be not many, because few are chosen, right? But many are but few. There will be others. And that is such a blessing. If I am blessed to make it to that other side and have my name called out at the wedding feast of lambs, that I will not be the one standing around go, well, damn, I don't know anybody here. And that'd been pretty crazy, right? Imagine there not knowing anybody. I mean, they're your brothers and sisters in Christ, but now I have something that I never have. So Father gave me something in my life that, remember, I don't want to say that I was deserving, that I never ever thought that he would give to me and have that. So you guys are that, you know what I'm saying? You're something that I'm going to have after I die. I don't think very many people vibe on that, and that's fine. You know what I think about more than any life, brothers, sisters? Death. I'm so excited to die. You know what I'm saying? I'm so excited to be pass and then get, you know, I mean, this is so exciting to think we're not here for no reason. This is all serves a purpose. So death is so exciting to me. Not like, you know what I'm saying, like a infatuation with, it's like that this at the end is not pain. And God, I've thought about death so much, and it's going to be so awesome. It's going to be so awesome once we're done with this test, you know, of our faith and our in his will. So grass in the middle of the, or people all concerned. That's right. Hallelujah, Marissa. That's what this is. We're one race, the human race, you know. That's right. Hallelujah, Sabrina. So we didn't do it. Father did it. Remember, Father said, I create all things, everything not written, and everything that ever will be. So even if it's not written yet, Father created it. Man, what a beautiful time to be a witness to these days. Even though it's difficult, you do, ladies, do understand what I'm telling you, and my brothers sisters in here, that these exact days, because I told you we are in the book of Revelation. I told you how through the firmament were written about thousands of years ago. Christ spoke about these exact days. We are that remnant. That is an insane thing to think that the days that we are living in now were spoken about thousands of years ago. I've talked about this for a long time on this channel, but I just think it's astonishing to think that we are those prognostical, to have foreknowledge of we are living. So I hope you are doing your part in this testament, being a living, new living will testament of this revelation, of this book, and walking in that apocalypse, that lifting of that veil and the cover, and revealing these truths to everybody you go, everywhere you go, constantly, 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 a continual pulling off of the veil to reveal more and more and more and more and more truth until he returns, you know, less of self and more of Christ. So what an amazing time to be the remnant. They spoke of these days. We have the celestial firmament to confirm that these are the exact days that these star markers have indicated, and that we're the remnant, man. Holy crap. What an amazing time to be a witness. He said he would send two. I'm telling you, I know who it is. It's this eye right here that'll lie to you. And it's this eye right here that'll lie to you. It's these two eyes that'll steal your crown, steal your inheritance. Remember the two witnesses he sends? Don't let those thieves steal your inheritance, brothers and sisters. That idolatry. Remember, don't love the dirt. Love the word. Father wants us to love the word, not the dirt. Anything came from the dirt, he don't want us to love it. Yeah, I think I'm about ready to grow this darn beard back. I'm tired of the jawline comments all the time. But okay, love you, ladies and gentlemen, brothers, sisters. You guys again are giving my life so much value in a time where I've been literally robbed of so many things, and that's fine. It's Father doing it, but seriously, where He's taken, like algebra, He's taken something from me. He's given back over here. Man, that's beautiful. He is just. He is right, and he never makes a mistake. He is perfect, and he is sovereign. And when he beats me, it's because he loves me. And he beats you, it's because he loves you, brothers and sisters. Remember, he does truly beat the people he loves through the most pressure, fire, long suffering. We got a ways and ways to go. Okay, so thanks for your time.